Hello and welcome in, guys. This is the 443rd episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining today, I really appreciate y'all so much for being here. I hope that you've had a good start to your day. It is 2:17 p.m. out here in Colorado. We're having a nice afternoon. I hope you are too. It's a really hot afternoon here. I was washing my car earlier. It takes me around an hour. I'm really meticulous about it. And geez, by the time I was walking back inside, I was so sweaty because it's like 95 degrees out. Summertime, right? Hope you are doing well, though. If you're a first timer, if you've never been here before, you're in for a treat. Here we debate Trump supporters and we try to change their minds on what matters the most. Listen, I think that Trump is the worst president of your life, regardless if you're 18 or 80. And he's an absolute train wreck. But of course, millions of Americans still disagree. That's who we're looking to debate. So if you happen to be watching over on TikTok and you are an American adult that supports Double J Trump as president, go ahead and hop inside of that queue for me quickly. Let's go over the breaking news. The breaking news is that Donald Trump has essentially conceded. He's essentially surrendered to Iran. So this war is coming to an end, and it will probably include a denuclearization agreement. But according to Reuters, an article that broke 2 hours ago, the deal also includes a $300 billion fund to help rebuild Iran as a country. So basically, what we're getting out of this war is 3 months of dead children and dead servicemen and women, 3 months of higher gas prices, 3 months of higher grocery prices, 3 months of a destroyed economy, 3 months of war that we're spending $1 billion a day on. And we're also giving them $300 billion just to get back into the position that we were 10 years ago before Donald Trump pulled us out of Obama's denuclearization agreement with Iran. Yeah, what a train wreck. This all tracks back to Donald Trump's original blunder of tearing up the Obama denuclearization and Iran agreement. It all does. Because he tore that agreement up, we had to go to war, kill kids, kill all our servicemen and women, destroy our economy, and spend $1 billion a day and give them $300 billion on top of that just to get back to where we were before he tore that agreement up. That's Trump in a nutshell, folks. We already have the very first Trump supporter of the day connected to the live stream. We got them tuned in right now. Their name is Happy Days. They're also very bad faith.
You just asserted too.
So Happy Days is telling us that he supports Trump because trans women are women.
I also have a contention with what, so I also have contention when you made the positive assertion, the worst president. How do you get to the factor here saying that he is the worst? Is it just based off your preference, or are you subscribing to some type of rule view outside of you?
I just use an inductive argument in accordance with like my normative view of ethics and prudential world outcomes.
Okay, so it's just going to be.
I could happily give you that. I could happily give you that inductive argument, but that's not the point. The point of the live stream is just to debate people that do think that Trump is a good president.
Wait, hold up. You made the positive assertion while you were
positive assertion that I make in the intro to my stream every day.
Yeah, so when it comes to the situation...
So I'm down. Okay, I'm down. We could treat it as a two-tier argument. I'll first convince you that Trump is a bad president. Once I can convince you that Donald Trump is a bad president, then I'll convince you that he's the worst president of your life. Sure, we could go through that.
No, so it's going to be the case worst first because you made the positive assertion. I want to know the argument for how it is to be the case.
Yeah, so I guess the first prong of this argument would be to convince you that Trump is a bad president. And then we'll compare him to other bad presidents in modern American history or your life.
First, not
and then we'll compare the second worst to him. And then we'll see that Donald Trump is worse. Now we could go through that all.
Worse.
Let's start off with the claim that he's a bad president.
Hold up a second, Dean. Wait, Dean, you didn't say bad. You said the worst president in your life. So when it comes to the situation, you're going to have to demonstrate outside of your personal preference or your worldview in of itself how he's the worst.
Yeah.
Can I get an argument for that?
Yeah. So the first premise of my argument is that he's a bad president. So let's go ahead and try to ground that first premise.
And bad real quick?
A bad president is a president in which
bad. I asked you to define bad, not a bad president.
Okay. Well, I think that bad isn't a univocal term. Bad could mean many things in different contexts. Like, for instance, bad in a normative moral sense means something that you shouldn't do. Bad in a in a normative goal-seeking sense means something in which wouldn't achieve the outcome in which you'd like to achieve. Or bad in a colloquial sense could mean that you think somebody's attractive. So because bad isn't a univocal term, I could give you a context-dependent definition of that term. But when I say that Donald Trump is a bad president, all that I mean by that is he's a president in which is serving to the disinterests of the United States of America as a country and is worse than the alternative in which we had.
Okay, cool. You still haven't demonstrated bad. You're just indexing this to the individual in question because if you're saying that there is something that is bad, for example, we can use two situations where you say that this is bad. The other individual says that this isn't really bad, but then at that point, it's going to be two different worldviews subscribing to different aspects.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the situation, how are you going to demonstrate objectively that there is something bad?
Okay. Well, I mean, first, I think that maybe our worldviews might align insofar as the goals that we want to achieve. And given that our worldviews align insofar as the goals that we want to achieve, we could demonstrate how Donald Trump isn't effective at achieving these goals. Like, for instance, can we agree that one of the goals that we both want to achieve in our respective worldviews would be like the goal of the prosperity of the average American?
Yeah, so you're trying to burden shift right here. I'm still waiting for you to demonstrate something to be bad outside of your preference.
Well, I think that's an unfair question to ask. I think that we could demonstrate things to be bad in accordance with our preferences, and that is just as meaningful as demonstrating something to be bad out of accordance of our preferences. But this is also a lot to unpack here, because maybe when I say that he's bad because he's not achieving like my preferential standard of wanting the prosperity of the average American, I have like truth-bearing reasons insofar as why I want prosperity for the average American that would track like some objective Platonic facts. Relevant to like my objective sense of morality. But I think that our preferences do matter here. So let me just ask you a question. Do you hold on to the preference that the average American should prosper? And it's a really bad thing when the average American is not prospering and is rather hurt and made worse off.
Yeah, you still haven't answered the question. We're not going to move on from the situation until you actually answer it properly. When it comes to the situation, it is going to be the case. It's either indexed to the individual in question, what is determined as good and bad, or there's some type of worldview.
What is this guy doing? It's okay. Yeah. It's okay to demonstrate that Donald Trump is a bad president because he's not acting in accordance with your preferences.
Okay, cool. So it is the case
with
that
your preferences, because this is an internal critique. I'm saying it's likely to be the case that in accordance with your preferences, Donald Trump doesn't align with them, and that's why you shouldn't support him.
I'm asking you about your worldview, because
and you're saying that I'm assuming there, and that's why I'm trying to ask you if you hold on to the preference that the life of the average American should prosper.
You don't need me. Yeah, you don't need me for your argument in of itself.
I do need you for your argument, considering the fact that you're the person I'm trying to convince that Donald Trump is a bad president in accordance with your preferences.
Yeah, I've been engaging against your worldview because in the initial statement when you were proposing...
What specifically about my worldview? Okay, I'll explain my worldview. So my worldview is that the average American should prosper, and the reason why I don't support Donald Trump is because he's very harmful to the average American. A couple facts to demonstrate that this is true would be things such along the lines that his economic policy has been very reductive and harmful to us as a nation. For instance, last year, we only added 170,000 jobs compared to the fact that we added 2.2 million jobs in the year prior in 2024. We also experienced the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years since the tail end of the Great Recession in 2010, and continually we've seen an increasing level of inflation and an increasing level of unemployment and an increasing level in layoffs. And on top of that, the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities did a study on the Big Beautiful Bill and concluded that the purchasing power of the average American is worse off today than it was before the Big Beautiful Bill was passed, on top of the fact that Americans were illegally and unconstitutionally taxed $92 billion from his unconstitutional tariffs. So in consideration of all of these things, we would say that his policy has made the average American worse off. And on a more macroscopic level, there's not one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago. And because my preferences are for the prosperity of the United States of America as a nation and for the prosperity of the average American, and Donald Trump is making the United States of America as a nation worse off, and he's making the average American worse off, we'd say that he's a bad president since he's not acting in accordance with those goals.
Yeah, so you made a lot of assertions here. First is going to be the situation of harmful, or at the same time, any situation like that that's still indexed to the individual in question. Different people might have different preferences. What is to be the case when it comes to harmful? You still haven't demonstrated something that is bad or anything outside of yourself. You're just making the positive assertion. Well, I feel this way, so it should be.
Are you asking me to demonstrate why it's bad to take purchasing power away from the average American? Wait. Are you asking me? Are you asking me for an argument to demonstrate that it's like morally wrong, indexed to some objective standard that it's a bad thing to hurt the average American?
Wait, no, that's not what I said. Stop.
Okay, so then what's the specific question that you're asking? Because I'm trying to further productive dialogue with you, and it seems to be the case that you're unwilling to further any type of productive dialogue. Once again, at its core, my claim is Donald Trump is a bad president because he's hurting the United States of America, and he's making the average American worse off today than they were a year and a half ago when Biden was president. What's either the critique, an insightful question that you have for clarification on my position, or a counter argument?
Yeah, so bad and hurting, that's just indexed to the individual in question, what they determine to be the case. There's no objective standard unless if you're subscribing to a worldview outside of your preference. You understand this, Dean?
Okay, so I think that you're confused. So when I say bad, I'm using bad in a normative goal-seeking sense. So, I mean, if you haven't really explored like normativity, I'd understand if you don't know what this means.
Yeah, that's just
but a normative,
right
but a normative
just
goal seek, normative. When I say that I'm using the word bad in a normative goal-seeking sense, I'm basically saying that I want to achieve the goal of the prosperity of the average American because I care about the excellent survival and flourishment of the humankind, and more specifically, human people. And Donald Trump is impeding upon that goal. Now, if you want to ask me why I care about the excellent survival and flourishment of human people, well, that's actually not going to track back to my preferences, but that's rather going to track back to some grounded sense of objective morality, because I'm an objectivist. But ultimately, a conversation about my metaethical view, insofar as why I'm an objectivist, a conversation about my normative view, insofar as like why I think that the flourishment for human people and the excellent survival for human people is important, would only be relevant if you reject that flourishment for the average human person is important.
Yeah,
so my question would be, do you reject... So I actually reject that too. I don't think that flourishment is subjective.
Okay, cool. Demonstrate something that is going to be objectively the case, because I can demonstrate in a hypothetical where the individual in question believes
if you
that
could literally answer one of my
actually...
questions. Do you agree that from like your standards of morality, your goals, your preferences, dependent upon like what your metaethical view is, none of that matters. Do you agree, right, that it is a bad thing, right, for a president to make America worse off?
Worse off is also very subjective. So
yeah, and I'm asking that in accordance with your standards of worse off. So in accordance with your standards of bad, in accordance with your standards of worse off, is it a bad thing for a president to make the state of our nation and the state of the average American significantly worse off?
Yeah, so you're presupposing two aspects here. First is going to be the proposition of bad or worse off in of itself, because I've been trying to get to the meta-ethics of how you determine something to be bad or anything other than how I feel this way.
Well, yeah, so I already gave you my metaethical view. I'm a moral objectivist. And I could give you an explanation of my metaethical view as soon as you can answer my question.
An argument outside of your opinion. So when it comes to the situation, I'm not going to...
Listen. I could give you an explanation of my metaethical worldview if it was relevant to the question that I'm asking you.
It is.
However, the reason why it's not relevant to the question that I'm asking you is because my question is not interrogating what I believe in why. It's interrogating what you believe in why.
Yeah, because you tried doing a burden shift. I'm still waiting for you to demonstrate something that is outside of you.
There's no burden shift that's occurring here. The prompt on the screen is, how do you still support Trump? Why do you support Trump? The question that's being asked on the live stream is specifically about the interlocutor in which I'm engaging in with the debate. So it seems to be the case that right now you are running, sir, because you realize that you thought that you could try to have a conversation with me about metaethics, and it's not working because I actually study metaethics. So in 30 seconds or less, my metaethical view is that I'm a moral objectivist because I do think that ultimately the truth-seeking, the truth-making facts of reality in which lead to flourishment or which don't lead to flourishment for human people are objective in the sense that we can measure them, and we can measure the outcomes of actions and see if they cause the survival of human people to be more excellent or less excellent. On top of that, we do this with like non-humans all of the time. Objective. So if we want to measure like the outcome of the survival of a flower, for instance, there's going to be like a set of objective facts insofar as what make the life of that flower flourish or what make the life of that flower not flourish and die, right? And I believe there's a similar set of objective facts that lead or don't lead to the most excellent survival of human people. But now that I've given you an explanation of my metaethical view, which, by the way, I would like to clarify, is completely irrelevant to a debate about why you support Trump or why you don't support Trump, I'm going to ask you to answer the question that I asked you before you asked me to describe my metaethical view. The question that I'm asking of you is very, very clear. Do you agree that in accordance with your standards of wrongness, in accordance with your standards of what it means for something to be bad, in accordance with your standards of what it means for something to be worse off, do you agree that it is a bad thing for a president to make the life of the average American worse off at the sake of also making the state of the country and the world worse off?
Worse off is still going to be indexed to the individual in question.
Yes,
so when it comes
you
to
are the individual in question. Answer the question or get kicked.
Let me finish my statement. So when it comes to the situation, yes, it's going to be the case that in of itself is just going to be based off of the individual. So when it comes to the initial monologue that you did,
You are the individual in question. Answer the question.
Yes, I already answered the question. It's just
no, you didn't. You didn't tell me if it was a bad thing or not. In accordance with your standards,
it's very subjective. Unless if you have a
in accordance with your standards. Wait, I'm asking in accordance with your standards of bad.
Yeah, I gave you my standards. It's indexed to the individual in
question. So yes or no, in accordance with those standards, is it a bad thing for a president to do that?
Bad thing to make it like higher cost of living, everything like that, I would just say in of itself wouldn't be immoral. So when it comes to the situation with your initial monologue that you demonstrated, well, Donald Trump's the worst president.
Okay.
I was trying to get
okay. So I'm okay. You're either going to answer the question or I'm just going to kick you. Is it a bad thing for the president to destroy the country while also destroying the world? Or is it not a bad thing to make significantly worse off?
Make it worse off? Is there an objective worse
to make significantly worse off?
Yeah, wait, is there an objective worse off?
Okay, you're asking me about my standards of what I think it means on a meta-ethical level for something to be significantly worse off. However, this question is not to me, the question is to you. I don't understand why you're asking clarifying questions about my view when I'm asking about your view. So I'm going to repeat this for one last time because you're seriously... Listen, I'm going to repeat this. I'm going to repeat this for one last time because you're so clearly lost and you don't have any idea what's going on. So the reason why your question, well, is worse off objective or subjective in accordance with your standards of or preferences, Dean, is irrelevant to the debate is because this is not a question that I'm asking myself, and this is not a question that I'm asking in accordance with my worldview. This is a question that I'm asking you in accordance with your worldview. So I'm going to clarify once again, in accordance with your worldview, pay attention to that phrase. It's a very important phrase here. In accordance with your worldview, okay, is it a bad thing for the president to make the United States of America significantly worse off?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's worse off. That's the problem.
I didn't ask you if the country was worse off. I asked you, in accordance with your worldview, would it be a bad thing for the president to make the country significantly worse off?
This. So with this situation, if you're saying something worse off, you're assuming that I would count this as worse off in of itself. That's the problem.
Wait, what's the problem? Be clear.
Yeah, so when you're saying like worse off in of itself, you're presupposing that there's going to be some type of objective standard that we're going to subscribe to.
Wait, where do I make that presupposition of my question?
Yeah, so when you're...
Yeah, wait, can you explain to me how I make that presupposition of my question?
Yeah, I got you. So this is going to be very logical. Ready? If the president ultimately says that we're going to take 100% of your money, would it be the case that this is going to be worse off? That's going to be indexed to a situation where the individual gets to determine if it is or not. So that's where I'm going to ask you to elaborate more upon this instead of presupposing that in of itself is going to be wrong or at the same time bad.
Wait, you think that it's presupposed in my question that it would be a bad thing for the country, for the president to make the country significantly worse off? Okay, so I just want to clarify. Wait. So I just want to clarify. You think the question, in accordance with your worldview, would it be a bad thing for the president to make the country significantly worse off? I am pre-assuming that it would be a bad thing for the president to make the country significantly worse off. So in fact, sir, I'll happily explain to you that there's not a pre-assumption that's being made in my question because that is the question in of itself. So I'll repeat the question in of itself. In accordance with your worldview and standards, would it be a bad thing for the president to make the country significantly worse off?
Worse off is very subjective. I don't believe anything has happened that's worse off. That's the problem.
Okay, so you are simply lost. I got you. You're actually stun-locked. I stun-locked this guy. I actually fucking stun-locked this guy. Everybody, pay attention to what this guy is saying. So I'm asking him a question in accordance with his view. Okay, would it be a bad thing for the president to make the state of America significantly worse off? The first thing that he's saying is, well, bad thing is subjective. So he's saying that things that are bad are indexed to individuals' preferences. Okay, well, I don't think you saying that things that are bad are indexed to individuals' preferences is a valid response to the question in accordance with your preferences. Would it be a bad thing for the president to make things significantly worse off? And then your second response was to say, well, I don't think he's made things significantly worse off. So that's also not a valid response to the question. The reason why that's not a valid response to the question is because I didn't ask you, has Donald Trump made things significantly worse off? No, I asked you, would it be a bad thing in accordance with your preferences if Donald Trump made things significantly worse off?
Yeah, why should I care about preference?
So let me go ahead and just clarify once again for you. The question is, in accordance with your preferences, or in accordance with whatever your standards are, right? Even if they ultimately don't, they are not rooted within your preferences, but rather within some objectivist, underlying meta-ethical view.
Okay, thank you for elaborating.
Which would be your worldview. In accordance with your worldview, would it be a bad thing for the president, i.e. Trump, to make the state of America significantly worse off?
Oh, okay. Thank you for elaborating upon this farther because you were initially saying preference. Now you're subscribing to something that is outside of a preference situation.
I just want to know in accordance with your worldview. So
Yeah, so
if
it
you
would
think
be
that bad
bad.
ultimately roots back
Yeah.
to your preferences, well,
Yeah,
then I'd
thank you.
ask you in accordance with your preferences. If you don't think that bad ultimately roots back to your preferences, then I wouldn't be asking you in accordance with your preferences, okay?
Wait, that's why you were presupposing when it comes to the situation based off your
No, that
preference
I
or how
said
you feel.
worldview. I said worldview. Okay, so I still haven't got an answer to
you.
this question.
Yeah, so it would
So
be
in
bad
accordance
then.
with your worldview, would it be a
Yep,
bad
there
thing?
you go. Yeah, it would
Okay.
be a bad thing now. Thank you for
Okay. In
elaborating. Not
accordance with
keeping
your
perspective
okay,
of the
perfect.
world.
Would an example of a bad thing in accordance with your worldview be Donald Trump endorsing the execution of American citizens?
Executions of American citizens
Yeah,
in what
the murder.
context? In what context?
Murder in what context? Murder is pre-assumed as being wrong in all contexts because the
Wait, you're
definition of
just
murder is the unjust
presupposing that it's
termination
going
of
to
a
be
human life.
immoral in of itself. That's the
Because that's a
problem. So
definition of the word. That's not a problem. That's
wait,
a
that's
definition.
unlawful. If we're actually doing this definition, is going to be the unlawful unaliving of someone. So when it comes to this
What?
situation,
No.
yeah. What definition are you pulling up
Were
then?
Jewish people murdered in the Holocaust?
Yeah,
Before the
this is
Nuremberg
going to be
trials? Okay,
unlawful.
even though it wasn't unlawful. Awesome. Can
Well,
people be
before it
murdered
was
if governments don't
unlawful.
exist?
Wait, hold up a second. If it is the case, right, it's going to be like murder is only if there is a government that is going to be placed. So when it comes to the situation of the
Wait,
J
so
people,
if the government didn't exist and I ripped your fucking head off and then ate it, did I murder you?
I would say it's the K word. I wouldn't say it's murder. If we're playing
Oh my
definitions,
god. Yeah,
pull
that's
up the
wild.
definition, Dean.
Well,
Dean,
that's
pull up the
wild.
definition.
Well, listen, I take the definition of the word murder to be the
Why should we
unjustified
take what you
termination of human
believe?
life because
Wait,
it's
why
so
should we?
because it's there's more utility in using the word murder to mean
Yeah,
wrongful
utility is
death of a
preference
human
based when it comes to the
compared.
situation.
Yes, of course it's preference based because all of language is preference based because language is
Yeah, so when
subjective
it
by
comes to the
nature.
situation,
You fucking idiot.
at no point have I said it's
You
objective. So
fucking
when
you
it comes to
fucking
the
idiot. Of course it's
when
preference based.
yes, when
You're
it
an
comes to
A
this
grade
situation,
moron. Dude just tried to
so
say
when
that language is preference based. No fucking shit. Listen, yeah, all right. The reason why I kept him on so long, for everybody that's tuning in, is every so often A grade morons like him will try to join this live stream to like get a point over on me because they think that they know more than me about the intricacies of philosophical like dialogue and which is not upheld like on TikTok debate lives to like a high extent in all scenarios. Like that guy came up here. He thought if I try to have a conversation with Dean about meta ethics, well, then I'm going to put Dean in water that he's unfamiliar with. So then I could try to beat him in a debate by making him look stupid. Unfortunate for you, that's what I studied in school. And he ended up just being an A grade moron, legitimately super low IQ. I apologize for wasting everybody's time. Let's go to get on to that next guest. We're looking for people that support Trump that could give arguments for it, not people that support Trump that can't give arguments for it like that last guest. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? All right. He's not here. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only up inside of the queue, given that you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. We're looking for an argument here. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Trump!
All right, guys. It's been like a week of this. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of that live stream. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Castaway Mary, I appreciate you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat who says hiding behind semantics. Was he even hiding behind semantics? Like, I just kind of think that he was like gish galloping. Like, he wasn't really saying anything. Joanna, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. Somebody in the chat said, why did you kick him? Because he's on the live stream for 25 minutes and didn't report a single argument. Prove me wrong by telling me what argument he purported. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
Just 1 second.
Okay, I guess while she's doing whatever. Megan, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much, Megan. Megan with a $20 says, way to kick MAGA butt every debate. I try my best. Thank you for supporting the live stream. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Megan. 200 Megan W. Same thing to you, Johnny. Thank you for the $10 who says, to kick this office, Timu Jordan Peterson semantic obsessed debate, bro. Who got brutally whipped in the debate. Thank you so much for the $10. Joanna, do you have an argument for why Trump is a good president or should I move on?
I do. I think he's a good president because of his immigration policy and his abortion policy.
Okay. What specific immigration policies?
Like closing the border.
Okay.
And,
Well,
like,
which one of
keeping
his
immigrants
policies
out.
closed the border? Because I'm unconvinced that Trump closed the border.
Well, he's using ICE and like deporting illegal immigrants.
Yeah, but deporting undocumented immigrants isn't implementing border regulation to prevent further undocumented entry. I don't think that he has implemented border regulation to prevent further undocumented entry. I think that his mass deportation has just scared new entry away by infringing on the natural, human, and constitutional rights of the immigrants who are already here.
Yeah, but they came here illegally.
Okay, how does that address a single point that I made? Or are you just saying that if somebody comes into the country illegally, they just forfeit their human rights?
Well, not their human rights. They obviously still have the right to human rights.
So then that didn't address
but-
what I said, because my claim was that Donald Trump has been able to reduce undocumented entry into America not by closing the border, but by violating the human rights and the constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants who are already here.
What constitutional rights has he been violating?
Oh, like, for example, the 4th and 14th, a constitutional rights such as due process that undocumented immigrants have.
Undocumented immigrants are still getting due process.
Okay, no, not according to the rulings of many federal judges. Like, for instance, the Trump administration illegally deported 300 Venezuelan immigrants to get tortured in Secot and El Salvador with no due process.
What's your evidence?
The ruling from a federal judge. Next question, why are you wasting my time?
I'm not wasting your time.
Yeah, you have a post on your account saying, and I quote, "If refusing to support a rapist, white supremacist, pedo, and a felon is weird to you, maybe the problem isn't everybody else, it's you. So why are you wasting my time? Like, genuinely,
This is not my account. This is not my account.
And whose account is it?
It's my sister's.
Prove
I
it.
got banned.
Have her say hi.
She's not with me. She's not in my room.
Okay, then go to her room. Have her say hi.
No.
Yeah, because you're lying. I don't know why. Like, listen, I genuinely don't know, like, why you do this, right? Like, you understand that when you're on this live stream, wasting my time, you are actively preventing me from legitimately changing the mind of a Trump supporter. And based on your post, I know that you agree that Donald Trump is a very, very, very terrible president. He's a rapist, white supremacist, felon, all of this, completely destroying the country. But there are genuinely millions of Americans out there who actually support him. And when you join my live stream and you LARP to troll because you think it's fun, you are actively preventing me from changing one of their minds. Right? And on like this micro scale of like just one person, I get it. It's not that big of an issue. It's not that big of a deal when just one person joins my live stream that is like trolling or like make it a joke to like come up here and like, you know, get a laugh. But the thing is it's not just one person. It's like hours of people every single day. So that's why we grilled her pretty hard, and that's why we're going to continue to grill people who do that pretty hard. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. We got Mac joining up. X, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you. What's up,
remember
Mac?
me?
I do not remember you. Do you support Trump?
Well, a couple days ago, I got a restriction, and weren't able to finish our debate. But we were talking about sodomy. Like, let me know if any bells are rung. And you're smiling too, bro. Like, I know you miss me, but like, okay.
I do remember that conversation. Okay, we can't say gay. We got to say non-straight.
All right. Well,
yeah. So this guy supports like Trump, the person who's absolutely destroying our nation, making everything worse off for the average American, regressing us so far in respect. You're not a Trump supporter?
Me? No, I'm not a Trump supporter.
Are you like?
I came up here because you said we could debate non-straight. You said we could debate that too. So.
Oh yeah. So what's the argument? Why is it wrong to not be straight?
Well, Dean, I just want to know if you are aware of a non-straight men getting HIV 75% more than straight men. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I think that we went over this the last time we were on the live. The reason why there's
not this statistic specifically, but I've pulled that since our last talk.
So there's like other STDs and STIs in which have slightly higher transmission rates amongst heterosexual sex compared to homosexual sex. But I do think on average, there are slightly higher transmission rates amongst gay couples compared to straight couples. Now, The reason for this is because research into the transmission of STIs and STDs and the prevention of the transmission of STIs and STDs amongst homosexuals is much lower than heterosexuals. Not to mention it's more stigmatized for homosexuals than heterosexuals. But lesbians actually have a lower transmission rate of STDs and STIs than heterosexual couples. So do you think it's preferable for a woman to be gay than straight?
Okay, first of all, I'm going to answer that, but my argument was not against non-straight women, but they do have the highest divorce rate out of all three.
Okay.
That just shows that they're incompatible.
I don't think that demonstrates that they're incompatible. If anything, what that demonstrates is likely that there should be a higher divorce rate amongst heterosexual couples. But
should be.
Because of traditionalism and the subjugation of women as the inferior, so on and so forth, it seems to be the case.
I'm going to be honest, Dean, that sounds like
unhappy
cope.
women in marriages.
Sounds like a lot of coping.
No, it sounds like history, dude. I mean, are you familiar with the fact that, I mean, before the 1920s, women didn't have the right to vote? Women couldn't work a job or open up a man's bank account without their husband's approval. And having a husband granted women over 5,000 rights that it didn't grant to men because they already had them without being married. It's like for the vast majority of human history, the vast majority of American history, women had to be married to men in order to not even be on the same footing as men, but to even try to be on the same footing as men.
And what does that have to do
But can you
with what
please
I
answer
said?
my question? Because it seems to be the case that you just completely dodged it. Your argument was same gendered sex in between men is wrong because higher STI and STD transmission rate. So therefore,
That's not the only reason.
Heterosexual intercourse worse than lesbian intercourse because higher STD and STI transmission rate, right?
No, I said there's multiple
Oh, okay.
reasons for
So higher STI and STD transmission rate amongst two dudes fucking is not why you think that's wrong. So what is a reason why
That's
non-straight
one
sex
of
between
the
two men is wrong?
reasons.
Well, it's
But-
actually not one of the reasons, because if it was one of the reasons, then you would apply that same standard to heterosexual sex versus lesbian sex, but you don't. So you're just special
There's
pleading
different
as it relates.
standards, you're right.
Yeah, exactly. You're special pleading as it relates
Not
to
better.
sex between two men. And because you're special pleading as it relates to sex between two men, like your position by default just becomes illogical. So what are the other reasons?
Well, I mentioned the divorce rate thing among women, but for men,
We're not talking about lifelong
monogamous.
monogamous relationships right now. We're specifically talking about sexual intercourse. I'll happily have that conversation
Okay,
with you after
well-
we have ours about sexual intercourse.
Well, they transmit this. Hang on, I have the statistic. They do transmit some STDs higher than others, obviously.
We're on a loop. You already said this. I already debunked it. So if there's-
Hepatitis B and
so
C
If there's two men that we know are clean
and gonorrhea.
and do not have any STIs or STDs, is it wrong for them to have sex?
What, can you repeat yourself?
If there's two men that we know are clean, don't have STIs or STDs, is it wrong for them to have sex because they can't transmit anything?
Yes, because they engage in sodomy and it's illogical and it does damage to the body.
Okay, once again, if there's no damage to the body done, which is true in many, many scenarios, like one of my mods, Jesse, is a
Many,
57-year-old,
but not most.
is a 57-year-old gay man who's been having gay sex for a long time now. His body's fine. If there's two men who are completely clean, who are not going to damage each other's bodies, okay, is it okay for them to have sex?
That's like saying if a bomb hasn't exploded yet, it's safe. Like, I don't know what you mean by this question. Like, these are just hypotheticals
Saying
that have
if a bomb
like, almost
hasn't
nothing to
exploded
do.
yet, that it's safe. Well,
Yeah.
the reason why this is not comparable is because we wouldn't say that gay sex is like a bomb exploding unless the bomb you're talking about is in your pants, in which case you might just be
Ooh.
a member of, never mind. Let's just head back to the debate here. So is it wrong to top because you're not going to hurt your body? Is it wrong to top a guy?
Yeah, because
that's
first
clean?
of all, that's where the poop comes from.
And what's
It
the
could get
argument?
could get on your willy. You know what I mean?
And?
It's pretty gross.
Okay, all right. Seemingly, if somebody either douches
And
or
that
like
can
accepts
also
that they don't
cause
think that's
infection
gross,
if you
like,
get
that's
it in
interesting.
the hole. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, you understand that heterosexual intercourse between a man and a woman can cause infection such as UTIs.
Yes, but not nearly as much as homosexual.
Okay. Wait, how about this? If heterosexual sex does cause an infection like a UTI, is it wrong?
Heterosexual sex is not wrong. Obviously, there is dangers.
Wait. So I just want to clarify.
Clean, but it is.
So
What?
your standard is what causes infection. So if a man
That
with
is
an
not
STI
that's not my full standard. I've
has sex
stated
with a
this
woman
several
and gives her a UTI, that's not wrong. But if a man without an STI or an STD has sex with a man without an STI or an STD, and nobody gets an infection or an STI or an STD, that is wrong. So it seems like your
I
standard
said yes
here
because
has
it's
nothing
just
to do with
illogical,
STIs,
and sodomy
STDs, so on
is
and so
just
forth.
harmful.
Okay, when you say it's
Like-
harmful, what do you mean by that?
Well, first of all, it's not the anus's purpose. That's not what it's for. I think it's pretty clear that that's an exit only thing, right?
Okay. When you
There's
say
a reason
purpose,
you have to do all these things to even commit sodomy. You have to,
So,
you have to
when you
open
say
it up.
purpose-
You have to clean it. Like, it's just all these extra steps that just
When-
proves it's not natural.
when you say purpose, do you mean like a purpose that was prescriptively designed by a conscious creator, or a purpose that we could like just descriptively define by like looking
One
at,
could argue
like,
both.
thing? So no, you actually can argue both simultaneously.
You can.
No, you can't. Because if the purpose is prescriptive, then by definition it's not descriptive. If the purpose is descriptive, then by definition it's not prescriptive. They're antithetical suggestions to one another.
Well, I will say I am religious, but I'm trying to engage in this debate with you without using my religious beliefs. So, because I think that would just be illogical of me to debate my religious beliefs with someone that's not religious. Can you agree with that?
So if you're not debating this from a religious perspective, then it's just a descriptive purpose insofar as what we observe this thing doing. Okay.
Sure.
Well, yeah, I would just say that the primary of the anus is to take shits, of course, because that is the predominantly observed function of the anus. However, maybe like a secondary purpose of the anus is to have awesome butt sex, because we also observe that sometimes too, right? Like a descriptive purpose is just simply what we like witness or observe a thing doing. So one could say that like a secondary purpose of the butthole descriptively is sex, just like a secondary purpose of the fingers descriptively is to play the piano.
You're comparing your hands are actually meant for, they're like tools, they're multi-tools, right? You're supposed to, but that's like, you can't compare that to the anus, because that's a one-way road, you know what I mean?
Well, obviously it's not a one-way road. Many people have gay sex, making it a two-way road descriptively. It's just
many
descriptively
people
too
do.
that
That
people
doesn't
use it
mean
as
it's
a two-way
right.
road.
People also
Well, you don't
unalive
have an
each other.
argument that
doesn't
it's
make it
wrong.
right. Dean, okay. How do you not think that that's just unnatural? You have to do all these things to even get it to work? Because, obviously someone that has not engaged in sodomy has,
so your argument said it's wrong because
right?
it's unnatural. All right, so define natural.
Define natural in the sexual way, or?
I think that there's one definition in natural. That's a univocal term. The definition of natural is what we observe in nature. So first and
Yes.
foremost, that's a really bad standard for morality. The reason why that's a really bad
It's
standard
not
for
my
morality-
entire standard. I have multiple.
Well, it shouldn't be your standard at all. The reason why that
Why-
shouldn't
why
be
is
your
that?
standard at all is because we observe rape in nature. Does this
That
mean
is true.
rape
I
is
agree with
okay?
that.
No. Also, on top of this, it's also just false that it's unnatural for people to be gay or to have gay sex. The reason why I say that is because we also observe gay animals and gay sex in nature. So, do you
Yes,
think it's
okay.
how about this? Do you think it's just wrong to be non-straight, like to have same-gendered attractions?
No, I actually don't think that that's wrong, because you can't really control like your mental attraction.
Okay, so
You can control whether you act on it or not. It's
so
like it's the same thing.
It's not wrong to want to fuck a butt, but it is wrong to fuck a butt.
Yes,
Okay.
that's like saying
How about-
like
so,
okay,
so,
Dean.
so
we've
why
all,
is
we've
why is
all
lesbian sex a bad thing?
It's illogical.
What do you mean by illogical?
Well, first of all, I'm not gonna play the natural card here, because
Well, just what do you mean by
well,
illogical?
like name one positive thing that comes out of lesbian sex.
Pleasure?
Pleasure. That's
Like
not
partner pair
that's not
bonding?
why intercourse
Love?
exists. We experience pleasure because it makes us want to do it, but the sole purpose is to reproduce.
Okay, so if the sole purpose of sex is reproduction, would you say that it's wrong for a man to marry an infertile woman?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat yourself?
Is it wrong for a man to marry an infertile woman and have sex with her?
It's not wrong. It's illogical though.
Okay, so in other words, it's not wrong for a man to have sex with a woman, even if that man knows that choosing to engage in that action will not lead to reproduction. Therefore, it's not wrong for a woman to have sex with a woman, because even if that woman knows that having sex with that woman won't lead to reproduction.
It is wrong, and I've mentioned several times.
Wait. So
they're
what's the
incompatible.
relevant distinction between a man having sex with an infertile woman and a woman having sex with a woman that makes the first one not wrong, but makes the second one wrong?
Because women are incompatible with each other, and this is shown
Why?
in statistics. The highest divorce rate, and you claimed that it was because of.
Wait. So I just want to clarify: if heterosexual couples had higher divorce rates than like lesbian couples, would you argue that lesbian sex is not wrong?
Can you repeat yourself?
If heterosexual couples had higher divorce rates than lesbian couples, would you argue that lesbian sex is not wrong?
You're saying if, and that's just not true. I can't like.
You can't engage in an
answer
if-then
that.
conditional statement because you have 3 fucking brain cells. That's why.
Whoa, Dean, calm down, bro. I'm trying to just talk to you, and you're getting all angry. Calm down.
I mean, you're just like straight up refusing to engage in an if-then conditional statement.
See, Dean, this
Like
is
that's
what
something
you
that
do.
only no.
You
This is
make
what
up
this
a
is
bunch of
what you
fake
guys
scenarios.
do. It's like you guys can't even like track your own logic. Like, listen, you understand that we expect 3rd graders to be able to engage in if-then conditional statements. We all remember 3rd grade math class where we got the homework assignment that said, if Johnny had 3 apples and Amanda had 2 apples, then Johnny and Amanda sold one of their apples each. How many apples would they both have collectively? Right? That is an if-then conditional statement that we realistically expect literal 7-year-olds to answer. So if you're smarter than a literal 7-year-old, you will be able to answer the question. If
Not the same.
heterosexual couples had a higher divorce rate than lesbian couples, then would lesbian sex be wrong?
If you're saying you're making up scenarios, like obviously the scenarios you speak of in these kindergarten equations, these are actual scenarios that could happen. These are scenarios that have not happened and will never happen.
Okay, he thinks it's literally impossible for lesbians to have a lower divorce rate. All right.
Hey, Dean,
but-
when that
wait.
happens, I will give you my entire life savings if that ever actually happens.
Wow,
I'm
yeah,
so serious.
So true. So you said that because lesbians have a higher divorce rate than both straight and gay men couples, that therefore women are not compatible with one another. So please demonstrate to me A, statistics that prove lesbians have a higher divorce rate than all other couples, and then B, why you think that this makes lesbians incompatible with one another and isn't driven by like social parameters, such as the fact that there are realistic social expectations that men and women should be together. So when men are in relationships with women, the man, for the most part, will attempt to, like, I guess, socially persuade and, or in many scenarios, force that woman to stay in that relationship with them. Meanwhile, these social pressures don't exist to the same extent for lesbian couples.
I can sort of agree with that. Obviously, I'm not like, okay, if you're straight, I'm not gonna automatically I'm not gonna fuck with you automatically, right? It's just, this is just in terms of like biological, like what we're supposed to do and what's illogical and what's not. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean, because I think that you're lost. So if there's a lifelong lesbian couple that love each other very much and they never divorce and they die married, which happens all of the time, and they had a bunch of lesbian sex all throughout their life, was that wrong? Because they clearly were compatible
Dean,
with one
listen.
another.
You're making up a lot of fake scenarios, man. Like,
Wait, you don't think that there's any lesbian couple that hasn't
laying down
divorced?
facts, and you're
What's the divorce rate for lesbian couples?
I'm pretty sure it's like 75%.
Okay, well, let's just roll with that, even though that's total bullshit. So for the 25% of lesbian couples
right.
that married and then loved one another until the day they died, can we agree that they were compatible with one another?
You could argue that, but I will say that it's
okay,
like,
perfect. So for those couples, was it wrong for them to have lesbian sex?
Scenario. Like, I could go to the gas station and
so
get a
for those
lottery ticket,
scenarios,
I
was
could
it
win the
wrong for
lottery,
them
but
to
does
have
that mean I'm
lesbian
going
sex?
to? No.
For those scenarios, was it wrong for them to have lesbian sex?
Yeah, because it's illogical.
Why?
Because it's illogical.
Why?
You still have yet to name one good
Why?
thing.
Wait,
other
no,
than
tell me why.
pleasure, which
Why is it wrong? Why is
pleasure
it quote unquote
feeds into
illogical?
it.
No, no.
I'm literally telling you.
Okay, because it doesn't lead to reproduction. But earlier, when I asked you if it's wrong for a man to marry an infertile woman and have sex with her, you said it wasn't wrong, even though it doesn't lead to reproduction. So your contradiction is you're saying that it's not wrong for a man to have a sex with an infertile woman, even though it will never lead to reproduction. But it is wrong for these 15% of lesbian couples to have lesbian sex with one another because it doesn't lead to reproduction. So why does the fact that the sex doesn't lead to reproduction in one scenario make it wrong, but the fact that the sex doesn't lead to reproduction in another scenario not make it wrong?
Well, first of all, I'm just going to go ahead and answer with this. The key word you use right there is scenario. Scenarios are not things that actually happened, and this is something you like to say a lot. You like to make up.
I'm
these
sorry, you're
scenarios
stupid
that
if you
justify
think
things.
that it doesn't actually happen where lesbians will get married, love each other, have lesbian sex, and then die together. Yes, that obviously does happen.
Can you name one instance off the top of your head where that happened?
Yes, my childhood friends' mothers.
How do I know you're not making that up?
Well, then why would you ask for one scenario of this happening?
Because I thought maybe you knew someone that was, well known in the media, but
Also, by the way, you accept, even under your view, you accept that this happens. Because I asked you for what you think the divorce rate
obviously.
is.
I
No,
could
no,
also
no.
win
No,
the
not that
lottery.
it could
I'm
happen.
going to, no.
Not that it could happen, but that it does happen. Okay, you told me that you think the divorce rate for lesbian couples is 75%, which, by the way, you haven't given any evidence for. And as I already said, I would completely assume.
Do you want me to
that you're
fetch it for
bullshitting
you?
me. But
Do you want me
even
to
if that
fetch it
is
for you,
true,
Dean?
then you accept in those 15% of scenarios that they love one another, they marry one another, they stay with one another for life, and then they die. So in those scenarios, you can't argue that it's wrong for them
25.
to have lesbian sex because it doesn't lead to reproduction. Is that was your argument for a man who married an infertile woman?
Dean, you said 15 is 25.
Okay, yeah, my bad. Same thing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Dean. I said this earlier. Like, obviously, it can happen, and if it did happen, saying this, like, obviously,
In those scenarios, is
you
it
watch
wrong?
the news, people win the lottery. That
Is
doesn't
it
mean
in those
I'm gonna
in those
win the
scenarios?
lottery.
Is it wrong?
You said what?
In those scenarios, is it wrong?
Yes.
Why?
It's illogical, Dean.
Okay, and then you said, dude, we're going in circles. All right, listen.
Yeah, we
do I
are
need-
going in circles.
Do I need to
think you're
pull
having
out?
fun.
Do I need to pull out the whiteboard on your ass?
Do it.
Oh my god, I don't know why my guests are this fucking stupid. Legitimately, it's so infuriating.
Dean, chill,
me.
bro. Hey,
Is
you offered, man.
it
Now you're getting mad.
wrong
You
for
you
man
you
to
offered, dude.
marry and have sex with infertile woman? Your answer was no. Yes, no. All right, we're gonna.
Dean,
bold
you're
what you
Jester
say.
maxing right now.
Does
You're doing all this for me. Feel so honored.
sex between man and infertile woman lead to reproduction? No.
Dean, can I ask you a question?
No, because I'm pulling out the whiteboard on your ass.
You can't multitask?
No, I actually can't.
You can? Then let me ask my question.
No, I said I can't.
Oh, you can't. Oh, my bad.
Okay.
Yo, who's saying I'm in love in the chat, bro? I'm not in love with
All right,
Dean.
we're gonna put this guy on mute because we have to whip out the
fine.
whiteboard. Stay on mute. Perfect. Is it wrong for two married women who never divorce to have sex? All right. Perfect. Is it wrong for a man to marry and have sex with an infertile woman?
Are you asking me again?
Yes.
No, but it's illogical.
Perfect. Does sex between men and infertile women lead to reproduction?
No. That's why I say
Okay.
it's illogical.
Okay, perfect. Is it wrong for two married women who never divorced to have sex with one another?
Yes, because
Why?
it's illogical. Because it's illogical.
Okay, your answer, the issue with your view, I'm just going to put this up on the screen. Phenomenal. Is that
You're not adding
saying-
what I said.
One moment. You're saying that it's not wrong for a man to marry and have sex with an infertile woman, even though it's illogical. But then you're arguing that it is wrong for two married women to have sex with one another because it's illogical. So why does a fact that you think sex between two people that can't reproduce with one another being illogical make it wrong when the two people are women, but not make it wrong when the two people are a man and a woman?
Listen, Dean. Listen.
Answer the question.
I'm sorry that it's not painted in black and white for you. But
Answer the question.
What I will. What question?
Oh my God. Do you need me to repeat it?
I think I do.
Okay. Why does the fact that you think that sex between two people who can't reproduce with one another, making that sex illogical, make it wrong when the two people are women, but not make it wrong when the two people are a man and a woman?
Because two women are incompatible.
Why?
Because of the divorce rates.
It's pre-assumed in this statement that they never divorced, so they're not incompatible with one another.
Pre-assumed, Dean. You can't just make things up, dude.
Yeah, you literally can. It's a question.
Dean, why are you making stuff up?
It's not making things up. It's asking
Literally
a
what you're
question.
You're asking a question by making stuff up.
By adding a pre-assumption into the question that is true of reality. Do you agree that there are lesbian couples who stay married to one another for the entirety of their lives?
From my experience, no.
Okay, so then why isn't the divorce rate for lesbian couples 100?
Margin of error.
Okay, so you just think that the other 25% are what?
Margin of error.
What does that mean?
Margin of error. You know
What does that
means?
mean? I don't know how you're using that term. Tell me
Statistics
what that
are never
means.
100% correct, Dean.
Okay, give me a source that all lesbian couples inevitably get divorced.
My brain is the source. Because
Okay,
margin
well,
of error.
so first and foremost, you can't use something that doesn't exist as a source for a claim. Second of all, even if hypothetically you did have a brain, which is quite a wild hypothetical, your intuitions wouldn't be evidence because your intuitions aren't truth tracking.
What are you talking about? Why are you now? You've resorted to insulting me.
No, I'm just telling the truth. Margin of error, bro.
Yeah, margin of error. Now you're starting to insult me.
Can you give evidence or not?
For what? Ask me again.
For the claim that all lesbian couples end up divorcing or leaving one another.
I don't think all of them do.
Okay, so for those that don't, why is it wrong for them to have gay sex? You can't say it's because that sex doesn't lead to reproduction. Because even though sex between a man and an infertile woman doesn't lead to reproduction, you don't think it's wrong for them to do so.
But it's illogical. I said both are illogical.
Yeah, but you said because one's illogical, it's therefore wrong. But even though the other's illogical, it's not wrong. And that's a contradiction.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Prove to me right now that that's a contradiction.
Sure, the definition of a proposition of a contradiction is when you affirm a premise while simultaneously denying the premise. So the premise that you're simultaneously affirming and denying is that if it's illogical, then it's wrong. Because you're saying it's true that if it's illogical, it's wrong in the scenario of lesbian women. But you're also saying it's false.
I didn't say if it was
illogical,
illogical, it's wrong.
In the scenario of men having
words.
sex with infertile women.
Dean, you're twisting my words right now, buddy.
No, I'm not.
I never said illogical equals wrong.
Yes, you did, because I asked you why it's wrong for two married women to have sex, and you said because it's illogical, meaning that you think the fact that it's illogical, or more so, your claim
I
that
also
it's
said because they're not compatible
is the wrong
and because
maker.
they spread those.
No, we asked you why. We asked you why it's illogical, and then you said because they're incompatible. Them being quote unquote incompatible was your explanation for why it's illogical, not a secondary reason on top of it being illogical.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you agree that your reason was because it's illogical. So then the strict contradiction that's true of your view is that the contradiction that you're affirming is you're saying it's simultaneously true and false, that if it's illogical, then it's wrong. You say that's true for the lesbian woman, but it's false for the man and the infertile woman.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, it is literally on the whiteboard. You said, no, not wrong for man to have sex with infertile woman.
Dean,
yes,
you didn't add all my answers.
Yes, wrong for married woman who's never divorced to have sex with one another.
Dean, it's not in black and white. I told you this.
Thank you so much for demonstrating legitimately how stupid homophobes are, by the way.
Who said
I appreciate you. Me. I appreciate you for demonstrating how truly stupid homophobic people are. It's great. For everybody who's watching who says that guy's trolling, no, he wasn't trolling. He actually wasn't trolling. This is just how just unintelligent he is. That's how unintelligent they are, folks. Listen, I'm telling you guys that these live streams are working. I'm telling you guys that these live streams are working, everybody. All right? Because every single day that we do these live streams, the guests on these live streams get progressively stupider, more stupid. Right? And the reason why that's evidence that these live streams work is because it just continually reduces down to a selection bias of the people who are more intelligent no longer wanting to join the live stream because they realize that it's wrong to believe in these things because of the explanations that we give in the debates that we host. Jimmy, do you support Trump?
You are learning.
What did you say I am doing, Jimmy?
You are learning.
I'm learning. Well, I'd say in that last conversation, I was more so teaching, but whatever. Do you support Trump?
Well, yeah, of course. We already been through this.
I don't even remember you, Jimmy Jim.
You don't remember me?
No. Why do you support Trump? He's a pretty bad president.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I know, but there are bad people out here, aren't there?
Why do you support him?
Well, I mean, majority of you liberals, right? Majority of you liberals want socialism.
So,
the reason y'all want socialism is that this is my belief. This is what I think. The reason you want socialism is because as soon as y'all become socialism, you have the right to take away. The state does. The state, the government, has the right to take away the guns away from us who have guns, right? Right?
Jimmy, are you trolling, Jimmy?
Right?
If you're trolling, you're funny.
Y'all have control.
You're funny as hell for this. If you're trolling,
execute every single one of us, and then that way you get your fucking utopia.
Jimmy, are you trolling?
No, I'm just being truthful. That's what I think. I mean,
dude, listen. If I was like a middle-aged white man who had this deep, gnarly, cigarette-smoking, sounds like a conservative from Alabama voice, I would definitely be hitting this troll. If you're trolling, you're funny as shit, Jimmy. Okay, just admit it.
Socialism, man, can't work, bro.
Okay, what's socialism? I don't think he's trolling. What's socialism? Wow, this is crazy. What's socialism?
Socialism is taking away from the owner. That's what socialism is.
Taking away from the... So socialism is control?
Yeah, well, okay, so for instance, like...
Okay, so I just muted your mic, which means I control your ability to speak. So do you think it would follow that it's therefore true I'm socialisming your ability to speak? Because you literally defined the word socialism as control.
It is. It is control.
So I'm socialisming your ability to speak by muting you?
Well, yeah.
Okay, that's incoherent bullshit, Jimmy. So, dude, come on. I have a stutter. Yes, I have a stutter. It's not as pronounced anymore because I've gone through a lot of speech therapy and I get a lot of practice speaking on these live streams, but I do have a stutter.
I don't feel sorry for you.
Okay. Oh, I don't think that you have the capacity to feel sorry since you're an apathetic asshole who supports a rapist as president.
I am an asshole, dude.
To feel sorry.
I am an asshole. 100%. ABN. Asshole by nature.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify. When Donald Trump was, I don't know, right, like controlling the federal government by barring and preventing them from ever investigating him, his companies, or his family members for tax fraud up until this point at any point in their lives ever again, he was like socialisming the federal government.
That's a lie.
That's a lie. No, that was a part of the settlement in his lawsuit that he held against the IRS. So when Donald Trump was controlling E. Jean Carroll by raping her, was he socialisming E. Jean Carroll?
Why do you always revert to rape?
Because I don't like the fact that
was
there's
you hurt as a child?
Was
you manhandled as a young kid, like by another adult?
Well, that's a very invasive
did somebody
and personal.
Penetrate you, bro?
That's a very invasive and personal question, Jimmy. Regardless
well,
if
I mean,
it's
you're
true or
asking
false.
me personal questions. You're asking questions about Donald Trump. I'm pretty sure he takes that personal.
So I just want to clarify that your response to me saying that it's a bad thing to have rapists as president is to speculate that I was raped as a child and that's the only reason why I care.
Yeah, because you always bring it up.
This guy did the same thing on my live.
You always bring up.
I'm pretty sure he did the exact same thing and it came up on my live.
You also okay. So Jimmy, are you a victim?
No.
So therefore, you don't.
I don't
care
bring
that he's
up
a
rape
rapist?
every conversation. You do.
Okay.
Every conversation with every individual on your live is always rape.
So the reason why I bring up
like-
the fact
it's
that
like-
Trump is a rapist,
It's
very
like you have
frequently-
It's like
So-
you have a.
So the
an
reason.
endeavor.
So the reason why I bring up the fact that Trump is a rapist very frequently is because I think that it's a bad thing that a rapist is president. I think that that is a catastrophe. I think that it's a failure of the social and moral fabric of the United States as a nation, as well as I think it sets a very grave precedent to men who want to rape women, because a lot of bad actors.
You know what I think's a failure?
Let me
To
go ahead and
go
put you on
across the face of.
a lot of really bad actors, a lot of really bad men who want to rape women won't rape women.
Check this out.
Because they're
Check this
scared
out.
of the
You know what
consequences
I
that
think?
they'll face. Like getting thrown in jail, being stigmatized by society, having their like social opportunity for their like career limited for the rest of their life. So even though they want to rape women, they'll refuse and refrain from engaging in those actions because of those consequences. But when we set this new precedent that it doesn't matter, you could go out there, you could rape a woman without going to jail, without losing your support, without losing your reputation, without losing your career, and damn, in fact, you could even become president. Well, then all of a sudden, we're telling these men that they could just go out there and do whatever the hell they want to women without facing any social or legal repercussion from the world.
And that's not true.
Okay. So either, if that's not true, then Trump's not a rapist. But Trump is a rapist,
right.
so that's false.
No, that's by your perspective.
Okay, so why do you doubt the outcome of the court that concluded he did rape a woman?
Where's the DNA proof?
Well, in the case, there was no verified DNA proof. But I don't think that DNA proof is the only way to prove rape.
There is no DNA.
No verified DNA proof. Because there was DNA, it just
No
wasn't verified
verified
to be Trump.
DNA. So he didn't do it.
So I don't think that verified DNA proof is the only way to prove rape. The way I'd say that she proved rape is by holding consistent testimony for 30 years straight, as reaffirmed by 4 of her friends, as reaffirmed by
Why didn't
therapist
she
notes from
speak
the
up
90s,
then? Why
as
didn't she
reaffirmed
speak up
by
when it was relevant?
psychotherapists that said that her testimony was indicative of true trauma responses, signaling that she is truly a rape victim, and reaffirmed by the 2 lies and inconsistencies from Trump, claiming that he never met
Why
her,
did
which
she
he
wait?
did, and claiming that she wasn't his type, which she was, in accordance with his deposition and the photo that E. Jean Carroll submitted to
Why
the
did
What
she
We Do
wait all
Together.
this time?
On top of all of Donald Trump's character priors, once you engage in action of sexual violence once, you're much more likely to do it again. In fact, people who are sent to jail for sexual violence are upon the most likely to recommit when they leave jail. So the fact that Donald Trump has engaged in sexual violence at many other points in his life and is boasts about it proudly, like the exploitation of the women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, makes it incredibly more likely that he would also rape a woman in his life. And because it's what the jury proved, I absolutely believe him. I
Jimmy,
like it
you
when
stunned,
you're
bro?
silent, Jimmy.
You stunned?
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
I can tell.
Yo,
Is
thank
that
you for the
first time?
$20 over on Super Chat, Ethan. Thank you. Fact check, according to institutions in
That
Finland,
kinda-
including
it does
it.
kinda-
Wait, shut up, Jimmy.
I'm not gonna
Shut
lie,
up,
that-
Jimmy.
that right
And-
there
and
hit.
shut up, Jimmy. Wait,
You
what?
shut up.
Wait, what did you say, Jimmy? That got you?
Yeah,
Wait, are
what
you-
you just said in that last statement there, in that last.
Wait.
Never mind.
Wait, whoa, I gotta lock in. I
mean,
thought.
no one's ever dropped it like that. You know what I'm saying? No one's ever dropped the mic like that on me like that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. Let's see where. Okay,
So-
You know, I might have
Jimmy.
been right with that statement, by the way.
Yeah, I
Huh?
thought that you were one of the irredeemables. So I'm just over here screaming at you, telling you to shut up. Don't shut up. Continue to speak, Jimmy.
Yeah, that. I'm gonna. Never mind. Just continue. I'm learning something. I'm learning. I'm learning.
Oh, wow. All right. Let me thank a couple people, and then we'll get back to it. Apologize for telling you to shut up. Ethan with the $20 says, fact check, according to institutions in Finland, including the University of Helsinki, lesbian couples have a 41% divorce rate. Also, who cares if it's illogical? Humans do the illogical and unnatural things all the time. Well, it's not illogical and it's not unnatural, and that guy was just a bigot. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Ethan. Let's get 200 Ethan W's. Thank you. Same thing to Siri. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Lord T, thank you for the $20. Who's telling caller Dean is taken by the guy. That was to the last guest. Thank you so much for the $20, Lord T. Full Band, thank you for the $20. Who says, Two of the dumbest callers I've ever heard back to back. Once again, referring to the first two guests of the day. Yeah, they're pretty fucking bad. Full band. Thank you so much for the $20. 200 full band W's. Thank you so much. Lord T, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Chaos, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for that love. Suzu, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And then Lord T with the $10 who says, is he a virgin or a groiper? Once again, referring to that last guest. You guys had a lot to say about that last guest. And then NAX, thank you so much for the $10. Feisty, thank you for the $10 who says, does he know that oral sodomy as well? I didn't get a chance to ask that last guest about oral. I should have. Lord T, thank you so much for the $10. And with all that being said, we're all caught up over on Super Chat. There's a couple more people that I do have to thank on Venmo and PayPal. I'm going to hold that off just so I can focus on trying to change Jimmy's mind down here. So let me just go ahead and repeat that last point that I said and expand on it. One of the biggest reasons why I believe that Donald Trump is guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll is because this isn't just an isolated instant of one accusation. He is a lifetime of sexual violence. In 2005, he went on Howard Stern's podcast and he straight up told Howard Stern how funny he thought it was and how much pride he took into barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to look at their naked bodies while they were getting changed without consent. That is an action of sexual violence that we know Donald Trump engaged in over the course of multiple years, multiple times.
I thought it was just inspection.
So in the clip, he made a joke about like inspecting the dressing rooms as his like quasi justification for why it was okay for him to be back there. But that was just kind of like a satirical meme. It wasn't actually inspecting the dressing rooms, or else he would have like inspected the dressing rooms after the pageant was
Doesn't
over,
he own it?
when there wasn't anybody who's actively getting dressed in them.
He owns it, right?
Yeah, but he is the owner who also set forth a reasonable expectation of privacy for women away from men inside of those spaces. So if he walks in, he is still infringing upon the consent of the women and girls inside of that space. Like, for instance, if you have a
Were they
wife and
naked?
she... Yes.
Oh.
He said so. He said that they had no clothes on in the clip. Right, and I think this makes it more likely that he raped E. Jean Carroll because, like I said, people who go to jail for sexual violence are among the most likely out of any crime to recommit once they're out.
So you mean you're sitting there? Can you play that clip again? Or can you play the clip? Period. Can you play that part?
It's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Juliana, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, says, love you and Parker. Love you, Juliana. Thank you for that support. And then same thing to you, Elizabeth. Thank you for the $30 donation, who says, happy Pride. Really appreciate the way that you and Parker advocate for women and the LGBTQ+. I try my best. Very frequently, we're just
Emphasize
stuck with
incredible
guests. I appreciate you so much for the $30, Elizabeth. Let's get 300 Elizabeth W's and 100 Juliana W's in that chat. Go ahead, man. What's your response to hearing that clip?
Emphasize incredible.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean?
Why would he say incredible? What would he mean by that?
Oh, like they're incredible looking bodies?
Yeah, so in other words, he was
Going back there to look at them.
I'm speechless. My bad,
So
bro.
is this like a reason you wouldn't support Trump, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So given that you've heard all of this information, would you say that like you wouldn't vote for Trump anymore? Like if the election were held today?
If the election were to go on, yeah, I'd probably revert.
Okay. Wow, it sounds like you changed your mind then. That's great to hear, actually.
Jesus. Well, Jimmy,
That kind of
yeah.
pisses me off, honestly. It
Wow.
really makes me fucking mad.
Well,
Man.
that's actually a really valid response. I actually appreciate that response.
Yeah, me too, Jimmy. Thanks for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, okay, man? Seriously, thank you for your time.
Yeah, you literally mind fucked me, man. So
Listen, man.
in respect, that's mad props on your end.
And mad props on you.
Sorry for the hate, bro.
Listen,
My bad.
you're all good, Jimmy. Thanks for coming up, all right?
All right, man. Take care.
Take care.
Take care. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that kind of like gave me hope, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like that, the fact that it just like randomly like that just like randomly happened, and it went from like seeming like he was like angry at us and like was unwilling to, change anything, and then immediately for it to like, like it hit really quickly. Like normally, I feel like the debates it takes like it gradually hits. Like that just was immediate. That was kind of like that's one of my first times I've ever experienced it being that immediate. I feel
Dude. Yeah, I don't know if like you could tell, but I'm kind of like lost for words. I don't really know what to say. Amazing, like absolutely amazing. That really does make me wonder though. How many people are there out there that have the good moral foundation? Like it seems Jimmy did. Okay, that's a good moral foundation to have, to hate people who engage in sexual violence, for that to piss you off, and for you to hold the red line against ever supporting somebody like that in public office. That's a good, but how many people out there have that good moral foundation that are just so misled and or so uneducated / ignorant? How many people out there are like Jimmy? I don't know.
I think it's a higher number than we think.
Yeah,
but I honestly, I think it's a lot of people. Like, I think that's probably applicable to millions of people, and that's why I think these conversations are so important. Because, like, take any percent of those people, right? We have the capacity to convince them, right, and to change their minds, and that's why I think that we see people's minds change all the time. Is that there are people in that particular group.
Yeah, let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. It's kind of psychologically hard for me to like go from the first two debates that we had of like super dense, like very annoying people to somebody like Jimmy who's maybe willing to change his mind. It's really difficult for me just to like change my mind, or I guess change my mental state from being like defensive in the sense that I'm focused on how I'm not going to let this person wear me down through their idiocracy, to being like more open in the sense of like, well, how am I going to actively reorient my focus on trying to change this person's mind? It's difficult for me.
I think the only way to like, as a person, manage it is unironically just disassociation. Like, yeah. I think that there's a process of some level of disassociation that we need to go through, like after every single one of those guests, to like even be able to continue to go on.
True. You're right.
Yeah, Paul, that's at least what I've thought about.
Paul, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do not.
Okay, well, cool. We're just looking for Trump supporters today. While we're trying to get that next Trump supporter up in here, I am just going to go ahead and thank a handful of the people tuning into that live stream. Thank you so much, Matthew, for the $15 dono on Venmo. Thank you very much, man. Let's get 150 Matthew W's, who says, love you and Parker. I love you, Matthew. You're always here. Ava, thank you for the $5, who says, only 11 years of data for divorce rates of same-sex couples, by the way. True. I should have brought that up. Really good point, Ava. Cheyenne, thank you for the $10. She says, can't wait for the Jubilee video. Love you, Dean. Love you too, Cheyenne. You know it. I can't wait for you guys to see that video either. Bridget with the $10 says, big props to you two and Jimmy for coming out with an open mind. I know, right? That was so unexpected. And then Joseph, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo, who says, wow, it's been such a while since we've had such a 180 like that. What a true show of why you do what you do, man. I fucking agree, Joseph. That is why I do what I do. People like that last guest are literally why I do these live streams. And everybody out there saying that these live streams are ineffective, I hope that last conversation has changed your mind. Thank you so much for the $30 donation.
Yeah, in order for them to say that, they have to ignore moments like that.
Yeah. And think about all the moments that don't happen on live. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Amelia?
Yes, I do. I did actually want to discuss.
See... Bye. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, we got David loading up inside of that queue. Let's see here. Allison, thank you for the $1 in Venmo 11 minutes ago. Is this your real account? It sure is. And then Paige, thank you so much for the $15 dono on Venmo. And thank you so much for all that information. Thank you, Paige. And then Sky with the $10, who says, reminded for the blue dots in Oklahoma, we have an election today. Go out there and vote. Vote! I love it! Jared, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo as well. Kat and Paige, thank you guys for the $5. Andrew, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much. And Peter, thank you so much for the $20, who says, before presenting the evidence that Trump walked into the Miss America changing room, you should define a dressing room using Trump's language and get the other person to agree on that definition. Oh, I like that for the future, Peter. That's a really good recommendation. Thank you. Please show some love to Peter down below. Let's get 200 Peter W's in that chat. Folks, I was a troll. Her name's Liv. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I don't know.
Okay, if you don't know if you support Trump, I'd highly recommend just tuning into the live streams, hearing us out for what we have to say, and hopefully down the line we'll be able to change your mind, man. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now, guys. Like I said, on the opposite side of the queue of your MAGA, we got KL loading up. This guy always loads in and then runs for me every single time. KL, are you going to run again?
I never ran in my life.
Yes, I accept you up onto this live stream once or twice daily, and then you always leave the moment that you're accepted.
You kick me.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they're a troll.
I'm not a troll.
Why do you think that KL's a troll?
I'm pretty sure I remember the name being a troll on my stream.
No,
they
me,
admitted to you that
Scotty,
they were a troll.
Scotty, and Justin debated you. That's the real truth.
Oh wait, actually I do remember that. Yeah, this is a Trump supporter.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
We need to get Justin and we need to get Scotty up here for.
Yeah, that was like the most insane panel. Oh my gosh, did you know that?
Yeah, I remember tuning in when you guys were doing that. Let me thank a couple more people, then the mic, the floor are yours, Mr. Dummy. Megan, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Says, way to kick MAGA about every debate. I try my best, Megan. I try my best. Thank you for the $20. That is a huge donation, and I am beyond grateful for you. Genuinely, thank you so much for that love. Over on PayPal, Tim, thank you for the $25, who says over 1,500 species of animals have been scientifically observed having homosexual relationships. Change that to 2,000, my friend. Thank you so much for the $25, Tim. He goes on to say, if God created God created homosexuality too. No, that's actually absolutely true. Under the Christian worldview, God created gay people. Yep, absolutely, 110%. Then Miss Sarah, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. That is SARAH. Let's get 500 Sarah W. Sarah didn't attach a message to that dono, just sent it right on through. You're the GOAT. Thank you so much. That is a huge donation. I'm very grateful for you. Show some love to Sarah down below. Thank you. That is insane, honestly. Isabella and Gino, thank you guys for the $5. Francis, thank you guys for the $20, who says, I didn't realize Kronk was so homophobic. I don't know who Kronk is. Maybe like the homophobic guest sounded like somebody named Kronk. I don't know. But I just thank you for the $20, Francis. Let's get 200 Francis W's. Harold, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Harold. And then Julie, thank you for the $10. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us how the hell you support the worst president of your life.
My views just align more Republican.
What? Yeah, what specific views, bud?
Abortion. Mainly.
Do you think that rape victims should be able to legally access abortion?
Yes.
Okay, what's the next view?
Rape and incest, that's it.
What's the next view?
That's more like the main view.
Oh, okay.
And I do not support like the trans community. So.
Okay, well the thing is that if Harris was president right now, more innocent lives would be saved. So like not only have abortion numbers gone up every year since Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, but also if Harris was president, Trump wouldn't have had the opportunity to defund USAID, which is projected to kill an estimated 14 million people globally over the course of the next 4 years. So from your position of abortion's wrong because you want to save as much innocent human life as possible, you would have just supported Kamala Harris from a harm reductionist position.
How is she saving more lives than Trump is?
A, overturning a Roe v. Wade has only increased annual abortions. B, if she was elected, Trump wouldn't have had the opportunity to defund USAID, projected to kill 14 million people in the next 4 years by the Lancet.
Wow, like, dude, just like literally no response. Like, bro is stunned silent. Like, you just literally like stunned him silent, Dean. Like, actually, like, bro is completely quiet. He can't even respond.
Tess, thank you for the galaxies. It's good to see you today. We'll wait. It's fine. Maybe he's thinking. I feel like I'm on my game today.
We need to call him back up. We need to get Justin and we need to get Scotty.
No, just so
yeah, that's not gonna help you, bruv.
So do you see my perspective?
Yes.
Do you concede to my perspective?
On saving more lives, maybe, but
Okay.
I still don't think
Oh.
abortion. I don't think abortion's right though.
All right. But
Okay,
once
you
again,
can say that, but still, your view would still be that you got to support Harris.
yeah.
No, you can support neither, and then still think abortion's wrong.
Okay. Well, no,
Okay,
actually.
wait, so you support neither, so you wouldn't support Trump.
Oh,
You
I'm
wouldn't
just
vote
saying
for
that
him.
hypothetically, I can support neither. You don't have to support either one.
So
Yeah, technically, but if you want to
So, yeah.
save as many lives as you can, you want to vote for the harm reductionist view, that would be Harris.
But she also supports abortion. So
So-
I
yeah,
think
that's
even
why.
so she's
considering
doing
that.
one thing right, but she's doing
That-
one
that's-
thing
Wait,
wrong.
which,
why-
by the way, doesn't mean that she thinks it's good. It just means that she thinks it should be legal to occur.
Yeah. Also, that's why Parker specifically said the harm reductionist view, not the ideological perfectionist view. Like basically, what you'd say from your perspective is that you have a big disagreement with Harris. She wants abortion to be legal. You don't. But overall, still yet she should have been president today because in retrospect, more innocent lives would have been saved.
You're not debating me on like why abortion's wrong. You're just telling me that I should have voted for her.
Yeah, because we could actually assume for the purpose of debate that abortion is wrong and still conclude that Harris should be president.
No, I could just conclude I don't want to vote at all.
Okay, so is that your conclusion?
Yes.
Okay, so we've converted you. You're no longer a Trump supporter.
No, you haven't. Well, I guess you converted me.
Okay, so you're not a Trump
converted me anywhere
supporter.
else.
Not a Trump supporter.
Abortion's still wrong though.
Okay, we can convince you on that, but we've already convinced you you're not a Trump supporter.
All right, listen, man. I'll give you 5 minutes specifically on the abortion debate. It's whatever. Why is abortion wrong?
Because you're killing an innocent child.
Why is that wrong?
You just asked me why is it wrong to kill an innocent child.
Yes.
Did you just hear what you just said?
Yes. I did hear. I asked you why it's wrong to kill a fetus. Yes. What's the argument?
Well, no, it's a child.
Yeah, I don't care. Your loaded words do nothing against me. I think that a lot of
Okay.
I think that a lot of pro-choicers spend way too much time on the semantics. Oh, fetus, not a baby. It's a baby. It's not a fetus. Whatever the fuck it is, why is it wrong to kill it? What's the
it's murder.
argument? Okay, well the definition of murder would be the unjustified termination of a human life. Why is it unjust to terminate the life of the fetus?
Because it has the potential to be a human.
It has a potential to be a human in the future. Okay.
Yes.
Well, sperm cells and egg cells have the potential to be a human in the future. Is it wrong to jack off?
No.
Okay. So it's not wrong to like genocide 400 trillion lives that have the potential to be a human
Jizzicide.
in the future. But
the
it
same
is
thing,
wrong
though,
to end one life that has the
'cause-
potential to be a human in the future?
It's not the same thing.
Okay, so what's the difference?
So jacking off, like, it has to, like, the sperm has to get through an egg cell to create a baby. Jacking
Yeah,
off, you just-
which is like one of the
so-
which is like one of the reasons why it's not a human yet and only has the potential to be a human in the future. Right? But you remember, you said that you don't value the fetus because it is a human, but no, you said you value the fetus because it has the potential to be a human in the future.
Yes.
Okay. All right, damn.
Okay, so like, are you not pro-life anymore?
Dude, we are
No, I'm so
fucking them-
pro-life.
We're fucking them up today, dude.
Okay,
We're
well-
fucking them up.
Kale, I have a question.
Yeah.
If you were in a burning building and you could either save 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby, which would you rather save? 2 single-cell organisms at conception or 1 newborn baby from a burning building?
Well, how far along are the zygos?
Zygotes are single cell at conception.
The baby.
You'd save the baby, but don't you think 2 people are more valuable than 1 person?
One's alive, and the other 2 could have a chance of not making it through.
Okay, so wait,
difficulties.
it's not living at conception? You don't think life begins at conception?
Well, it is, but like not.
It is life, but you just don't value it as much?
No, they're just like they're not actually like on the earth. They're just alive.
So it's not on the earth. So zygotes aren't on the earth.
Like, no, like, you know what I fucking mean. You're just, like, twisting my words.
Well, I actually don't know what the fuck you mean.
Yes,
Like,
you
these
do.
zygotes are not on the earth, bro.
Dude, debater in the bio, by the way. I thought I'd point that one out. His bio says debater.
Dude.
Okay, what's one thing that you're good at debating? Because you're a self-proclaimed debater. What's one thing that you're good at debating?
But I'm debating you on right now.
Really? You're good at debating abortion?
Yes.
Oh, I disagree.
Oh.
But I feel more powerful when I have Scotty and Justin up here.
then go call your butt buddies, man. Get them up here. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Natalie, who says, also think about this. If you have a stupid law like 6 weeks more, women will get abortions because they don't have time to think about it. It also just promotes illegal, unsafe abortions. I actually agree with you, Natalie. And that might be one of the explanatory reasons why the amount of abortions women have been getting has been going up. Jordan, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, day 6 of trying to get Parker to play Wizard 101. Yo, Parker. Hop on Wiz, bro.
Oh, wait. What is this? I've been meaning to ask you. What is this?
Oh my god. It's like so fucking fun. It's a game where you get a bunch of spells and really cool gear and has like a great plot, a great storyline, and you just like go around like completing tasks, and you got like your main quest, which is like eons long. It's like one of the most popular like MMOs ever.
Oh, okay.
It has lasted longer than like the Disney-backed MMOs. It's outlasted Toontown. It's outlasted all those other MMOs. It's a really old MMO. It's very old.
Oh, okay.
It's like from like 2008. And I play.
That's funny.
I play it every day, every single day. I play it. I like it when I hop off stream. I'm gonna go to the gym, get home, and then play Wizard 101. It's really fun. You should get it.
Okay, I'll get it. We can play. That'll be fun.
Someone
you know,
just
one
said
thing we
not
do
the
need to
ad?
do
Crazy.
again. You need to get dog walked in a Fortnite 1-on-1.
Dude, it's so true. It's been a while. Guys, it's not an ad. It's not an ad. I swear. Someone in the chat sent me a $10 donation with a $10. I did kind of word that like an ad though. Like I see why you guys are saying that. Honestly, Wizard 101.
No, like I've been getting messages from someone for a few days about it because they've been asking me to play. So like I was just genuinely curious about that. We don't do ads, or at least I don't. So.
Yeah, anyways. So like I said, if you guys want to, download Wizard 101, you could actually go to wizard101.com /. Just kidding.
Yeah, Dean.
All right, Kale, go to take it away. What's the fucking argument, dude?
I'll be right back. I gotta go get Scotty and Justin. I'll be back in the queue though.
Jesus Christ. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest, Dave,
Dude,
connected to the
people are now going to be like confirmed 100% now. It was an ad.
No, man, I would run ads for Wizard 101. I fucking love their game. I think it's great. Anybody else play Wizard?
We need a sponsorship immediately.
George, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Says Dean is clearly sponsored by Wizard 101, not the DNC. So true. Smiley, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says 109 U.S. women died from safe abortions from 2009 through 2019. Roughly 2,600 maternal deaths from late June 2022 through the end of 2025, based on CDC data. Yeah, it's because when women are no longer have access to abortion, well, then they just like kind of die because doctors are too scared to perform life-saving abortions. It's actually insane. Let's see here. We got Ella loading in. The pregnant woman mortality rate in Texas has increased by a factor of 2, by the way, since the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
Hey, bro.
Hey, welcome into You Support Trump.
I'm not here to be about political. I just want to talk about Star Wars.
Okay, no. Ali, thank you for the $4 on Venmo. Says, I'm so tired of these shallow, uneducated men joining and pretending to care about babies and human life. It's all virtue signaling, and they should just admit that they hate women. On God, it is. It actually is. It actually is all virtue signaling. I couldn't agree more. Andrew, thank you for the $5. Who says, don't you ever get tired of cooking these fools that aren't smart enough to even know who you are? Even know you are?
Kept tumbling down.
I kind of do get a little tired. I'm not going to lie. Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $5. Shout out to Joseph. Shout out to you. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Everybody just give us one moment. Everyone just give us one moment. Let's see here. Julia, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. And Serena, thank you for the $10. Who says, love you and Parker. Bro, you know it, Serena. I love you too. You are awesome. And Cielo, thank you for the $10. Who says, Jimmy's response gave me hope my dad will change his mind too. If you're listening, Jimmy, thank you for being open-minded. Bro, I'm not going to lie. That was huge. Like some like asshole middle-aged dude who like came up here honestly saying some like really like assholey MAGA type shit, inevitably had his mind changed. Like, what? I love that, bro. That is so cool. That is so cool. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how do you?
70.
All right, man. Let me thank 4 people, and the floor yours, okay?
Okay.
Let's see here. Karsten, thank you for the $25 donation on PayPal. Let's get 250 Karsten W's. Thank you so much. That is very kind of you. Karsten with the $25 says, hey, Dean, would it be possible to play the pageant clip on the next Jubilee debate that you do in order to reach more people? Thank you for all your debates. I did. In my 1v20, in my 1v20 debate that I just did with MAGA women that's airing this Sunday, I did play the pageant clip 3 times. So you will see it in this next massive production. I made sure of it. Thank you so much for the $25, Karsten. Anna, thank you for the $10. She says, thank you for all that you do. Question, what made you get into politics and debating? I just had like natural curiosity and interest in conversation. That's what got me in. But I appreciate you, Anna. Thank you for the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Michael, thank you so much for the $10 as well. He says, cheers to you. You know, I appreciate you, man. Thank you, Michael. And then Jesse, thank you for the $65 donation on PayPal. Holy fuck, Jesse. That is way too much money. I don't deserve a penny of that. That is so fucking much. Thank you so much for the bottom of my heart. Genuinely, thank you so very much for your kindness. I want to see 650 Jesse W's. Thank you so fucking much. That is unreal. Jesse didn't attach a message to the love. Just sent the $65 through. Huge shout out to the GOAT Jesse down below. Same thing to Kate. Thank you for the $25, who says, lesbian getting married this year. Thanks for indirectly defending the integrity of my relationship. Shout out to you and your wife to be. I wish you guys a very happy and fruitful relationship, and I'm sorry for assholes like that last guest. Thank you so very much for the $25. Go ahead and take it away. Why do you support the worst president of your life?
I did not support Joe Biden or Barack Obama. So I supported Donald Trump. I love his tax cuts. I like his tariffs. I love what he did with Venezuela, stop all those drugs from coming in. I like what he's doing in Iran, getting rid of all these terrorists running that country, or terrorcrats. And,
yeah, you just gave them $300 billion.
Yeah, that's okay. But anyway,
also, can I ask you about how do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning?
I didn't finish. I'm still telling why I like Donald Trump. But anyway, I like what he's going to do to Cuba. I also like the way he's lowering the crime rate. He's doing real good with the crime rate. And he also supports people running for office who are not socialists and fascists and people like that. He doesn't support people like that, like Democrats do and all these cities up there, like Maine. Maine has their fashion. Washington D.C. they have their socialists. That's New Jersey has somebody that enjoys.
Okay, thank you. You're done. Thank you. We got it. Go ahead, Parker.
Oh, come on, man. I got plenty more. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so how do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump pardoned the ex-president of Honduras that trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay. So let's address a couple points here. First point was you said you like how he's dealing with all the terrorcrats, quote unquote, in Iran. Yeah. So we need to be hard on them, right?
Yes.
Would you say that giving...
They're not there anymore. Well, they're not there. Just a couple of them might be there, but they're pretty much gone.
Would you say that giving the IRGC $300 billion for reconstruction is being hard on terrorists?
He didn't give them anything.
He
That's
did.
just a rumor.
Nope.
No,
this news broke. You've obviously. Have you watched the news today? Have you watched the news today?
I watched Trump today say that it's a bunch of lies.
When?
And I also watched Vance. Vance said, no, we're not giving them any money.
That's from yesterday, right? So this news broke today.
No, that's today. I watched him today.
No, you're talking about the interview that Vance did yesterday. This news is like literally from 3 hours.
It doesn't matter.
Ago.
I watched Trump today. I watched live stuff today. See, I watched live.
Oh my God! Wait! This news is literally from 35 minutes ago. Go on Google, type in Reuters, exclusive. Iran deal includes $300 billion fund, more than half of which is already committed, sources say. And this was updated literally 35 minutes ago.
If it's true, what is it for? Well, what's it for?
So the commitments exceed $150 billion across 5 regions that have been made so far. And let's see here. The funds only become operational after a final U.S.-Iran deal is signed. And this is an investment that is committed to helping to rebuild the nation and provide an economic incentive to Iran to uphold their end of the deal.
Well, anyway, I'll wait and see that my news source says that. Until then, I don't believe it because they said no U.S. money is going in for infrastructure for Iran.
So they're saying no. They're saying no government money.
No $300 billion.
No U.S. money means no government money. And
no $300
the sources.
billion.
And the sources from Reuters here says that that's actually true.
Yeah, well, I
this
don't care
$300
about
billion
Reuters.
isn't from taxpayers' funding. I
do
don't know
not
where it's
care
coming
about
from.
Reuters. Don't care about Reuters.
All right. Well, whatever. Next question. You said that Donald Trump doesn't like fascists. Okay, but the Democrats do. So which one of the two parties is the one championing a president who's calling for the execution of their political dissenters?
That would have to be Democrats. I don't know anybody doing that. Not on my side. That would be Democrats like like your buddy in New York.
Wait, before we play that. Wait. Oh, would you say that no one who's a Democrat should support the Democrats because of that reason?
Yeah, they're all a bunch of socialists, fascists.
Like for example, if a candidate has ever called for the execution of their political opponents just because of some unreasonable point, would you say that you think someone shouldn't support them?
Yeah, Democrats did that with Trump. Remember he took a bullet for us?
Okay, so like anybody, here's what Parker's asking you. Are you basically saying that anybody who still supports the Democrats after they called for the execution of Trump are clearly not in their right mind?
Well, I would say that for sure. I don't
right
know any Democrats that's in their right mind.
Okay, perfect. Are you in your right mind?
I'm always in my right mind.
Okay, so it's like if the Republicans called for the execution of Democrats, you'd stop supporting the Republicans. But
they wouldn't do that. That's not their character.
I know. But if they did.
No. That's not their character. They wouldn't do it.
The President of the United States of America responded to... You need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, "Democratic Veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders," by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would." Okay, so either you will now stop supporting Trump because he's called for the execution of his political dissenters, or you're self-admittedly not in your right mind by continuing to support him.
But anyway, he's talking about treasonous that would cause harm to the United States and cause unaliving citizens. That's the kind. You see, you took him out of context.
Okay,
like you always do.
Do you know
you always take him out of context.
Do you know what the UCMJ...
He didn't take him out of context. He put actually all the context. Like literally all of the context that Trump posted is what Dean put in the video.
No, see, he's talking about dangerous people who cause Americans to be unalived.
Okay.
That's what he's talking about.
All right. So what did they do that was treasonous?
Well, Democrats support Iran all the time. The whole time they were supporting Iran. That's treasonous.
Okay. Well, obviously we weren't looking at the video. Let's look at it together.
Donald Trump is now demanding. You need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. You need to know.
Okay.
Donald Trump posted
so it's a screenshot of Democratic veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified lawful orders.
In Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders by saying that this is.
And then that's what he called treasonous. So Donald Trump was saying.
What is that? Why do you keep showing that?
We were just trying to identify what precisely Donald Trump was calling treasonous. So Donald Trump was saying that it was treasonous for Democrats to urge members of our military to disobey any illegal order that they're given by the president. Do you know what the UCMJ is?
Well, I saw Democrats urging the service members not to obey orders. I saw that.
Yeah. Do you know what and that's what he's talking about. That's what he's calling treasonous.
Right. That's if like this, like in Iran, they were supposed to go take care of.
Do you know what the UCMJ is?
Yeah, that's the thing that Obama had.
No, you're thinking of the JCPOA.
Yeah,
so
I am.
No, the UCMJ is the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Okay.
Okay.
And think of like the Uniform Code of Military Justice as laws for active duty servicemen and women. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And these laws have been around for a long time because we need them, right? There's like very special privileges and things that members of our military do while at war. So they also need very special laws that only apply to them while they're at war. Okay. Well, the thing is, one of these rules that comes from Section 80 and Section 92 is that it's actually illegal for them to follow an illegal order given to them by any of their superiors. If they follow an illegal order given to them by any of their superiors, they are in violation of federal law. They'll go to military court and they'll get thrown in jail or thrown out of the military. So there's absolutely no way it is treasonous for members of our Congress to remind members of the military that they shouldn't follow illegal orders if the law will literally send them to jail for following illegal orders.
Why did they do that with Donald Trump only? Why did they do that with Obama, Bill Clinton,
the question,
maybe Jimmy Carter, no?
So I mean, there's an answer. There's an answer to that question. But that question is completely irrelevant to the prospect, well, were their actions treasonous? Because ultimately, this speech of theirs, reminding members of our military to honor their oath and honor the law, not to follow any illegal orders, was protected under the First Amendment. And we know that this speech was not treasonous speech because this speech was echoing the law of the United States of America. It is never treasonous to echo the law of the United States of America. So because of that, do you accept that what they said was not treasonous? Do you accept that? Do you accept for the reasons that I've granted you that what they said was not treasonous?
Okay, what is illegal? What would it be an illegal?
That's an irrelevant question. The reason why that's an irrelevant, the reason why that's an irrelevant question is because the Democrats that made this video did not say Donald Trump gave you this specific illegal order. You shouldn't follow this specific order. No, I'm going to start from the top. I'm going to start from the top. The reason why that this is an irrelevant question is because the Democrats did not say that Donald Trump gave you this specific illegal order that you shouldn't follow. No, they just said if he happens to give you any illegal order, you shouldn't follow it. That statement would be true and non-treasonous if Donald Trump has given 0 illegal orders, 1 illegal order, 10 illegal orders, or 100 illegal orders.
What's an illegal order? Give me one. What would be an illegal order?
It doesn't matter because regardless if there is or is, why does it matter?
It does matter.
Why?
Because you're making it matter right now. You're bringing all this stuff up. So give me an illegal order. You're reading the thing that the prompt that you're reading from should have that. See, I don't have anything to read from. You do. So what's an illegal order?
An example of an illegal order that Donald Trump has given the military would be the order to deploy the National Guard in Illinois per the opinion of the Supreme Court. But the reason why this doesn't matter is because it doesn't make it treasonous to say the military shouldn't follow illegal orders if the president is not giving illegal orders. That's the point I'm trying to communicate to you. Even if...
Does a private decide this is an illegal order? Like a private and a corporal? Do they decide that? Hey, this is illegal. I'm not going out there. Is that how that works? Because they feel it's illegal? How does that work?
So what decides if an order is illegal or not is, of course, the Constitution and the courts.
Are they going to have a lawyer with them on the battleground?
Just listen to what I'm saying. What decides if an order is illegal or not would be the Constitution and the courts. Now, what decides
when they're
listen to me. I'm in the middle of trying to tell you something. I know that they don't have a lawyer in the middle of the battlefield. That's what I'm trying to tell you about right now. Stop interrupting me so I can tell you about it. Stop trying to tell you about this right now. You have to listen to me so I can educate you. Holy shit.
The battlefield? Is that we're going to have a constitutional lawyer on the battlefield? Is that what he's going to have, you dunce? No, they don't know what illegal orders are, you dunce. You're just trying to start shit. That's all you Democrats ever do. You try to start trouble. You want to create treasonous in our military.
All right, I'm with you. So what determines if an order is illegal would be like the Constitution.
You need to leave.
You know what? Let's let me up. Whatever. Go for it. Jesus Christ. I'm going to be bald by next year.
100%. Yeah. Hey, also, just in general, how about this? Can you establish what you think was illegal? Like, just make it very clear for us. Like, what makes what those Democratic veterans in Congress, what they said, illegal? What makes them traitors for saying that?
Go ahead and unmute, man. Also, by the way, the answer to your question, once again, what makes an order illegal would be the Constitution and the courts. And then your follow-up question seemed to be, well, then how are servicemen and women expected to know if the order is illegal? So then they are or not held like criminally responsible for following it. Well, the standard for holding a serviceman or woman legally responsible for following an illegal order is different from the standard that determines that an order is illegal. It's that if
wait,
they
hold up. The
reasonably
point I was
knew
making
that
was
the
about
order...
what he thinks they did was illegal, like the Democratic veterans in Congress.
No, I know. I'm just trying to explain the answer to his question that he was asking like before you asked that. So once again, the standard that determines if we should hold a serviceman or woman legally responsible for following an illegal order is different than the standard that determines if an order was illegal. So once again, the standard that determines if an order was illegal is, of course, the Constitution of the courts. But the standard that determines if we can legally hold a serviceman or woman responsible for following one of these illegal orders is if they reasonably knew it was illegal or not. So if a serviceman or woman follows an illegal order, but the court determines that they did not reasonably know it was illegal, then they can't be held legally responsible. But now please answer Parker's question.
I answered your question. Hey, let me ask you this. Is extending a war illegal? Do you think that's illegal for somebody in Congress to give like your enemy a reason to extend the war instead of surrendering? Do you think that's illegal?
Please answer Parker's question.
I answered it.
You must have been muted. We didn't hear your answer. Specifically, what did the Democrats in
You
Congress
shouldn't have
do that was
muted
treasonous?
me. You shouldn't have muted me. Is it illegal for Congress to extend the war because they don't like a president?
Sorry, please stop repeating the question. We want you to answer Parker's question.
Okay, what's Parker's question? Y'all said so much stuff.
Yeah, like what was illegal that the Democratic veterans in Congress did that then means that they're traitors? What did they do that was illegal?
Well, they were trying to promote the young military boys out there to disobey orders.
Okay, they were saying to disobey unlawful orders. But can I ask you a question? Do you think that people who were in the military should have gotten the COVID vaccine when mandated by the Biden government?
No, they should have been given a choice like Donald Trump wants to give.
But that was a lawful order given by the president. So did you just incite people to not follow a lawful order?
Didn't they quit the military?
So are you a traitor by your definition because you're telling people to not follow lawful orders?
Didn't they got out of the military? The ones who didn't want to got out of the military. That's not treason.
Yeah, but you're literally promoting people. You are promoting people to not follow lawful orders right now. So right now you're admitting
they had a choice.
Well, they're mandated. They're mandated within the military. That's an order from the president.
Did they have a choice of quitting?
Yes, you can quit, but it's mandated if you're going to keep the job.
They had a choice of quitting. They had a choice of quitting.
But they're mandated to keep the job. Does that make sense?
But they had a choice of quitting.
Of course.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Yes, of course. You're not understanding my point, though.
All right.
Yeah, so would you inspire them to not follow those lawful orders?
I would advise them before they take some kind of poisonous material in their body is to quit the military. And after the Democrats get out and a good Republican gets in, join back up. And
okay, so you wouldn't tell them to. So technically, you are telling them to not follow a lawful order.
No, I had followed the choice of quitting.
Okay. Let me know when I could hop in here, Parker. Just let me know when your dialogue like trees.
No, you can go.
Okay, earlier Parker asked you what was the treasonous thing that members of Congress did when they reminded members of our military that they shouldn't follow illegal orders. You said that the treasonous thing that they did was promoting like the young men and women in our military to disobey orders. Yeah, illegal orders.
Yeah, that's pretty treasonous.
Okay.
That's pretty treasonous.
So it's not treasonous to remind our military that they should disobey illegal orders because the law requires that they disobey illegal orders.
Yeah, but they don't know what legal orders are.
Yeah, but that
How would
doesn't,
they know?
That doesn't change the fact. So, oh my goodness. Okay. So your argument
they're on
that
the
it's
battlefield.
okay.
They're on the battlefield.
All right.
How
So
would
your
they
argument is that it is treasonous to remind members of our military to disobey illegal orders because they don't know what an illegal order is or not.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so
they were
then
saying.
do you think?
Then
Do you think that the
youth? They
okay,
didn't like
buddy,
the president,
please stop
and they were
interrupting me.
voting
What is your
to do it.
fucking
But they were
problem?
voting- Well, you lie
What is,
so
dude?
much, you take too long.
Oh my goodness.
You take too long.
Oh my goodness. This is actual rage bait. You won't even allow me to get a sentence out. You fucking idiot.
Because your sentence is too long, you fucking idiot.
It was less than 5 words. Do I need to reduce it down to 3 on crayon
That's
on
all
fucking
you need.
polka dot paper? No,
That's
this
all-
isn't a
all you
3rd grade
need.
classroom. You are a 70-year-old.
You're half your sentence. I know what the answer is already.
Then wait until I'm done with the sentence. Like, genuinely.
But you take too
you
long,
are,
man.
You are kamikazing the dialogue by interrupting me after 3 words. Okay, I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Your argument that it is treasonous for anybody to remind the military to disobey illegal orders is treasonous because the people in the military don't know what is or is not an illegal order is false, because members of the military are trained on what an illegal order is, because if they do follow one, they could be held criminally responsible per the law. Second of all, the second really big thing here that matters is that if your argument was not false, but rather true, that it was treasonous to remind members of our military to disobey legal orders because they don't know what an illegal order is, well, then these Democrats in Congress that reminded them to do so wouldn't be the only treasonous people. Every sergeant and every general, every trainer at boot camp would also be guilty of treason, because every single day members of our military, while on active duty, are reminded, okay, to not follow illegal orders. The oath that they take when they join the military would be by definition treasonous under your view, because the oath that they take tells them to disobey illegal orders. The Unicode form of military justice, the law, under your view, would be by definition treasonous, because the law sends them to jail for following illegal orders. So do you think that the UCMJ is treasonous? Do you think that all the sergeants and the generals in the military are treasonous, the same way you think those Democrats in Congress are treasonous?
Okay, all the ones who hate the president of the United States and promoting for people to disobey laws, yes, it is treasonous, because they hate the president of the United States, especially during wartime. And that's not good to do that, because you're promoting your enemy to extend a war instead of surrendering, just like you guys did in Vietnam, just like you guys did with Iran. You pushed our enemy into extending the war, and it paid off in Vietnam because the United States finally pulled out. But anyway, Iran didn't have that.
Okay, so then you're saying that so then you're just saying that any Democrat in Congress who hates Trump is guilty of treason?
The ones that was promoting the military to disobey.
Oh my God! I thought that we just went over that it's not treasonous to promote the military. I thought that that we just went over how it's not treasonous to promote that the military disobey legal orders, because that's what the law does. That's what the sergeants and the general in the military say.
Personally, these people hate.
But why are they guilty? Okay. So then you're saying that they're not guilty of treason because they promoted members of our military to follow the law. No, you're saying that they're guilty of treason because they don't like Trump.
It's treasonous, and as
How about
example.
This? How about this? Is it ever treasonous? Is it ever treasonous? Is it ever treasonous to promote that our military follows the law?
Okay.
Yes or no?
I'm saying, when I say treasonous, I'm saying it's
Is it ever treasonous to promote that our military follows the law?
Is it what now?
Is it ever treasonous to promote that our military follows the law?
Well, that's not treason. You're not telling them to go disobey a president that you don't like.
Okay, I just want a yes or no. Is it ever treasonous to promote that the military follows the law?
It depends what law they might be lying to them about something.
No. Is it ever treasonous to truthfully promote that the military follows the law?
Circumstances, not under normal circumstances.
Okay, perfect.
It's not.
Do you agree? Do you agree that the law says that members of our military can't follow illegal orders?
I would say yeah.
Okay. So if it's not treasonous to promote that our military follows the law, and the law says that members of our military can't follow legal orders, then it's not treasonous to tell members of our military to not follow legal orders, because that's ultimately them just telling members of the military to follow the law.
Pushing it. If you hate the president and you're pushing it real hard, you're looking at.
Okay, so then you're just saying that they're treasonous because they hate the president.
That starts it, yes.
Okay, and yeah, that's why Donald Trump is a fascist, and you are too, because you think that people are guilty of treason for disagreeing with him. He absolutely is. You are too. You are a fascist because you just said that Democrats are treasonous and on the line for death. They should be killed if they don't like Trump. You are a fucking traitor. You are a fucking sellout to your nation. You stand for nothing, and you lack a spine. And you lack a brain too, but I think we knew that from the beginning. Because look at you. You are a fucking fascist. You think people should die because they don't like Trump. Yeah, you can say
You are
socialist
the
all you want.
fascist.
At least
You are
I
the
don't think people
socialist.
should
You
die
are
because
the
they don't like the
fascist. You are
president.
the
You think
socialist.
people should
You
die
are the
because they don't like the
fascist and the
everything that you're
socialist.
saying is a
You are the
projection.
fascist
Everything
and
that you're saying is a
socialist.
projection.
You are the
You're
fascist
showing your
and
true colors.
socialist.
You just said that people should die, and Donald Trump
You
is
are the
justified
fascist and
with
socialist.
warrant for calling
You
for the
belong to
execution of
party
Democrats.
That has fascists and socialists. You belong to the party that has fascists and
No,
socialists.
I'm not
You
the
do.
one. I'm not the
You
one saying
do.
that the
You
president is
belong to
justified
the
in calling for
party
the
of
execution of
fascists
people
and
who
socialists.
disagree with him. You just told us that you think people should die
You
because they don't
belong
like
to
Trump.
the party that's too dumb to do anything.
Says
so
the
they
guy
go
that
to
thinks people should
socialism.
die because they don't like
You
Trump.
go to socialism.
Says the
but
guy
you're
that
too
thinks
dumb
people
to
should
do
die because they don't like
anything.
Trump.
You're nothing but a socialist in the
Says the guy
fascist.
that thinks
That's
people
just
should
what you are.
die. Yes, for everybody watching, the person who thinks people should die because they literally don't like the president is calling me the fascist.
You are
Yeah,
the fascist.
wait, actually,
You're a
can I ask you a
socialist and a
question?
fascist.
Can I ask you a question? Can you tell me what socialism and fascism are?
Yeah, that's these countries that want to control by government and not own, like not let private enterprise and stuff like that. You know, like Germany did when old Hitler was in the in Germany. You know, when he was in control. See,
Can I
he
tell
was
you
a
something?
socialist. Do you know that he was a
Technically-
socialist?
Technically, every
Hitler
country
went
around
from
the world,
socialist to fascism.
sir, technically every country around the world has some level of regulations or some level of social control
Well,
through
we
the
have to have
context of a
some
government.
regulations.
Hold up. Through the context of a government, would you consider that socialism?
We have to have laws and regulations because some people will
Okay.
take advantage.
Well, I agree, but so then how are we socialists and fascists?
The Democrats are because all your voters can.
You just cut out. I can't hear you.
They make private enterprise, you know, they tax them and everything, steal their tax dollars and buy votes with them. And
Those are regulations.
That's all Democrats
Wait,
do.
so then you just said regulations and taxes aren't socialism, and now you're describing them to be socialism and fascism?
Hold up. Let's back up here. When I'm talking about our country, we have capitalism. We're a capitalist country. Okay, we do not need Democrats pushing their socialist ideas because their voters are too dumb to do anything on their own.
Can I ask you a question? How am I a socialist?
If you support this guy here, Dean right here, you're a socialist.
How is Dean a socialist?
Because he wants to take things from smart people and give it to dummies that can't do it on their own.
No, I don't want to give anything to you.
You think the fact that he wants to tax the rich means he wants to tax smart people to give to people in need, which you consider dumb people? So why do you consider smart people to be rich and dumb people to be people who can't afford basic necessities?
I didn't say no. Oh, no. I said, I'm talking about people who want freebies and can't do anything on their own. So they're jealous and envious of people that can, and they want to rip them off so they can get freebie life.
Listen, I have a couple of those freebies to thank real quick. Abby, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love. Can you thank Abby for the $10 on Venmo?
Thank you, Abby.
Jan, thank you for the $10 as well. You says, I'm an old head and I only listen to the pod, but I've been listening on TikTok lately and want to support you in your work. Never stop. Thank you. Well, thank you, Jan, for the $10. And Chandler, thank you so much for the $40 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love. I really appreciate you so much, Chandler. That is CHANDLER. Let's get 400 Chandler W's down below in that chat for the $40. Who says, out in your neck of the woods this week, working for Tri-State. It's normally this hot during this time of the year. Is it normally this hot during this time of the year? It is, Chandler. Right now, it's really hot out here. I wish you the best of luck. It's like seriously like nearly 100 degrees, though. Thank you for the $40. Q, thank you for the $5. Lily with the $10 says, hey, I love all that you do. Well, thank you so much for that love, Lily. Maxie, thank you so much for the 50 cents. Claire, thank you so much for the $5. George, thank you for the $2. And then over on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $10. Light of Blinded Fool, who says, ask the caller of Trump is only giving legal orders. Then what's the problem with telling them to not follow illegal orders since it has nothing to do with Trump, right? You know, I mean, one would assume. I don't want to restart that conversation. This guy's mind is like genuinely like way too rotted to even like track like fluent dialogue on the subject matter. Lord T, thank you for the $10. He says, caller hates socialism, but is sucking off the top 0.1% technocrat fascist class. Fuck this un-American caller on God. Over on PayPal, Mandy, thank you so much for the $40 donation. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you so much. You are awesome, Mandy. Mandy with a $40 says, can somebody tell this guy that JAG Corps exists? There are absolutely lawyers on the battlefield. You you can also just quote unquote quit the military without being discharged. That's what AWOL means, dude. And you could face some serious charges. Seriously. Thank you for the $40, Manny, and for the awesome nuke, truth nuke. Jose, thank you for the $10. He says, love what you do. Also, what school are you on Wizard 101? Death. I love death. Nico, thank you for the $5. Jacob with the 5, and Ishan, thank you guys for the 5. And then Vivian, thank you for the $11. That says I love your streams and I always look forward to them. Oh, that's awesome, Vivian. Well, I hope that you're enjoying today's stream, though it's quite insufferable. Same thing to you, Samantha. Thank you for the $5 as well. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, if you want to donate, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on Super Chat, over on YouTube. Sorry, and that's at the top of the phone screen. Dean Withers without Dean Withers. Go ahead and take it away. Okay, no one has anything to say. Old. Here's a question for you.
Okay.
Do you think that trolling it? Oh, go ahead, Parker.
No. Go ahead. Run your point.
No, I forgot that you were in the middle of a point. God.
No, it's okay. I already forgot the point.
Shit. Old. Okay, I have a question.
What's that?
Do you think that felons should be able to buy and own guns?
Do I think felons should be able to buy guns?
Yeah.
Let's see. It depends if they were set up or not. Like Donald Trump, he was set up. But then again, you got these people that unalive the other people. No, they should not be able to buy a gun.
Donald Trump was set up
people
for
that
his
rob
felonies.
stores.
So what was
People
Donald Trump found?
like bank robbers and stuff.
What was Trump found guilty of?
I have no idea. There was all a bunch of bullshit stuff.
Yeah, that right there is funny. I don't know what he was found guilty of, but I do.
That's
know
not funny. He was set up. That's bad.
Would you ever support?
What if everybody did
would
that
you
to
ever?
candidates?
Would you ever support a president that let violent criminals out of jail to roam free on the streets of America?
You mean like Joe Biden did? No.
So then you wouldn't
And
support
Barack
Trump.
Obama and Joe Biden? No, I would not support them.
So then you wouldn't support Trump because Donald Trump
I
let
didn't
violent.
say Trump. I didn't say Trump.
Well, you wouldn't support Trump.
But who was
because
it? I don't know anybody.
Donald Trump let violent criminals out of jail to roam free in the streets of America.
Who was that?
The
Who was that?
178 J6 violent riders who went
that's
to jail for
heroes.
trying to kill
Those
or
are
assault
heroes.
cops.
Those are heroes, and they didn't kill anybody.
They tried
A
to.
cop killed. In fact, the cop, not
There
the
were-
cop, the
Listen to me.
security person unalived that
Listen to
woman.
me.
Why
Listen to
wasn't
me.
he in jail?
Because it was a justified shooting. She was an imminent
No, it
threat.
was not. It
That's
was
what
not.
the court
It was not.
the court
That
ruled
lady
otherwise.
was just standing there.
No, she was attempting to rush
No,
the
she
sanctuary
was
in which
just
the
standing
congressman and woman. This is what the court ruled, dude. Listen though.
Yeah, I know
All right.
Democrats gained up.
Okay,
against it.
listen. You said that they were heroes. So do you think that DJ Rodriguez is a hero? DJ Rodriguez, keep in mind, beat Officer Fanone with a metal rod over his back, then went up to his service belt, grabbed his taser, drove it into his neck, and gave him a heart attack. And if Officer Fanone wasn't rushed to the hospital when he was,
I
then
didn't
Officer
hear any
Fanone
of
would
those
be dead
stories.
today.
First I heard of it.
Okay, well now you know of it.
Well, if that's true, I don't know if it's true or not. You could be lying.
Okay, yeah, you could fact check me on anything that I've said. If it's true, can you agree that DJ Rodriguez
I know-
was a violent criminal?
Well, I understand that they had policemen that died of natural causes out there, and they were trying to. blame
If it was true,
somebody
can you
for it.
agree that DJ Rodriguez is a violent criminal?
Well, I'm not agreeing to anything that I don't know if it's true. I don't know.
So do I need to show you this?
No, I don't want to waste my time with it.
Why?
The policeman could have been beating on him. I don't know. I don't.
Well,
I
no.
don't
So he
waste my
actually
time
pled
with
guilty
that.
to it.
Well, if he did, okay, then he shouldn't. Then he's a felon. If he
Okay, can you
pleaded
agree that
guilty,
he's a
it's
violent
different.
criminal?
Well, if he pled guilty to it, it's a different story.
Okay, and he did.
If
Can you
you're
agree that he's
telling the truth.
Can you agree that he's a violent criminal?
At that time,
Okay.
I don't know if he had.
so-
I don't know if he
so-
had a lifetime of violence or
So,
not.
so then you agree that Donald Trump let a violent criminal out of jail?
No.
Well, you just
That
agreed
could have
that
been
Trump.
the only time he got in a fight. Did that cop start the trouble? Maybe that cop started it. Just like you claim that the ICE starts everybody. Don't you people claim ICE
Okay.
starts trouble?
Okay. So wow. So
Y'all
now
always blaming the
DJ
ICE for
Rodriguez.
everything. Maybe that
So
cop
the
did
reason
start
the reason why we know that that cop didn't start trouble is because he was on the ground being assaulted by a group of around 15 J6ers.
If that's true.
Yes, it is. He went to jail
Well,
for
if
this
it
for
is.
10 years
Is he out?
because Donald Trump pardoned him, which is kind of my
Well,
point.
good. Well, Donald Trump had good reason.
What was the good reason?
I don't know. I didn't read it.
Then how do you know he has good reason?
because I trust Donald Trump.
Oh, so like whatever Donald Trump does is always good. So
because he just don't he don't do spur of the moment things.
Yeah.
He reads things and he gets information about everybody.
So was it good when he like barged into the dressing rooms of the naked women to look at their bodies?
Well, that's a lie right there.
Actually, wait, hold up. Before we go into that, like you said that he doesn't do things on a whim. So how do you feel about him posting a video depicting Michelle and Barack Obama as apes?
That was pretty funny.
You think it was funny?
Oh, it's funny as hell.
But you think it was intentional that he was trying to depict them as apes?
Well, are they apes?
What's your race?
Are they?
What
What
race
are they
are
not
you?
apes? What are you worried about it for? That was just funny.
What
Y'all make
what's your
fun of
race?
Donald Trump all the time.
Hey, what's your race?
My race?
Yeah.
I'm white.
Okay. Wow. All right.
Well,
So you
why,
think it was...
wait. Why is it wrong to do that to Michelle and Barack? Why is it wrong to do that?
Because depicting black people as monkeys and apes and gorillas.
Well, you could do that with white people. What about brown people? It's okay to do that to them.
So the reason why it's wrong to do this to black people is because this trope of the depiction of black and brown people as monkeys, apes, and gorillas is one of the oldest and most explicit racial tropes that has been used to uphold segregation and slavery and racism across the globe. So this depiction of the black man as an ape comes from Europe with the creation of racial chattel slavery. So the Christian evangelist said, well, if we just create this creationist myth where the white man is closer to perfection and divinity and the black man is closer to the beasts of the wilds, well, then we could actually justify enslaving the beasts of the wild to make them do our work for us. So then they said, well, the white man is of God and the white man is of, and the black man is of the apes and gorillas of nature. Okay,
Well,
so
we all
like
know
born
it's
out of
not
this
true.
depiction of the black man as a gorilla, we got slavery. All right, so then what about segregation? So after slavery ended, we saw a reemergence of the depiction as of
Well,
the
wait a
black man
minute.
of
You didn't give
gorilla
me a
or an ape.
chance. Wait a minute.
And the reason why we saw a reemergence of this depiction
with
and
the ape
pro-segregationist rhetoric, cartoons,
You didn't give me a chance with the ape
depictions
stuff.
is
Why
because,
you
well,
keep
if
going
the
like
black
that?
man is a beast of the wild, well, then we could justify kicking them out of town at 7.
Okay,
we could
but
justify
anyway,
forcing them
do you
to
think
use
they
different
are?
restrooms, bathrooms.
Do you think that the black man come from the beast? And do you think?
No, which is why it's wrong to depict the black man as the beast, because it's not true. It's a racist myth that's been used to justify generations of historical immoralities.
Okay. Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
Completely
I'm
irrelevant.
asking you, do you believe in God?
Completely irrelevant to the
No, it's not irrelevant. It is not irrelevant. I'm just.
I'm
If you
agnostic
say
on the
no,
existence of
then
God.
okay. If you don't believe in God, then there's a possibility that you think that they come from apes. But see, I believe in God, and I know that black folks are just like anybody else. They came from God. They are God's creation. So anybody that calls them apes is going against God. They're going against God if they call anybody apes.
So Trump was going against God.
God never called them. He was making fun. He was bringing up humor. That's all he did.
So what's funny about depicting black people as monkeys?
Well, that was those two. Not everybody, just those two.
I know. What's funny, but they're black people. So what's funny about
Well, it
depicting...
don't matter that they're black. It's just that he
Well,
was
it does.
Barack Obama and Michelle. and
Why
it
do you
was
why do you
funny.
think
That's
they
all.
were depicted as monkeys? Because like
Because he was because they were against him. They hate Donald Trump.
Okay, yeah, this guy is just completely lost. So no, the reason
They
why
hate
they were
Donald
depicted,
Trump.
the reason why
They
they
don't
were,
like Donald Trump.
but in the
So
video,
Donald
what?
Trump makes fun of
But in
them.
the video, they also had Harry Sisson, but they didn't depict Harry Sisson as an ape. They depicted him as a pink flamingo. Makes you wonder why. Is it maybe
Well,
because
somebody
the
else
calls him
made
gay?
the picture. Donald Trump didn't make the picture. He used the picture that somebody else had. So Donald Trump did not make that picture.
Yeah, the issue is that he posted it, and it's always racist to depict black people as monkeys. Do you accept that it's always racist to depict black people as monkeys?
It's against God to do that. I
No.
would say it's
Do
against
you
God.
accept
He
that
did
it's
picture.
always racist to depict black people as
No,
monkeys?
it's not race. It's not race against God.
But I just gave you an argument insofar as why it is racist. Can you address my argument?
No, that's no argument. I mean, like,
Okay, then
if
address
they-
my
if
argument.
If they're offended by that, they need to
Then
quit.
address my
because
argument,
they are
please. Then
creations
address
of
my
God.
argument, please.
It's not racist.
Okay,
It's making
but
fun.
this
It's
isn't a response to the argument that I gave you, you old fucking idiot. This is just you denying the argument that I gave you.
You don't crash. Come on, Dean. You know better. Come on, don't do
It's
that.
not me
man.
crashing,
Don't
it's
do
just me being honest.
No, don't do that.
How do you feel about Donald Trump boasting about barging into the dressing rooms of naked women to look at them while they're
Well, he never did that. That's a lie.
Oh, here's an
He didn't
admitting to it.
barge into anywhere.
I've done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is
He
that
didn't
I'll go
barge into
backstage
anywhere.
before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting
then,
dressed and ready and everything
all
else.
these
And,
people
no
have
men are
curtains and
anywhere.
everything back there.
And I'm
It's
allowed to
all
go in
ours.
because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm
That's
inspecting.
right.
I want to make sure
Right.
that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress.
But
Is
then
everyone
all
okay?
these women
They're
have
standing there with no
curtains
clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know
He
if you
wasn't
can really-
watching anybody naked. That's a lie. He wasn't watching anybody naked.
So in the clip, he said that they were naked.
Well, they might have been behind the curtain naked, but he wasn't like staring at a bunch of naked women like you
In the
said.
clip, he said that they looked incredible.
Well, yeah, but they had
Okay.
dresses on when he saw them.
Nope. When he saw them, they were naked and they looked incredible. That's what he said in the clip.
I'd have to see the clip.
I just showed it to you, but likely you didn't hear this part because you were
I
too busy
didn't see
speaking.
the naked women. You didn't show the
Okay.
naked women.
I showed you the audio clip of Donald Trump saying that he saw naked women and that they looked incredible.
Okay, women. Okay, grown women. Okay,
Eh.
well, maybe he saw some grown women.
It is still sexual exploitation to unconsensually look at the naked body of a grown woman.
So you never saw the naked body of a woman? You never saw that?
I've never unconsensually and intentionally looked at the naked body of a woman because it's sexual violence.
Well, it's not violence, but it just
It is.
not a good thing to do.
It is violence. There's
Well,
a
he didn't
reason.
hit anybody.
You don't need to touch somebody to be violent towards one.
Yeah, violence is violence, man.
No,
Come on.
violence is harm. And you could harm people without touching them. You could, like, and for instance, you could harm somebody by infringing on their consent without physically touching them, by taking advantage of the fact that they're in a place
that's
with
not
a reasonable
violence.
expectation of privacy away from men where they are then vulnerable enough to get naked, and then you barge in and look at them. Like, for instance,
Violence always is physical. Violence is physical.
would it be
It's not
sexual?
mental.
Would it be sexual violence if a 50-year-old male teacher at an elementary school for girls had one of the elementary school girls stay behind after class and told her to take her clothes off or else he's going to fail her without touching her? Then he just looked at her naked body without touching her. Would that be sexual violence?
That don't sound like violence. He didn't touch her.
So now it's not sexual violence for teachers to take
He didn't
advantage of
touch her.
7-year-old
He didn't
girls at school.
touch her. I said he didn't touch her.
Wow. Wow.
It's all
Wow.
wrong, though. He should go to jail,
Wow.
no doubt. The guy should
Wow.
go to jail.
Wow. So and
Why
then
are
imagine
you
if that
wilding
teacher
like that?
turned
You
around
don't
and
think
like
they should
took
go to jail?
and then
I said
imagine
they
if
should
that
go to
and then
jail.
imagine if that teacher then turned around and took a photo
Why
of
don't
that
you think
naked
they should
girl
go to jail?
after he coerced her into taking her clothes off. And now
Well,
he's
he should
created
go to
CSAM.
jail.
So I just want to clarify that you don't think that the creation of CSAM is always sexually violent?
I'm just saying the guy should have went to
So
jail.
do you think that the creation of child pornography is always sexually violent? Because according to everything that you just said, you'd have to say no.
You keep bringing up violence.
Is
You
the
keep bringing up
creation
violence.
of child pornography always sexually violent?
Why don't you look up
Is
the
the
word
creation
violence?
is the
Look up
creation
violence.
is the creation
Look
of
up
child
violence.
pornography or CSAM always
up the
sexually
word
violent?
violence.
You're not
Like
stop
a
dodging.
violent person?
Stop dodging. Is the
Look up a
creation
violent
of
person.
CSAM
Look
or
up the
child
word.
pornography always sexually violent?
Look up the word violence.
Stop dodging. Is the creation of CSAM or child
I'm not
pornography
dodging.
always sexually violent?
Look on your computer.
I'm
and look up
asking
violence.
you, is the creation of CSAM or sexual pornography always sexually violent?
I don't have any encyclopedia or computer in front of me to look it up.
I don't think that you
Look
need
up
I don't think
violence.
that
All
you
you
need
gotta
a
do-
computer to know that it's always sexually violent to force a little girl to take her clothes off, to take pictures of her, to then sell to perverts and pedophiles on the internet. I don't think you need a computer for that. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, what are we doing? What are you doing, dude? Why? Like, can just answer the question. Is it always sexually violent for an adult man to coerce an 8-year-old little girl to take her clothes off, to take pictures of her, to then sell it to pedophiles on the internet? Is
That
that
makes him
always
a
sexually
creep.
violent even when he doesn't touch her?
That's creepy. That's creepy.
Is it? It's creepy? Is it sexually violent?
Well, but he didn't touch her. He didn't hit anybody.
Man, fuck
You need
you.
to look up violent. Look
yeah,
up
yeah,
violence.
yeah. Listen,
Look it up, man.
Listen, you're an irredeemable piece of shit, and I hope you die alone. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that sports Donald J. Trump is president. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that sports Donald J. Trump is president. Please and thank you, folks. Oh, man. Yeah, that's MAGA, guys. It's not sexually violent to make child pornography. It's just kind of a little creepy, according to MAGA. Don't tread on me. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, so are you like that last Trump supporter that doesn't think it's sexually violent to make child pornography? Oh, he's just a Nazi. Okay, so the last Trump supporter didn't think it was sexually violent to make child pornography, or CSAM, which is a more technical word to refer to it. And then this Trump supporter is just a Nazi. Okay, these are Trump supporters, everybody. That's MAGA for you all. We're really on a roll today, Parker.
Yeah, dude, I've had a crazy day so far myself.
Hello,
like, the debates were pretty nuts.
Yeah. I mean, I guess MAGA is just pedophile Nazis now. Welcome in, Abby. Do you support Trump?
I kind of just wanted to talk about abortion, if that's okay.
How old are you?
I'm about to turn 18.
Gotta be 18 to be on the live. Mika, that is Mika. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Mika, that is very, very kind of you, and I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much for that love and support. Please show some love to them down below in that comment section. Please show some love to them down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mika with a 50 says, from a veteran, that last guy knew nothing. He's dead wrong, obviously. Here's a little something for putting up with people like that. Thank you for what you do, man. Well, thank you so much, Mika. I'm gonna have to spend that on some fucking therapy. I'm like actually losing my mind after that last guess. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the $50, though. Please, for everybody watching, show some love to go down below. That is so much, buddy. I'm so grateful for you. Then Maya, thank you for the $20. Who says, Dean, I don't know how you do this every night, but thank you for all that you do. My mom and I look forward to watching your stream every night when we make dinner. Buy yourself a drink. Thank you, Maya. I will definitely be using that to buy myself a drink. 110%. Maybe even make some dinner after I'm off the stream. John, thank you for the $15. Who says, former USAF. Here, the UCMJ is not ambiguous and not hard to understand. That last guess was wrong. On God. Thank you for the $15, John. Show some love to John. Cannon, thank you for the $20. Who says, if the caller thinks is the caller is where I think he's from, he needs to get his head out the bayou. Well, I don't know what that means, but I appreciate you for the $20. Jenna, thank you so much for the $10. And Mark, thank you for the $5. Sabrina, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Jeez, sound like Guru from Despicable Me after a pack a day for 5.5 years. Jeez, man. All right, let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Noir, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says, hey, Dean, you're awesome. Love you, brother. Love you too, Noir. Thomas, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Then over on Super Chat, thank you for the $5. Amathria, who says, violent behavior is the intentional use of force or power to threaten, harm, or abuse another person or property. Well, I appreciate you so much. We also got Dominator for the $5, who says, good riddance, get his dumb ass out of here. Bernie with the $5. I appreciate you. Fruit, thank you for the 5. Mr. James, thank you for the 5. Ghost, thank you for the 5. Hello, thank you for the 5. Jet, thank you for the 10 years, who says, imagine clutching your pearls so hard because the government reminded soldiers to follow the law on God. And it looks like we're all caught up. Hello, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hell no, you're the go.
Appreciate you, Matt. Appreciate you, Matt. Only up inside of the queue if you are a Trump supporter who wants to debate me and Parker. If you want to outpay.
Oh, Dean.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say there's this thing that dropped. Pew Research dropped like a political typology, sort of like a political compass test.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should take it. I took it. I thought it was pretty fun. It's only like 24 questions.
Oh, base.
Yeah, they have like here. I'll show you. They have like a whole bunch of different. It's a lot more complex than like the other ones that have existed. Sorry, let me try to manage that. I'm forgetting how to manage it on.
Why'd you run earlier, bum?
Wait. I don't even know how to flip
Why did you run earlier, you bum?
Modify?
One second, Avy. What's that, Parker?
Here we go. There's this. They have like all these different ones.
Oh,
it's
cool.
like a lot more complex than the political compass.
Yeah, you should send me a link to that. I'd love to check it out and try it out for myself.
Yeah, I got you.
Why did you run earlier? Let's go.
Avy, you got banned 4 times in a row.
For literally doing nothing. Did I cuss? No. Was I mean to you? No. Did I say a naughty word? No.
Actually, yes, you were mean to us. You did say naughty words.
Wasn't.
You were calling Dean low IQ every second.
He called me. Wait. Who called low IQ first? He called me low IQ first, and then I paid him back. So
well,
I was.
Who was being truthful?
I was being truthful. Objective and subjective. I was right.
Dean was
I was
being
right.
truthful.
Let's go. All right, so let's restart this debate.
Actually, I just want one good reason why you think. Oh, actually, how about this? What's one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
Well, nothing.
Okay, so the economy's worse.
So again, that wasn't our argument. I don't support Trump anymore.
Oh, really?
Well,
Yeah,
he said he says you'll vote for Trump over Harris, but he quote unquote doesn't support Trump.
Did you
But the
forget
notion
what
of
we were-
support, when we say you
Yeah.
support Trump, we mean that you would vote for Trump over Harris.
Well, I mean, we could get back
Yeah.
into abortion. I could dog walk you a little bit further.
No, I mean, no. Listen.
No, let's
if you
do it.
ask me this,
Let's
no,
go
listen.
back to abortion.
No, listen. I can defend Trump.
Abortion.
Now we can do abortion. We can do it all.
Yeah.
I can dog walk
Yeah.
you in any of them. But
Thanks.
but if you ask me the
Appreciate that.
question Parker asked me, Parker specifically asked me today if I were to vote for Trump or Kamala Harris today, who would I vote for?
Her name.
Kamala. How do you want me to say it? Are you going to say it's
there you go.
racist because I say it wrong? You're going to say that's AAVE? You're going to say racism? What are you going to say?
I'm just trying to help you learn, dude. I mean,
you
usually
trying to help me learn?
Usually we learn how to
Kamala,
pronounce
okay.
words in like 5th grade,
Okay.
but I mean, Trump
Well,
supporters maybe learn a little bit later, and there's
I
nothing
didn't
wrong
know
with
too
that.
many. I didn't know too many people named Kamala in 4th
Yeah,
grade, but
that's
okay.
fine. That's fine.
Okay, how many Kamalas did you know in 4th grade? How many?
I knew
Exactly. Shut your mouth when I'm
whoa,
talking.
Whoa!
So
You asked me a
anyways,
question. Jeez.
How many Kamalas did you know?
I knew 3.
You knew 3 Kamalas. Prove it. Let's see your yearbook.
No.
Exactly. That's what I thought. Because you lying out your face.
Why would I dox the people that I went to middle school with?
That's crazy. You want him to show the fucking year?
I actually
Clutch
knew
the
20.
pearls.
I actually knew
Clutch the pearls.
25. I knew 25.
You 20? No, actually 27. 22, like Taylor Swift. So, anyways, are we gonna debate?
Yeah.
So
let's talk about abortion.
Parker, I thought you wanted to debate Donald Trump. Now you want to do abortion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's finish our conversation up about abortion. So.
All right. We'll
abortion's
make
not
your
wrong.
arbitrary line. Tell everyone your arbitrary line. Hurry up.
Oh, well, I actually think that was a blunder. The reason why I think that's a blunder is because you're pre-assuming that my line is arbitrary. Can you define arbitrary so I understand what you mean when you say that?
Yeah. It's arbitrary because you are deciding the line because you have subjective morality. You are deciding your truth and you're saying, you know what, I'm picking this because it feels right. I'm picking these studies that make me feel good and I'm picking 23 to 24 weeks because it makes me feel good and I'm just going to pick that and say, well, you know, that's when I feel okay that they can have abortion.
Okay.
So it's
the claim
arbitrary
is-
because listen, it's arbitrary because you are a leftist, a progressive, I assume, or you're a Bolshevik, I assume. But you're a progressive, and the problem with progressives is you guys have a slippery slope when it comes to abortion because I've debated many progressives, a lot of progressives, okay? And the problem is that I've talked to a lot of progressives that say, well, you know what? It's her body, her choice, and I believe a woman should be able to get an abortion at 9 months because it's her body.
Okay,
and if she wants
you're
to
speaking
unalive
a
that
lot.
clump of
The
cells-
question was just to define
no,
arbitrary.
I'm answering your question. Why? I'm showing you why.
The question
you're-
was to define arbitrary, by the way.
Yeah, I'm showing you why your reasoning is arbitrary.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm showing you. So, Dean, I'm trying to teach you something. I wanted to tell Parker all this behind closed doors because I was trying to be nice, but he tried to big boy me because he got followers now. He's like, I got 1 million followers. You know, I'm cool now. Now I'm saying.
Okay, now,
But anyway-
okay, you're definitely done answering what the definition of arbitrary is. So.
No,
it's-
I didn't finish.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So it's arbitrary because if you talk to a progressive, what do they say? My truth. It's my truth. I feel that it's her body, her choice, and if she wants to get an abortion at 9 months, then it's her body, her choice. Then she should be able to do that then, or it's her body, her choice if she wants to do it at 6 weeks. But you're a progressive, and your arbitrary liners are like, well, I'm going to decide it at 23, 24 weeks because I read this study and I like this institute that this study came from, and it makes me feel good. So I'm going to use my subjective morality and I'm going to use my intellect or whatever, and I'm going to choose this arbitrary line to say abortion is okay here. That's why it's arbitrary.
Yeah. Are you done? You are.
I mean,
Awesome.
I can keep
Thank
going,
you.
but I can tell you're getting frustrated.
I feel really bad because you just wasted maybe like 10 minutes of your time. My question wasn't, why do you think it's arbitrary? Which seems to be the explanation that you just gave. No, my question was rather simply, what's the definition of the word arbitrary?
If something is arbitrary, it means it's pointless.
Okay, what do you mean by pointless?
You are just pretty much saying, like, I'm going to choose 6 weeks. Why? Because I want to. Because of my feelings.
Okay,
I'm
you're
going to choose
saying
9 weeks. Why? Because I want to.
Okay, so you're basically saying
because of
there's
your
no good
experience.
reason to hold that perspective.
No, due to your whatever your belief system is. Due to your progressive belief system, due to your lack of religion, you have come
due to like
conclusion-
subjective morality.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you how you came to your conclusion, but you're not allowing me to.
So I don't think you could tell me how I came to my conclusion.
Yes, I can.
I don't think so.
I used to be you before you were you, brother. Okay.
I don't think so, AV.
Your arguments
you'd have to be about 3 times more intelligent.
Oh,
but
okay.
I can tell you why you're wrong. Do you want to
brother.
let somebody else than you speak, or are you still going?
Well, you keep asking me questions. I don't understand you, leftist. You ask me a question, then you get mad when I answer.
Okay. Well, let me just hop in here. I'll clarify on a couple things. So your first allegation that I, as a progressive, uphold subjective morality is false. I'm a moral objectivist. I think that morals are objective.
That's incorrect. Where do your morals come from then?
Well, I think that
No. Where do your morals come from?
Yeah, my morals come from the basic principle that I think that we could epistemologically measure good and bad. I think that we could see the consequences.
Where do your morals come from? Quit reading and look at me, buddy.
I do have a lot of this written down, like expanding upon.
Okay, read from your script. Go ahead.
So it's not me reading from a script. It's just me expanding upon my thoughts on my objectivist
I wanted to
view,
do this
since it's still a work in progress.
Okay,
but it's fine. I won't read from it. Listen. So I think my morals come from the framework. Oh man, we just got a restriction for harassment and bullying. We just got 2 restrictions for harassment and bullying. Damn, that's crazy. All right, it's whatever. We'll keep on going because it wasn't from AV this time. Nice. So my morals come from the basic foundational fact that I think there is an objective guidebook of how we should live on Earth, and what determines how to live well as a human being is ultimately arbitrated by facts of reality. And humans are created with certain requirements for excellent survival. By extension, what ethics studies is a science of living as a human being, particularly living well. And I think that ultimately facts of reality arbitrate what makes and helps a human to live well, and that is what ethics studies.
Okay, and so everyone clip that. I just won because you want to know how I know that's subjective? Because you said me. You got your morals from me. So you activated my trap card, Parker. Do you love that? I brought it back. You activated my trap card. What makes it subjective is because you are coming up with your own morals. You are coming up with your own framework, and you are coming up with your own arbitrary line for when you think it's okay for a woman to choose when to have the abortion. That's why it's subjective and not objective. I'm teaching you your own ideology, brother.
Yeah.
Because I used to be you.
So
then how's it objective?
No. The reason why you're wrong is because
how's it objective?
How's
it objective?
It's
Tell me.
not me coming up with the facts in which make human survival more excellent. It's more so us discovering the facts that make human survival more excellent.
Who's us?
We as a collective of human people with our rational cognitive faculties.
So do you think a group of people can get stuff wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what if you and a group of people say slavery is okay? Would you say you guys came to the conclusion of something wrong?
Yes, because
so
that's
get
not
annihilated.
underpinned by
I
the
just
facts.
proved how you coming to a subjective morality can be incorrect. So I just proved your entire world view incorrect. Because you're like, well, me and a group of people came together and we agreed to something. That doesn't make it right. That's what makes it subjective, buddy.
So what makes it right? So what makes it? So I think that you're lost. You're dazed and confused.
Oh,
and
trust me.
So this is
lost.
This is like a very common misunderstanding of my ethical worldview. So my claim is that morality is objective because what governs morality are a set of facts of reality that ultimately explain how human beings can live well, right? And then your counterclaim as well. Do you think that like humans can be wrong sometimes? So humans can be wrong. Now, this doesn't challenge the fact, okay, that morality is objective, but it rather just questions the fact. How do we discover and determine these objective moral facts if our cognitive faculties are not always right? And that's why it's really important for us as critical thinkers to attempt to underpin our beliefs and discovery processes of fact with critical thought, with good reason, and with sufficient evidence. And by the way, this human beings can be wrong approach could be applied to anything. Like, for instance, earlier you were telling us how you think morality is objective because you think morality comes from God and you're a Christian. Okay, answer this question with a yes or a no the same way I answered your question with a yes or no. Can human beings be wrong about their belief in a God?
Correct, yeah.
So then you're not really a moral objectivist.
Are you
Because
gonna-
what if
wait,
somebody
are you
else
gonna
says that Allah is truly the God,
me
and
respond.
Allah's moral compass
Let me
comes from
respond.
comes with different moral principles than you and your God? Oh, all of a sudden,
Are you gonna let me
because
respond?
you could be wrong about which God exists,
you're not
therefore
gonna let
your
me-
morality is all subjective. Like, no, hopefully your
Let me
response to that
respond.
would be, well, although
Let me
some people
respond.
are wrong in determining which God exists ultimately, I don't believe I'm wrong because of the evidence in which underpins my
Dean.
position.
Dean, you gonna let me respond, buddy?
Yeah, go ahead, good boy.
Okay, so here's how you're going to get wrecked. Okay, so there's two things. There's either the truth or not the truth, correct?
Yeah, and it's and the question is, how do we discover what the truth is?
Holy.
And my claim is that a part of that
wait, let me
truth
finish.
includes moral claims that govern
Just let
human
me
people.
finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm glad you're not muting me this time. I respect you for that. But anyways, there's either the truth or there's not the truth. And I hear a lot of you progressive like to say, well, my truth is this. And my truth, I believe, my
You're
body, my
straw-manning
choice.
me because you're not
No,
debating me.
listen,
You're debating
listen,
somebody
yes,
else. I want you to
listen,
debate
I'm responding.
me.
Listen, I'm going to respond to your claim, okay? But I have to flesh out my answer. I just let you talk. Like, why won't you let me talk?
Yeah, that's fine. Just make sure that you're debating me. You're
I
not
am
debating
debating
like progressives in general. You're
Are
not
you a
debating
progressive?
a progressive.
Are you a progressive?
I'm a progressive, but I'm not
What are you
progressives
then?
in general.
What are you then?
I'm a progressive, but I'm not
Bolshevik? What are you?
progressives in general. So I don't want you to debate progressives in general by saying, Dean, a lot of progressives will say X, Y, or Z. No, I want you to specifically respond to the things that this progressive is saying. This
was about
progressive
to
is saying
respond, but you're not
that
letting
moral
me.
facts are objective. Facts of reality ultimately govern the way in which humans should survive the most excellently. And
Okay.
these moral facts include a set of moral facts and explain why abortion is not morally wrong, particularly the moral fact that a fetus is not the type of thing that has moral deservance or the type of thing that you could do wrongdoing upon because the fetus does not possess the disposition or capacity to intellectualize before around 20 through 24 weeks. I understand that you are not
Okay,
used
so
to debating progressives
you're not-
who are moral objectivists. You,
So again,
Andrew
you're not letting me
Wilson,
respond.
and a bunch of other people on the right all have the same script,
Okay.
where as soon as you start having a moral conversation with somebody on the left,
Not
the
gonna let me
first
respond.
place you go is, are they a subjectivist or objectivist? So then you don't have to have a conversation about the meat on the bone. And the moment they tell you you're a subjectivist, then the conversation is just about moral subjectivism. And I bet you've
No,
never
I can
heard a
prove
progressive
to
like me
you-
tell you that I'm a moral objectivist and I reject subjectivism.
To you.
So yes,
I can
go ahead.
respond to your-
Respond to me.
Dean, I can respond to your argument, but you're not letting me because you're gish galloping.
Go ahead, bud.
You're gish galloping. You're running. Okay. So I was trying to show you that there's the truth, there's not the truth, and you said, "Well, what if my God is wrong?" Okay. But I'm still going to follow the framework as if it was right. So that would still be my objective morality. The problem with you secularists.
Hey, Avi,
is
you said
you're-
I. Look at that. Subjective. You said I.
He said I owned.
So again, you're being bad faith. Be good faith for once.
This is what you said
Being bad
earlier,
faith.
AV. We're literally
No, because
repeating.
you
You just
literally
accepted
got-
that your argument from earlier was bad
No, you
faith
literally
because
got-
you said
no.
because I use the word I, therefore it's
No,
objective
because
by
you
nature.
got your morals from you.
No, I get them from facts of reality. You're just categorically incorrect. Massive blunder.
Facts of reality? Okay. But then it's how you apply those facts to reality. You could say, well, we came to the conclusion that slavery is okay because of the benefits that we don't have to whatever because of the labor. It's a lot easier. We don't have to pay them.
the people who thought slavery was okay were incorrect in their discovery of truth. Both you and
They
me
were
would say this, by the way.
incorrect.
Both you and
They
me.
were in-
Listen, one moment. Both you and me would say this. I would say that people who were okay with slavery were incorrect in their discovery of truth because those are not actually the true facts of reality in which govern the most excellent survival for human people. And you would say that they were incorrect in their discovery of truth because that's not actually the true moral teachings of the God in which created the world. We would both say that morality is objective and people who disagree with true moral claims were incorrect in their discovery of truth relative to our two distinct frameworks of moral objectivism.
No, you're evading because your framework is subjective. The difference between you and me, or the difference between you, a secularist, and me, a religious person, is that we are bound by...
He just can't accept that it's not subjective.
Why don't you let me finish?
Define subjective.
Subjective. It literally changes, like your beliefs change to your whim.
No.
Objective is set in stone.
No.
Objective is set in stone. Like an objective
truth,
morality.
bro. Mind-dependent truth.
Listen. Objective morality is what is right. Subjective morality would be like what you feel is right.
Right.
I feel that this is right because I grew up in a culture where it's all right.
No.
I grew up in culture. Let me answer, dude.
I mean, you're just wrong though. So subjectivism.
How am I wrong?
Yeah, I'll tell you, because the definition of
showing you.
The definition of the word objective is stance or mind independently true. The definition of subjective is stance or mind dependently true. Often people will make this huge blunder where they just take subjective to mean that people disagree on it and take objective to mean that people agree on it, when that couldn't be further from the truth.
What we're talking about is morality. You are evading the argument.
What am I evading?
You are saying that as a secularist, you can come up with objective morality. And I'm saying, no, you can't, because if you look at different secular societies, they're all going to have different moralities.
Okay, so then you as a theist can't come up with objective morality, because when you look at different theistic societies, they're all going to have different moralities.
Well, they believe in different gods.
Yeah, therefore they have different moralities.
No.
Charred! What's next, Davey?
No, Dean, you're about to get charred. Because again, I'm going to go back to there's the truth and not the truth.
And that's what I'd say. There's the truth and there's not the truth. And other secularist societies that came up with false moral propositions
how much
were
Adderall
wrong.
have you taken? Let me finish. How much Adderall have you taken? Seriously.
None, AV.
You're a liar. But anyways. Okay.
Dude, Jesus Christ. Give me the argument.
Okay. So it's either there is a God, there isn't a God. And then if there is a God, which God is correct? And then we'd have to find out, okay, which God is correct? And then what morals does he bestow upon us? And that would be the objective morality.
Yappy.
Okay.
Yappy.
But then you would believe, what?
I said yappy.
Why are you not listening? Are you here to debate or just be bad faith?
No, listen, I'm listening, man.
Dean, I thought you'd be better than this. Come on.
I mean, I've completely grilled you. Your first argument was...
How are you grilling me?
Oh, sure. I'll tell you specifically.
I'm facing you bar for bar.
I'll tell you specifically. I'll tell you specifically how I'm grilling you. So the way that I'm grilling you is your argument is that you cannot be secular and uphold objective morality because different secular societies disagree on moral claims. So I first hit you with a great rebuttal to that, which would be, therefore, you can't be a theist and believe in objective morality because different theistic societies believe in different moral claims. Now, the reason why you could be a secular and uphold objective morality, even though different individuals who are secular believe in different moral claims, well, what we'd say here is that ultimately there's one set of facts of reality in which govern what is morally right or morally wrong. And the people who disagree with me on things like slavery, well, it's not that morality is subjective because they think differently from I. No, there's either the truth or not the truth. And because they think differently from I, because they think that slavery is wrong, they therefore are not in alignment with the truth, and they're not in alignment with the facts of reality in which govern over morality. How many times do I need to explain to you that this is absolutely compatible?
Listen,
no, I'm just looking at you.
Look at me.
How many times do I have to re-explain to you how this is absolutely compatible with secularism before you're going to get it? Okay, yeah, good boy. Good boy.
I literally... What are you talking about, good boy? You won't even let me respond.
God.
You're just running. Is that like your line, good boy?
Scott, just respond.
Okay, so again, listen. Okay, there's either a God or not a God, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and if there is a God, that means there's a correct God. That means one of these theologies is believing in the right one, or all of them are believing in the wrong one. But if one of the theologies, like Christianity, is believing in the right one, that means we would be believing in the objective morality, which means your ass just got charged, brother.
Well,
AB
actually,
316 said I just whooped your ass in this debate.
So
because
actually,
that means we got objective morality.
So you actually just charged your own ass, funny enough.
No, I just whooped your ass.
I could explain to you why you whipped your own.
Listen. Now listen.
I could explain to you why you're
Listen.
I'll explain to you why you whipped your own.
Why don't you let me finish?
Okay, what else do you have to say?
You are a progressive, a secularist. all that you feel, all that you think is right is based on your culture, your beliefs, what you grew up around, what you think is okay, what you've been indoctrinated by, what you see on the media. This is what you believe is okay. This is where you get your morals from. That's why a progressive in America is going to be different from a progressive in Canada. It's going to be different from a progressive in Saudi Arabia. It's going to be different from a progressive in Israel. So again, the difference is there is one truth, the only truth, and I believe it's from God. And you could say, oh, that's subjective. No, there's either the truth or not the truth. And the reason why I'm saying what you believe is subjective is because you are saying, I believe in this abortion thing at this line because I feel it's correct. I came to these conclusions based upon my beliefs, based upon my education, based upon my culture, based upon all these different things. Because of your subjective experience. Learn the difference between subjective and objective before you come against the AV show. You know it.
Yeah, so funny enough, you actually just dunked on your own argument. So
no, I
you
won
said,
actually. I just won.
So the reason why you in fact lost and lost to yourself.
I just won.
So the reason why you in fact lost and lost to yourself, not even to me, lost to yourself, is because
you're won easily.
Are you gonna allow me to speak, AV?
I'll allow you to speak.
So the reason why you just lost, and in fact lost to yourself, is because your argument is that my morality must be objective because there are different social attitudes and conditions in which a person can be raised in and how that will influence what they believe and what they find to be true. And the social conditions and attitudes of a way that person is raised in America is going to be different than a person that's raised in Romania, Israel, or Iran, right? Is that a fair representation of your argument, AV?
Yeah, and only one of those, in your view, you're saying that
can I just yes or no? Is that a fair representation of your argument?
Are we debating?
Yes. I want to give my counter argument, but I want to make sure that I'm correctly representing your position.
If you want to, sure, whatever.
Okay.
I wanted to clarify, but
okay,
sure,
perfect.
Go ahead.
Okay, so it is true that you're saying my morality is objective because there are different social conditions and attitudes in which I am raised in compared to people in Saudi Arabia, Romania, Israel, or Iran. Okay. Well, that same thing is true for you. And in fact, for every human... Yeah, do you agree that your social attitudes, your beliefs would be different if you were raised in a country like Iran compared to a country like America?
No, because at the end of the day, I could be raised... Listen, are you going to let me...
Okay.
Bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So listen, I could be raised in Saudi Arabia and I could be raised as a Muslim and I could be raised to believe in that, but would I be correct? And again, we're going to go back to the question, what is true, what is not true?
Okay, so this explanation right here...
Are you going to let me finish?
I think I got everything I need. So this explanation that you just gave me is exactly why you dunked on yourself. Because you're saying, Dean, although the same premise applies to me as a God believer, if I was like raised in Saudi Arabia or Iran, I'd probably believe in a different God than I do now. If I was raised in Israel, I'd probably believe in a different God than I do now. But ultimately, even though different people in different places across the globe believe in different gods because of different social conditionings and social attitudes, this doesn't change the fact that morality is objective, because if God exists, then only one God exists. And if one God exists, then that God will be the objective governor of reality. Well, I'd say the same thing about moral objectivism from my position. I agree that different people are going to grow up in different places around the world at different times with different social attitudes and social pressures that influence why they believe what they do and how they believe what they do. However, this doesn't change the fact that there's either right or wrong. There's only one set of facts that govern over morality, and people that live in different societies across the globe that are in alignment with a set of facts are right. And people that are growing up in different societies across the globe that are not in alignment with these set of facts are not right. The same way you think people who are grown up in societies around the globe that do believe in the Christian God are right. Meanwhile, people who are raised in different societies across the globe that don't believe in the Christian God are not right. It's the same thing. Your argument applies to yourself, and your explanation of why this argument does not apply to yourself applies to me. We both believe that social attitudes and social conditioning can influence why people believe what they do and what people believe what they do across the globe. But likewise, we both also believe that there's only one objective set of facts that govern over morality, and the people who agree with them are right, and the people who disagree with them are wrong.
Are you purposely being obtuse?
I'm not being obtuse, and that's why I asked you if I was right in correctly representing your argument to ensure that I was striking and attacking the meat on the bone.
No, but you're purposely being obtuse, because the difference between my worldview and your worldview is yours just comes from a feeling. I got a feeling. That's all you got, is you got a feeling.
That's
you got
a straw man. Right. That's a straw man. That's not
it is
true.
A straw man.
It does not come from a feeling. It comes from a base set of facts, true of reality that govern over morality. That's a straw man. It does not come from a feeling. I do not think that morality... No. I'm just going to clarify here. I do not think that morality is reducible to preferences. I do not think that morality is reducible to feelings. I do not think that morality is reducible to our emotions. I, for the last time, think that morality is reducible to a base set of facts, true of reality, the same way you do about God, and very similarly to yourself, I think that this base set of facts that are true of reality govern over moral principles the same way that you do about your God. When you're talking about it all reduces down to your feelings, you're saying the feelings that I have, that I'm correct in representing these facts. Okay, the same way that you think that you are correct in representing through your feelings the fact that the Christian God is the real God. At the end of the day, I have evidence, okay, that the base set of facts I appeal to in arguing for objective moral truths is true would likewise be reflected from your view. Like, hopefully you think you have evidence for the base fact that the Christian God is real, right? You know what I mean? I don't know how else to explain it to you. I just think that you're too unintelligent.
Or are you just going to keep muting?
Yeah, that's fine. I think I hit on all the bases there.
So you're being obtuse and you're muting on purpose. The difference between me and you is I have a religious point of view and you have a secular point of view. You believe, you come to your conclusions, you come to your morality based upon, what are you typing?
I'm typing down your argument.
Are you typing into Grok right now?
I'm typing your argument.
Okay, well, Grok is going to tell me I'm right. So anyway.
I'm not typing this into Grok. I'm typing this into a notepad on Google Docs.
Sure, Dean. But anyways, type it into Grok. I don't care. I'm right anyways. I've checked.
Sure, Dean? What did you just say? You just said that the difference between you and me is that your view reduces down to religion and my view reduces down to secularism. Can you agree that the text on the screen says difference, religious versus secular? Can you agree? Can you agree that that's what the... Can you agree that that's what it said?
Wait. You could have copied and pasted that from Grok onto a Word document real quick.
If I was talking to Grok, I'd be asking for a counter argument against what you're saying. Just give the fucking argument, you asshole.
Okay, so again, the difference is my religious belief is that God created morality. God created right and wrong. Yeah. You just believe what is right and wrong due to the conclusions you came up with, due to the culture, due to the knowledge you've been given, due to your experience, due to your history, due to all these different factors.
You've already committed a category error.
So 1 second, I got a phone call. But anyways, but the difference is that another group of people is going to come up with a different set of morality on a different side of the globe. That's what makes you a secularist, come to subjective morality. Yeah. Because what you feel is right, what you feel is true, is going to be different. Now, I know what you're going to say to me. You're going to say, "Well, you could believe in the wrong God."
I'm just going to give you. I'm just going to give you my response.
You're not going to let me.
Because you're trying to think of a response for me. I'll just give you my response. So you're committing a category error.
I already know what you're going to say.
The difference that you just gave me, insofar as why you're a moral objectivist and I'm not, is according to you, God created morality. And according to me, I agree that things are right and wrong due to history, social conditions, etc. So the reason why you're committing a category error in your response is when you're addressing yourself, you're saying that ultimately God created these true objective moral principles. You're not addressing how you come to discover those true objective moral principles. You're just addressing where the moral principles come from. Okay? So but then when you're talking about me, you're not addressing where the moral principles come from, but you're rather just addressing how you think I discover those moral principles. So if we want to be fair here if we want to say synonymous and identical in the way in which we are addressing the relative moral frameworks, okay, you'd have to say about yourself that you think that morality comes from God, and I think that morality comes from facts of reality. Okay, but then how do you think I determine those facts of reality? By social conditions, history, so on and so forth. Okay, well, how do I think you determine which God exists? By social conditions, history, so on and so forth. So we both believe that morality comes from an objective standard. You believe it comes from God. I believe it comes from facts of reality. But then we both attempt to discover these objective moral truths in accordance with, I guess, according to you, history, social conditions, etc., so on and so forth.
So, okay, so tell me when you want me to destroy your argument.
I would like you to destroy it now, please.
Okay, so again, the problem with what you keep running into is that if I believe in a God and he is correct, that means he created what is right, what is wrong. He created everything.
Okay, I'm gonna cut you off there. If I believe in these facts of reality that govern morality, and I'm correct, then it is true that morality is objective, and I'm correct in representing these moral claims. You pre-assume that you are correct in your explanation on why you think morality is objective. I'm going to pre-assume that I'm correct in my explanation of why morality is objective from here on out.
Dean,
this is my last interruption. Legitimately, I understand I'm interrupting you a lot. This is my last interruption, but a reason I had to make that interruption is because the crux of your argument that I have no claim to argue that morality is objective is that you don't think I can make that same pre-assumption that you're making, that I'm correctly discovering the facts of reality that govern over morality. Meanwhile, in your argument, you pre-assume from the get-go that you are correctly discovering the facts of reality insofar as what God exists to govern over morality. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm about to destroy your argument, like, really quick. Are you infallible? Are you all-knowing?
No, are you?
No.
Okay, so we're both not infallible.
Okay, so no.
I guess we both are infallible.
Holy moly. Can I finish?
I guess we both are fallible. Yeah, go ahead.
So
we've now determined that we're both fallible. Go ahead.
Let me finish.
Okay, you and me are both fallible. Go ahead.
Okay, so you are not all-knowing. You are not infallible. Okay? The difference between you and me is I am getting my morals from a God I believe to be true. Correct?
Are you fallible?
And you could say...
Are you fallible?
I'm not following my morals. I'm following my God's morals.
I know, but how do you know that you are right in determining what those moral truths are? If you're fallible.
Then we go back to the question, what is true, what is not true?
Hey, Dina, I'm gonna hop off here. Have a good time on
I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much.
Of course, bro. Good seeing you.
Actually, give me an explanation. How do you know that you are right? Okay, when you say that your governing standard of morality thinks murder is wrong, how do you know that you are right in the discovery of that moral truth?
Well, I could go from a secular lens, but I could say that's my subjective morality.
No, I want it from your lens of objective morality. How do you know that you're right when you say that murder is wrong?
Then I would say from my religious lens that I could say murder is wrong because in the Bible it says thou shalt not kill, and then you can
how do you know that the Bible's right?
Because of faith. And then we can go back to the question of what is true and what is not true. I mean, you can be bad faith. You're being bad faith.
Okay.
So again,
perfect.
The problem is.
Dean, okay.
Listen,
remember earlier.
Dean, listen.
Wait. Remember earlier. Okay, when you told me this is the defeater. I want you to listen closely, genuinely. Remember earlier.
We haven't defeated nothing, brother.
Oh, this is the defeater right now.
Earlier you told me. Come on.
The reason why your morality is objective and my morality is subjective is because you discover your morality through God, because God created my morality. And I discover morality due to history, social conditions, etc., so on and so forth. Well, actually, we should now revise that statement of yours. Because to better represent that statement of yours, not talking about what governs morality, but rather how we discover the moral facts, the correct statement would be that you discover your morality through faith, and I discover my morality through history and social conditions.
No, actually, that's not true either. Because again, at the end of the day,
faith is what drives you to think that you are right in your discovery of moral truth.
So again,
the same way you think that social conditions are what drive me in thinking I'm right about my discovery of moral truth.
So again, there either is a God or there isn't a God.
There either is this base set of facts of reality that govern morality as I say there are, or there's not. What's next?
So are you saying that? So you're saying you believe in good and evil, but you don't believe in God?
Yes.
So okay, that doesn't even make sense, because if there is no God, then we're pretty much just like walking beings on the planet. What are you talking about?
The anti-God worldview does not entail nihilism. You're lost, buddy.
It is nihilistic.
No, the reason why it's not nihilistic is because once again, I think that morality exists as a guide for living on Earth, and what determines morality is more so how to live well as a human being, and this is ultimately arbitrated by by facts of reality. Listen, humans. Let me just explain this to you. Let me just explain this to you. Humans are living creations with certain requirements for survival, and by extension, I think that ethics studies the science of living as a human being, and particularly living well. I'll give you an analogy here. If a plant is wilting, it's living, but it's in a state of decay. Okay, and like the parody of this for humans is like being depressed, in pain, etc., so on and so forth. So the goal here is to determine what would make a plant wilt, and likewise to determine what will make humans live in the state of decay of being depressed, in pain, unhappy, so on and so forth. So the goal of morality is to determine how to live excellently, right? And I believe that epistemologically, we could actually measure what will help a human live excellently or in a state of decay the same way that we could epistemologically measure what will make a plant live excellently or wilt. Maybe, to prevent a plant from wilting, we water it every day and we give it sunlight. Those are all objective epistemological measures of what helps the excellent survival of that plant. Similarly, for humans and for morality, we can measure good and bad. We can literally see the consequences of living poorly, all right? And because of this serves as an underpinning justification for the claim that not only can you have morality in the anti-God worldview, but you could have objective morality, because the facts of morality are facts of reality in which epistemologically drive certain measurable outcomes of either excellent survival or poor survival. And I think that everything that I just said went completely over your head because I studied this.
No, you're reading from like a paper. But anyways, the fact of the matter is
dude, you're so pressed.
No. Again,
well done.
The problem
he can't respond. Yeah, what's the fucking problem?
Let me respond.
Oh, come on, good. Come on, bad boy. Don't crash out because you're losing the debate.
Let me respond, coward. Let me respond.
I'm waiting.
So again, you were talking about, it's all about, trying to cause the least amount of harm, and we should try to, give water to the plant, and should we apply that and try to give food and try to make the best possible conditions for humans, But you don't realize that all of that is going to feed into your preference due to your upbringing. So whatever your utopia is, whatever the society you want.
Wrong.
Let me finish, Dean.
No, wrong.
So,
it doesn't. Listen, if my preference from my upbringing is that we should just kill everybody, that's not going to change the fact of reality that killing everybody doesn't lead to excellent human survival. My preferences do not change the facts of reality that either do or do not lead to excellent human survival. Wrong.
So your argument is just whatever leads to the least amount of harm?
No, my argument is that ultimately ethics is the study of living as a human being well, and morality serves as a guide for living on Earth to produce the most excellent survival for human people.
Are you dumb? It's like, honestly, but you can apply that in different ways. Are you a moron?
The only counter argument I hear is, Dean, are you dumb?
Listen.
That tells me I won the debate. That tells me I won the debate. Thank you, man.
Thank
you, bro. I appreciate that.
Thank
you, bro. I appreciate that.
There could be 30 different secular people looking at that and come to different conclusions.
But ultimately, only one of them is going to be right.
only one of them is going to be right?
Yeah,
Based
just
on
like if
what?
you have 30 different
Based on
theists,
what?
one's a Muslim, one's Jewish, one's Christian, only one of them is going to be right? Like
No,
either
but
Jesus Christ is God or isn't. And you said based on what? Based upon the epistemological facts of reality that either are or are not conducive towards the most excellent survival of human beings. Listen, I gave you an analogy for this. There's
being
only,
obtuse on
listen,
purpose.
listen, I gave you an analogy to this. There are
You're being obtuse.
epistemological and measurable facts for what will lead to the most excellent survival of a flower. Okay, do you agree that it's objectively true? No, listen. Do you agree that it's objectively true, regardless of what anybody thinks, that if you deprive a flower of sunlight and water, that flower will die?
Yes, but are you ever going to let me respond?
So do you therefore agree that it's an objective fact that for the excellent survival of that flower, it will require some combination of water and sunlight?
Objective fact?
Yes.
No, it would be no.
Wait, why would that not be an objective fact? Yes, it is. It is stands independently true. Regardless of what you think. Listen to what I'm saying here. Regardless of what you think, regardless of what I think, regardless of what anybody thinks. Listen, no. Regardless of what you think, stop speaking. Regardless of what you think, regardless of what I think, regardless of what anybody's standard is, regardless of what anybody's preference is, there is some combination of water, some combination of sunlight, some combination of these facts, that will lead to the flourishment of the life of a flower, the same way that regardless of what you think, regardless of what I think, there are some combination of a lack of these things, like the lack of sunlight, like the lack of water, that will then cause this flower to die. The reason why I'm giving you this analogy of a flower is to demonstrate that when we superimpose the same view onto the excellent survival of humans, I ultimately believe that morality is derivative of a similar base set of facts that we could epistemologically measure that either will or will not lead to the most excellent survival of human people. And that is why I think that morality is objective.
Bruh. Is this how you debate? You just gish gallop?
There was no gish gallop in there. That was an argument.
I'm trying to tell you, you're doing an error, because first you're talking about how to run a society, and now you're talking about sustaining life. You can sustain life in multiple different ways. You can overfeed. You can underfeed while still maintaining a slight amount to keep them alive. You can feed them just right. There's variations. And then there's different ways that you can have a society, but you're saying there's a perfect way you can feed someone. Actually, no, because biology suggests that everyone is different, and you could feed each and every person differently, and they all would have different dietary needs. So you're fucking incorrect about that. And then as for a society, you could look at it and be like, well, I like communism. I'm a Bolshevik, and I think a society based upon communism values, that would be a great society. And another person would be like, well, I think a capitalistic society would be awesome. So again, you're an absolute fucking moron. You keep evading and moving the goalpost, talking about sustaining life and then talking about a society. Quit being obtuse, quit being bad faith.
Yeah, so I understand that you're getting really upset because I'm beating you.
Well, you're a moron. You're a moron. Quit.
This is an
like
epic
you
crash
you
out.
go from you go from talking about society to sustaining life.
Do you agree that when we look at a capitalist, when we look at a communist,
and now you're evading what I just said.
And every other, I'm directly responding to it.
You're evading what I just said.
The argument that you just made is a billion different people think a billion different things for what system of government will best govern over the people in which that government represents. My response to that is, let's just take a capitalist or a communist. Do you agree that ultimately, regardless of what that capitalist or regardless of what that communist thinks, one of those two systems will produce better conditions for the more excellent survival of the people living in that country?
I can destroy this argument because again,
I want a yes or no.
Listen, it would all be based upon the leadership, because again,
I want a yes or a no.
Listen, Dean.
He can't answer.
You could have
this guy's
listen.
cooked. I've absolutely charred this guy.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah, you're gonna go back to the screen. Let me finish when you just won't answer the question.
Let me talk.
It was a yes or no question.
Let me finish, Dean. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
By the way, he's going to
Okay, so
speak
again-
for another 10 minutes after I asked one very simple,
Bro,
short, and
you barely
concise
let me speak
yes or no
two
question.
sentences before you cry. So again, could you argue that you could have a communist regime and you could have a very bad leader, aka Joseph Stalin, and have gulags and take out 65 million white Christians, but then you could still have people like you be like, oh, communism is great. Oh, let's be Bolsheviks. Oh, this is going to be awesome. Or you could have a capitalistic system and a democracy like we have here in America, but then you could say we could actually have good leadership. You don't agree with Donald Trump, but maybe you could find a president that you do agree with and a leadership you do agree with.
Okay.
So
yes,
there's
sir.
ways
The question
that you
is,
could find,
the question
there's
is,
ways,
you're not
listen,
answering the question.
Dean,
You're not answering the
listen,
question.
Dean.
No, you're not answering the question.
I am
Do you
answering the
think
question.
that communism, ultimately, regardless of what anybody's preference
It'd be
or
based
standard
upon
is,
leadership.
ultimately, regardless of what anybody's preference or
based upon
standard is,
leadership.
do you think that either communism under Stalin or capitalism under John F. Kennedy is going to produce better conditions for the excellent survival of humans?
Capitalism under Kennedy. What are you talking about?
Just who's your favorite president in history?
What are you talking about?
It's important for the question. Who's your
I want
favorite
you to answer
president
this
in
question.
history?
Wait.
No, I've been...
Answer
Avi, I'm going to
Stalin?
kick you. I'm going to kick you if you don't answer this question. No, I'm going to kick you because you're refusing to engage in the dialectic. I'm going to kick you because you're... No, you didn't. You just gave me an explanation of, oh, Stalin...
I said Kennedy.
Okay. So you agree that regardless of what... No, let me explain to you why I asked you that question. I'm going to explain to you why I asked you that question, Avi. Don't you think that's important? Don't you think I was going somewhere with that? We're having a debate if morality is objective or subjective, and I ask you questions about Stalin versus Kennedy and capitalism versus communism. Ultimately, there's some greater point in that question. Can I please share that greater point with you? Can I?
Go ahead, because you're obviously not going to let me talk. Go ahead.
Perfect. So when I gave you my reduction of why I believe that morality is objective, I'm giving you the simplistic overview about how I think that ethics is the study of the science of living as a human being particularly well. I go over how there's a base set of facts of reality in which either do or don't lead to the most excellent survival of human beings. You know, like a flower that's wilting, that means that objectively, that flower needs more water, needs more sunlight, so it could better thrive and live. And because it's wilting, this means that objectively, it is deprived of the things in which it needs to live well. And the parity for humans is living bad means to be depressed, in pain, unhappy, so on and so forth. And very similarly, we could point towards an objective-based set of facts of reality in which would govern over morality, serving as a guidebook for how a human cannot be depressed, cannot be in pain, cannot be unhappy by like being good unto others, living by particular fundamental moral virtues of like not lying, so on and so forth. Okay, well then your response to that explanation of why I believe why morality is objective and what the objective morality even means, you said, well, a bunch of different people agree and or disagree on, well, what are those base set of facts in which either do or don't live to excellent human survival? Well, the reason why I asked you that question, objectively, do you think that the excellence of the survival of human people would be better under communism with Stalin or capitalism with JFK? And then you said JFK is just to show you that, well,
that would
maybe,
be my subjective opinion.
but although the Stalinists would say that survival would be better under Stalin, and I don't know, like the Democrats from the 60s would say that survival would be better under JFK, ultimately, all right, survival will only be better and more excellent under one of those two systems in comparison to the other. The next point that I'll make here is the same point reflects back to you on your version of morality, on your system of what's right and wrong. If you're telling me that morality can't be objective in the way that I'm describing it because different people disagree on what is most excellent for human survival, well then morality can't be objective in the way that you're describing it because a lot of people disagree on what God exists and what that God's moral law is. And because people disagree on what God exists and what that God's moral law is, the same way people disagree of what is most excellent and fitting for human survival, you're a subjectivist and I'm a subjectivist. The only way for you to get off of this plank I've got you on, where according to you, you're a subjectivist because different people disagree on what God exists and what their moral law is, you have to concede that just because people disagree of what the objective moral facts are, that doesn't mean that a base set of fundamental moral facts exists. Because both you and I think that there are a base set of fundamental moral facts that exist, and both you and I think that a lot of people disagree on what those base set of fundamental moral facts are. Because people disagree on what those base set of fundamental moral facts are does not mean that those base set of fundamental moral facts don't exist.
They only exist if a God exists.
Why? Give an argument for that.
I already have like 80 times.
What's the argument for that?
Okay, so again, objective morality only exists if a God exists, because
Give an
he's
argument.
the one. I'm trying, but you keep fucking talking over me, dude. So, okay, objective morality, which means what is true, what is right, what is the absolute correct thing. So if God were to create everything and God were to say, this is correct, well, since he created you, he created morals, he created everything that is right, he said, this is good, this is right, this is wrong, that would be objective morality. The reason why you have subjective moralities is because you, let me finish.
The facts, okay, I know, I get you. I'll just reduce your view. You're saying the reason why moral facts require God's existence is because it requires a creator of the facts in order for the facts to exist. Do you think that mathematics could exist if God didn't?
Mathematics could exist if God didn't. Well, then we'd have to think about...
Like, if atheism was true, if secularism is true, can 2 + 2 still be 4?
Well, I don't think me and you, this whole world could exist if God didn't exist. I don't think this could come to be.
Okay,
so no, I don't think this could exist.
Can secularists believe that mathematics is objective?
I'll look at it from your lens. I will debate you in good faith, even though you're debating me in bad faith.
Can secularists believe that mathematics is objective?
From your point of view, you could assume that without a God, you could believe in mathematics still. Because if you test something, listen, because if you test something over and over again, and it keeps coming to that conclusion,
you just
sure.
Okay, awesome. You just conceded that objective facts of reality can exist from the perspective of a secularist without a God. Okay, thank you so much. So if you agree that objective facts of reality can exist from the perspective of a secularist without a God, then those same set facts of reality can exist from the perspective of a secularist without a God as it relates to normativity and or morality. There's from my perspective, let me tell you this. Under my worldview, there's not too much of a difference between objective moral facts and objective mathematic facts. In the same way objective mathematic facts exist, objective moral facts exist. You don't need, under the secular worldview, a God to create mathematics, which you just agreed on. Therefore, you don't need, under the secularist worldview, a God to create morality, which would be the concession in which you're now going to grant.
I'm talking about from your worldview, you could possibly conceive that there could be math without a God, because you are conceiving that a world could be created.
So then you agree that from my worldview, you could possibly conceive of morality without a God, because in the same way objective facts of reality exist for math, objective facts of reality can also exist for morality.
Let me answer. I'll give you a distinction. I believe from your worldview, you could come up with a subjective morality. Yes.
Is mathematics objective under the secularist worldview?
So again,
is mathematics objective under the secularist worldview? Yes or no? If you don't answer, I'm just going to
mathematics isn't a morality.
I know. Just answer the question.
Mathematics would be just it'd be like a fact.
Is it objective under the secularist worldview? Yes or no?
It'd be a law.
That's not an answer to the question. The facts of mathematics under the secularist worldview, are they objective? Yes or no?
It would be like a law. Like
that's not a yes or no. The facts of mathematics under the secularist worldview, is it objective? Yes or no?
It wouldn't be objective morality. It would be like an objective.
I'm not asking you of objective facts of mathematics or objective facts of morality. I'm just simply asking you, are the objective facts of mathematics objective under the secularist worldview?
It would be an objective fact or an objective law. But
okay, perfect. If under the secularist worldview, why can math be objective, but morality can't?
Because your morality is subjective. What you believe is right, what you think
this is just self-refuting. You're not giving an explanation.
Not.
Yes,
Listen,
you're saying it can't be subjective. It can't be objective, therefore it's subjective because it's subjective. Your argument is circular. Your argument is it's subjective because it's subjective.
Let me explain.
This guy can't argue for jack shit. You have like 3 seconds to say something intelligent before I kick you.
You're really going to run?
Run from what? A balding middle-aged man with an ego problem that can't concede when he's wrong?
Vladimir Lenin. Then face me in a boxing match, bitch.
Yeah,
think
that's
I'm
why
such
you
a
want to get in the
baller?
ring, because you think you're going to be able to beat me down with your
no,
fist,
I'll
because you
debate
obviously
you and
can't
I'll
beat me
box
down
you.
with your brain.
I'll debate you and box you.
I don't know. According to my objective moral standards, it would be wrong to put a balding middle-aged man in the hospital.
Hey, if you think I'm so old,
Hey,
you wanna fight
listen.
me?
Hey, listen, I just told you. According to my objective standards of morality, okay, it's not in the pursuit of the betterment of the excellent survival of human people for me to put some middle-aged chud in the hospital because he tried to fight somebody half his age with twice as intelligent that happens to go to the gym every day.
Listen, if you listen, you think you're gonna beat me? Let's do an MMA match. Jubilee set it up.
Like I told you, the objective facts of morality dictate that is immoral.
Let's fight at the White House. I'll bounce your head off the canvas. Let's go.
Oh yeah, after you get down on your knees and suck the rapist's cock, right?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. All right. Well, that's what happens when you try to have a very complex and philosophical debate with Patrick Starr, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of that queue. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Woo! All right. Never doing that again. Yikes. Listen, folks. That's why we try to leave those more That's why we try to leave those more complex subjects to like people who could actually carry their weight in a debate. The reason why you guys don't see me debating the intricacies of metaethics, which is the question on, basically if ethics are objective or subjective, is because when you try to have those conversations with people that can't keep up, are genuinely not educated on the subject matter, it's impossible. Like you said it the best. It's hard to win a debate against a smart person, but it's an impossible task to win a debate against a dumbass.
Let me kiss you on your hot mouth.
Okay, Keaton, have a good one. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Someone in the chat says I'll give him 7 minutes before he posts on his page saying that he beat you. But I give it like 2. Wow, pretty impressive. If you're curious, by the way, his argument is like the most elementary blunder ever when it comes to discourse surrounding the nature of morality and if it is objective or subjective. Like that is like literally day one. That is literally day one in an intro to ethics course in college, by the way. We need to bring credentialism back. We need to bring credentialism back to some extent. Right? Like you can't be making like day one philosophical blunders and then standing on them 10 toes down for an hour straight in somebody who went to school for this. It's just ridiculous. Let's go to get that next guest connected up to the live stream. PZ, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Says your dedication to the truth day after day is amazing. I appreciate you so much for that love, PZ. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some love to PZ down below for the $15. Who says your dedication to truth day after day is amazing. I try my best to stay dedicated to the truth. Right now I'm struggling just because the people that we've debated today have just been such little piss babies. Joe, thank you for the $10. Who says if we follow the morality laid out in the Bible, then marriage would be a man selling his 14-year-old daughter away to the wealthiest man he can find in return for grain. Listen, Joe, I think that there are interpretations of the Bible that don't yield that conclusion, but there are absolutely some that do.
Give Ma her singing battle, bro.
Give me my fucking peace of mind. Cut out that noise pollution. Crystal, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Ashley, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says, I'm starting to realize why Jubilee won't buy a plane ticket for this guy. I was struck by an arrow when I was 7, and listening to him is more painful. Y'all are flaming him. Listen, let me tell you. I love you guys so much. Y'all be saying the funniest shit ever on these donations, and it's great. Diana, thank you for the $15. She says, banging my head against the wall repeatedly for the rest of eternity truly would be less painful than speaking to a person like this guest. Take care of your mental health, Dean. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $15, Diana. Listen, like I said, I am more used to it than most people, but I'm still not that good at it. If you guys want to be pointed towards somebody that is really good at dealing with people like AV, look no further than Parker. He keeps his cool. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Do you support Israel?
No. Do you support Trump?
Nope.
Okay. Moving on to the next guest. Lewis, thank you for the $10. He says, all of that rambling about abortion, ask him how a woman deciding to abort or not affects his life directly. Well, I can't now because he's gone, but I appreciate you so much for the love. Kat, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Aiden, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome into Sport Trump, Cathal. And also, Aiden, to your question, I don't know. I thought it was a realist framework, but I talked to a friend last night, and they said it wasn't. Hey, welcome into Sport Trump.
I do.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
What's up?
What year were you born in?
2008, May 14th.
All right, let me thank a couple people here real quick. Danny, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Danny. That is beyond kind of you. I'm so fucking grateful for you. Thank you so very much for the love and support. You are the absolute goat of the hour. Danny with the $50 says, Dean, I just started watching you. You are so fantastic. I was watching your TikTok stream when it cut off. I'm watching you on YouTube right now. Sending love from Chicago. Well, sending love to you, Danny. Shout out to Chicago. Thank you so much for that love and support. Genuinely, I'm so grateful for you. Angel, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that love. Kara, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. Thank you, Kara. And your point about vasectomies is absolutely true. And then Jan, thank you so much for the $15 who says, had to send another donation because I can't wait for you to dog walk this guy on abortion. Jan sent that 51 minutes ago when we first started talking to AV. Yeah, it turns out we actually never had a conversation about the nature of abortion. Literally never. Emilio, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $13. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are all cut up over on Venmo. We over on Super Chat, 10,000 seconds. Thank you for the $20 who says, sorry, this guy's voice made me smash my head into the wall and I lost consciousness for a minute. Are we back to the MAGA debates yet? Yeah, we're back to the MAGA debates. We're back to the MAGA debates. We are back to the MAGA debates, everybody. Who else do we got? Let's see here. Jane with the $10 says, baby man needs to simmer down. Oh, yeah, that last guest really needed to simmer down. Rogue with the $10 says, faith equals feelings. This guy's the final boss of projecting, literally. Miko, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Someone stranger, thank you so much for the $20, who says, so he actually hasn't talked to a secular objectivist. Yeah, I think that was that last guest's main problem, is that he's just literally never talked to a secular objectivist before. Random dude on the internet, thank you so much for the 27 Canadian dollars, who says, please bring up the fact that even if the Christian God was real, that Christian morality would still be subjective since it would be mind dependent on said God. You are right. And that's also something else that guy said in his statement, that he thinks God determines what is right and wrong. Okay, so then God is just the subjective standard of morality. And by the way, that is a sound critique. Welcome into Sport Trump. You already answered that question. My bad. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us what you're
good. I had like a couple questions. I low-key forget what they were, but at first I wanted to address the people in your chat that keep proceeding to say that I'm not 18, even though I just said my date because people can't do math for some reason. Yeah, May 14th of 2008 is 18.
Yeah. So what's the argument? Why is Trump a good president?
Honestly, I just believed in his like I've noticed like I don't want to like debate you as much as like a lot of other people because like I feel like you're a very, like, I'm not gonna lie, you are a very sophisticated and smart man. I've definitely seen you debate Charlie Kirk and everything and go to all those. I actually had a question about what was it? Oh, do you think what happened to Charlie Kirk was justified or no?
No, I'm a pacifist.
Okay. Do you think that it was like okay for him to like be debating like I mean obviously you debate like this too, but like did you ever agree with any of his like his points or whatever?
No. Do I think it was okay for him to be debating? No. It wasn't okay. It was a bad thing.
Why do you think that, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, because it significantly socially deteriorated the state of our nation. Convincing like I don't know, like his 15-year-old girl fans that if they're raped and impregnated that they should want to keep the baby. You know, advocating for our state to pass legislation to force children to undergo bodily torture if they are raped and impregnated. Advocating and teaching people to be racist and to question black people in professional jobs. And of course, you know, just the die-hard, never-ending grift for the rapist in command. So clearly I think that was a bad thing.
Okay. That's understandable. I understand that. What do you mind if I tell you my like thought on abortion and you kind of tell me what you think is not okay?
I would just like to hear why you support Trump as president, preferably.
Okay. I don't know. He came into presidency saying he'd do a lot of the stuff, and he has done a lot of it. He hasn't done all of it. I will give it that. He hasn't done everything he said, and he's definitely lied about a few things he said, including tax prices, which I've definitely heard you say were from him from 2017, I believe, his presidency from 2017. He added like the taxes in, and then they kind of just started raising up from there. But for the most part, I feel like he's followed what he said in his before he became president.
So what he said while he was on the campaign trail, not what he's been doing after he won?
Well, like I said, I believe that he's done a good amount of it. He hasn't done all of it.
Can you give me an example of like what's your favorite thing that Trump has done?
I don't have a favorite thing that he's done personally because not everything that he's done is good.
Well, you said that he's done a lot of things that make you support him. So that means that he's done a lot of good things, or else they wouldn't be things that would make you support him. Like, for instance, Hitler did a lot. He did a lot, dude. So
Hitler
much.
did a crap ton.
Right? Yeah, he did a shit ton of things. But just because he did a lot doesn't mean I'm going to support him. Like, if all the things that he did were bad, which they were, of course, like, it's going to make me do the opposite. You know, celebrate when he killed himself. So just because Trump has done many things doesn't mean he's a good president. We first have to ensure and validate that those things are good. So what are some of the good things he's done?
I personally, and you can disagree with this, I personally think that that the whole like ICE and the border, and I'm not saying everything that ICE has done is good, but I do believe that like the ICE and the border was a good idea.
Okay,
and
but has it been good in practice? Do you think that it's been good in practice?
Here and there. I think
Okay,
there's been
So overall, listen, I'd say that it's been terrible. And the reason why I'd say that is because it's made our country worse. We've been violating human, natural, and constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants, having them tortured overseas, shooting citizens in the back and executing them in broad daylight for what? Higher unemployment rate for citizens, less jobs, more inflation, less tax revenue, higher taxes. Come on, that's terrible.
Okay, I understand that. No, I think that ICE is genuinely a good thing though. Like the overall concept of it, maybe not what they've been doing, but the concept of it was a good idea.
Concept of ICE is a good idea.
Like,
Listen,
I mean,
I
like,
actually think that ICE is terrible. They uphold a reckless disregard for law and life, and I don't think that we should support any entity, institution, or person that upholds reckless disregard for law or life. Do you agree that we should not support any institution that upholds reckless disregard for law and life?
Can you dumb that down for me a little bit?
No, but I could say it again, but slower. Do you agree that we shouldn't support any institution? If you don't know what an institution is, ask now.
Okay, what's an institution?
Okay. Well, when I say institution, I just mean body of people, a government, a sub-body of that government, a structure in society governed and ran by individuals as a collective body, an agency, an organization of people. That's like the best definition, I think, is an institution, put in very simple terms, would be an organization of people. So, would you support any organization of people that upholds reckless disregard for law and life?
To a point, no.
Me neither. And I think that's what ICE does. I think that ICE upholds reckless disregard for law and life. Now, the reason why I say that is because we know they don't care about life. We've had ICE agents executing citizens, Renee Good, Keith Porter, and Alex Preddy. And we can't make the argument that those are just a couple bad apples, because in response, the Department of DHS defended them, said they did nothing wrong, and then relocated them and put them on jobs elsewhere. We also know that ICE upholds reckless disregard for law, because the DHS has given department-wide memorandums for ICE to arrest people with no judicial warrants in violation of their 4th and 14th Amendment rights, on top of all of the illegal deportations.
Okay.
So if you generally wouldn't support organizations of people or institutions that uphold reckless disregard for law and life, then you shouldn't support ICE, because that's what they do.
Well, like I said, I support the concept of it because I think that And yes, I know it's not, and I've definitely talked to people because my parents weren't illegal immigrants, but they came over illegally. I think it's a great idea because, fun fact, we're like the only country, we're one of the only like countries in the world that hasn't had like a way for illegal immigrants to come in.
When you were born,
legally.
were your parents illegal?
Yes, but they became legal because they got threatened to get kicked out of the United States. So
according to Trump, you're not a citizen.
I'm a citizen because I was born here.
According to Trump, you aren't. Dude, you're actually in a very bad position. Wow. Oh my goodness. You're in a terrible, 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 terrible position. So right now, Donald Trump is trying to take your citizenship away. Like right now, he's fighting in court. He's battling to take your citizenship away.
Okay, but again, I was conceived and born in the United States. Therefore, I'm considered a United States citizen because anyone who is born in the United States is considered a United States citizen by law.
Right, by the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment says anybody that is born and subject to the jurisdiction of the United States in America is a birthright citizen. That's what it says, right? That's what the first section of the 14th Amendment says. That was ratified in 1848. But Donald Trump signed an executive order into law. There's executive order number 14160. And this executive order says, well, if at the time of your birth, your parents were undocumented immigrants, then you are actually not a citizen. You are an undocumented immigrant, and you should be processed through DHS and deported. And when he passed that executive order, well, it got shot down immediately because it is blatantly and patently unconstitutional. But now he's kicked the appeal all the way up to the Supreme Court, who he's attempting to convince that it's not unconstitutional, and people born in the United States to parents that were undocumented immigrants at the time of their birth, okay, are not citizens. In fact, can I read this executive order with you?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Because like this is you, bro. Like this is your citizenship on the line. This is like dead ass your citizenship on the line. I actually feel terrible for you, bro. Let's read this together. Section number 1, purpose. The privilege of United States. Can you see the text?
Yeah.
The privilege of United States citizenship is a priceless and profound gift. The 14th Amendment says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. That provision rightfully repudiated the Supreme Court decision of Dred Scott. But the 14th Amendment has never been interpreted to extend citizenship universally to everybody born within the U.S. The 14th Amendment has always excluded people from birthright citizenship who are born here but just not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Consistent with this understanding, the Congress has further specified through legislation that a person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a national and a citizen of the United States at birth, generally mirroring the 14th Amendment's text. This is wrong, by the way. Among the categories of individuals born in the U.S. and not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, thereby they do not automatically qualify for the privilege of citizenship, are individuals born in the United States when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and that person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Okay? Let's focus in on that at the time of said person's birth part. At the time of your birth, were your parents in this country legally?
Time of birth? That's a great question. I don't think so. However,
Right.
once it got more serious, they kind of got their citizenship.
Right.
It was-
I understand that you're telling us that they got their citizenship later, but this executive order doesn't say to parents that are undocumented immigrants. It says that were undocumented immigrants at the said time of their child's birth. So you're telling us that at the time of your birth, your parents were undocumented immigrants. According to this executive order, your parents are legal and you're not.
Okay, out of curiosity, birth is in like me come out of the womb, like
yes,
officially like alive, like
yeah.
Okay, yeah, they got it like a little bit after I was born. I know they got it like a year or two after I was born. However, I would completely be okay with getting a citizenship because, and like I said, I know it's expensive. I know it's hard to get. But all of my family lives here, so I'd 100% be willing to.
I mean, I've never actually spoken to somebody who this executive order would apply to. You are the first person I've spoken to who this executive order would apply to. You're likely the first person that many of the people watching this live stream, okay, would see that this executive order would apply to. So according to the Trump administration, you are an undocumented immigrant. And if it wasn't for liberal judges who struck this EO down, you would legally be considered an undocumented immigrant today in America, and ICE would have your name on a list of people they're looking for to deport. Now, because those liberal judges struck it down, legally you're still considered a citizen. But the Trump administration is fighting against those rulings, and they've now taken it to the Supreme Court, and they're making a case for this executive order that we just read that says you're an undocumented immigrant in front of the Supreme Court. So if the Supreme Court sides with the Trump administration, you will officially, by all legal standards, be considered an undocumented immigrant.
Mm-hmm. So the only reason I wasn't concerned about that, and I mean, now that you're coming up with that, like I didn't know that was coming, like Trump was even trying to do that. I mean, I don't really pay attention to that close. Like,
please tell me I changed your mind, bro.
I can't say you changed my mind. However, now listen. I refuse to vote in any elections. I just recently graduated from high school and CTC and all that stuff. And we actually had ICE agents stationed at our CTC, and they've definitely come and talked to me before. And I mean, they've told me I've been fine. They told me even no matter what happens, like I'm fine because they've documented me as a legal citizen.
As a legal or illegal?
Legal.
Not of the Supreme Court over rules in accordance with the Trump administration. So you're telling me that they've come to talk to you, they know who you are, and as it is, you're fine because it is true. Today you are a citizen. But tomorrow, if the Supreme Court rules in Donald Trump's favor, they're coming to get you. Like, I'm not even trolling, dude. If they've already come to talk to you, if they've already come to identify you, if they've already come to find where you go to school, if they've already come to find where you live, if they've already come to find your address, you're on their hit list. As soon as the Supreme Court rules on the subject matter, pray to God they uphold the nature of the 14th Amendment as it was intended in 1868, and they do not rule in favor of the Trump administration. But if they rule in favor of the Trump administration, ICE is going to show up to your house. They are going to put you in handcuffs. They are going to put you in the back of a U-Haul. Then they are going to take you to an immigrant processing detainment center, likely in southern Texas if you happen to live in the general region. And then you will stay there for around 2 weeks, eating one meal a day. And then you will likely be deported unless any type of civil injunction can be filed on your behalf by a lawyer to possibly apply for an amnesty process, so on and so forth. You are seriously at jeopardy. Your livelihood is at jeopardy because of Trump. Your future is at jeopardy because of Trump. Your home is at jeopardy because of Trump. Everything you know and love is at jeopardy because of Trump. Listen, I've been doing these debates for years and years and years and years and years and years and years. I have never personally spoken to somebody that has had their life at more jeopardy because of Trump than you. And I'm not telling you this to hurt your feelings. I'm not telling you this to win a debate. That's not even where my mind is at right now. I'm telling you this to inform you upon these facts because this is very, very impactful on your state of life. And I'm not fear-mongering either. I promise I'm not fear-mongering either. I will happily read through the entirety of this executive order with you right now on air, just so you could see the text from whitehouse.gov, the Federal Register, to see how the ambitions of the Trump administration implicate you as an undocumented immigrant if they get their way.
I completely understand that. I don't know 100% if it changes things, but I am currently a poolee in the United States Marine Corps. and I ship out in what's the date? I ship out in like 3 weeks or something like that. So I don't know 100% if that changes anything, but since I've been a citizen or been a considered citizen for I think it's 10 plus years or whatever the legal year was or whatever, I have a feeling it changes, but I'm not 100% sure. Do you know anything on that?
This is all unprecedented. There is no precedent for revoking birthright citizenship away from people in this country. There is no legislation that says if you've been a birthright citizen for 10 years, then you get to keep it forever and it can't be revoked. Because before the Trump administration, if you were born in this country and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, you are a citizen, and that is a right that you have unless you give it up. Because it is your constitutional protection. It is your constitutional privilege.
Yeah.
The only way there would be an exemption for yourself from deportation, from being classified as an undocumented immigrant, was if this 4-page executive order specified it. Reading through section number 1, section number 2, section number 3, I don't see anything like it. Okay? Section number 2. The privilege of citizenship does not automatically extend to a person born in the U.S. when that person's mom was unlawfully present and that father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. So you do not get the automatic privilege of birthright citizenship. Let's read down to the enforcement mechanism of this executive order. The Secretary of State, the Attorney General, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and the Commissioner of Social Security shall take all appropriate measures to ensure that the regulations and policies of their respective departments and agencies are consistent with this order, and that have no officers, employees, or agents of their respective departments and agencies that act or forbear from acting in any manner inconsistent with this order. The heads of all executive departments and agencies shall issue public guidance within 30 days of the date of this order regarding this order's implementation with respect to their operations and activities. Wow. The one part of this executive order where I see you might be able to get off on is it says that the privilege of United States citizenship does not automatically extend to you. So like maybe there's something that you could do to get it. But bro, I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else I could do to help you to understand the legitimate jeopardy that your livelihood is in.
Oh, no, I completely understand it. Like I said, I understand it. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I got to talk to you. You know, I've been watching videos and stuff, and it's just been popping up all over my TikTok. So, I am glad I got to talk to you. I learned a lot of things. I mean, you definitely helped me learn a lot of things. You've definitely I shouldn't say shifted, but you've definitely kind of
before you leave
me a little bit.
Before you leave, I got a lawyer up on the stream. Thank you, Law. Because I seriously don't want to fearmonger, okay? I don't want to, like, tell you something incorrect because this, like, personally concerns yourself. Law, if I said anything wrong, please correct me.
So the only thing that you're not wrong on, but what Trump's side argued in the court was that this would be forward-looking, not backward-looking. But I put that in big caveats because if the court grants the authority of the president to determine citizenship status by executive order, even if that was true, all it takes is a strike of the pen to make it retroactive. There would be zero protections because the Supreme Court has essentially authorized the executive to determine when birthright citizenship applies and when it doesn't. So even if that was true, the argument, it should give you no comfort. And I will tell you, your service in the military and the fact that you've been here a citizen for 10 years, 20 years, whatever it is, does not matter. Under the terms of this order, it gives you no protections.
I'm so happy that I got you up here, so you could correct me on the retroactive bit. I'm so happy that I got you up here.
I just saw, and I'm not saying this guy's correct. I looked in the comments, and it said, honestly _Mark1. He said, you're wrong. He's been a citizen for 10 years. He has a social security number, which I do, and has been a citizen. It won't be revoked.
The terms of the executive order literally say that you're not a citizen. So the government can revoke citizenship from people who are naturalized if there is been fraud committed during the process. But what Trump's order is doing is saying you were never a citizen in the first place.
Okay.
So you're relying on the law as it is now as a protection without realizing that Trump is trying to tear up that law from its roots.
Was that all right?
Also, I'd recommend listening to the lawyer over a random comment.
Well, no, I'm not saying I'm not listening to it. I saw that and it popped up, and I didn't know if that had anything to do with it or whatever.
Like, I don't like, it's not legal advice. I think that, you know, it can't legally be legal advice, but law's not saying this. I'm saying this. It is my opinion that he's basically giving.
Well, no, I'm not telling him to do any any particular activity. So yeah, I mean, this is just
not legal advice. Not legal advice. Okay.
Like I said, I appreciate talking to you. I had a good time talking to you. I learned a lot of things. So
please take this conversation seriously. Like I said, been doing this for years. Never had a conversation like this. This is the most impactful conversation in the sense that I've never spoken with somebody that the Trump administration has threatened the livelihood more than you. 4 hours a day, 7 days a week for 2 years.
And again, I don't want to fearmonger. I have clients who this would affect. I do immigration work pro bono, and they are terrified. And I think you should be following this much more closely than you are because it directly impacts your life.
Yeah. Okay. Have a good day, man.
Well, hey, you too. Hey, maybe you can post me on your TikTok and get me like famous, you know? Because like this is the first one you've ever had.
Unfortunately, I think the last thing I want for you right now is fame.
Oh, come on. All right, man.
Not taking it seriously, bro. Please take it seriously.
That dude is more worried about getting fucking exposure than the fact that he could be deported.
Oh my god.
Wild. Thanks for having me up, Dean.
Yeah, Allah, thanks for coming up, man. Oh my god. Dude. You gotta be serious about this, man. You gotta be. Listen to the lawyer. The lawyer that just said he has clients. He has clients because of this. People are coming to him for legal services because of this, because they're in the same position you are. Please take it seriously. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream, man. Fuck, dude. Shit, man. All right. And by the way, this is like really low level priority, right? Like honestly, my main priority with that last guest was just, you know, getting him to take shit seriously as it concerns his own life and, you know, sharing the facts with him that he needs to know. But like, this was low priority. He left that conversation a Trump supporter. He said that was not convincing enough to change his mind on his support. Fallon, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, question, what if only one of your parents were an undocumented immigrant at the time of your birth in the U.S.? I'm pretty sure that the EO specifies that. Listen, if you want to go read the EO for yourself, go on Google, type in Executive Order number 14160. The first link will be from the Federal Register or whitehouse.gov. Just read the EO for yourself. It's actually really short, sweet, and it's not too hard to understand, like other EOs. Terrell, thank you so much for the $5 on Vim. I appreciate you, Terrell. Autumn, thank you for the 1. Samantha, thank you so much for the 5. And then Melody, thank you for the $5 as well. Kelly, thank you for the $10. She says, EO undocumented guest would have a hard time getting citizenship if his unlawful presence was backdated to his birth. Yeah, thank you so much for the $10. Alan, hey, how old are you? I think that's a kid. Let's see here. Maddie, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, says, do you still think that the White House website is an unbiased source, even though Trump took it over? And what would that lead you to think about our .govs? Well, listen, Maddie, I appreciate you for the $10. The White House.gov website is like, it's basically no different than his Truth Social. He just gets to put whatever he wants on there. He's always biased. It's always biased because it's literally just like a blog for the presidential administration, right? But like we were just looking at his EOs. Like, yeah, you could go to any whitehouse.gov website and see the respective EOs of the administrations. Like, that's not biased information, quote unquote. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2008.
All right, man, let me thank a couple people. Tyler, thank you for the $40 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Tyler. Let's get 400 Tyler W's down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you. You are the GOAT. Thank you. Tyler with a 40 says, yo, Dean, I'm a little late behind in the live, but that oldie who was defending CSAM and the claim that it wasn't violent, you had a completely justified crash out, and I would have said much worse. Stay strong, man. We appreciate you for everything that you do, and check his hard drive, bro. That conversation was worrying as hell. That literally so worried, man. I appreciate you. Michael, thank you for the $1. Jesse, thank you for the $5. Monavon, thank you for the $67 donation on PayPal. Let's fucking go, Monavon. And Celeste, thank you so much for the $50. Oh my goodness, you two. Thank you so much, Monavon and Celeste. Monavon with a $67 says, keep cooking these fools, bro. You know it. I'll never stop. Thank you for the love. And then Celeste with a 50 says, Dean, earlier I was watching live on Parker, and I come back to your feed and AC is stalking you. Ridiculous temper tantrums. Quote unquote, shut your mouth. Don't make me hex this dude. Yeah, AC is a nut job. Legitimate nut job. Teresa, thank you for the $10. She says, intense night as always. Thanks for hanging in there. Well, I appreciate you for supporting, Teresa. I can't agree. It's been a bit crazy. And Mackenzie, thank you for the 28 Canadian dollars. Who says, that was a rough one, Dean. Thank you for making the effort. And Jesse, thank you for the galaxy. Show some love to all the donors. Listen, Mackenzie, you said that was a rough one. I agree. It was a very, very, very rough one. All right, man. Why do you support Trump?
You know, I have a question. I just need some help, like, politically, like, why I should, like, who I should support. Like, I do support Trump, but, like, at the same time, he's not the best president we've ever had. And I do agree with that. I think he's, like, a lot of stuff he's doing is bad for our economy and the country and stuff like that. But, like, I just need help, like, knowing which side I should go to.
Sure. Well, I mean, hey, I'd first start with evaluating what matters to you. Okay? And I think for me, that's a pretty easy question to answer. What matters to me is the excellent survival of human people. Okay? I think that ultimately people should be able to live the happiest and most impactful lives they can, being authentically them. Okay? So, because that's my fundamental goal, the excellent survival of people, the ability for people to live the happiest and most impactful lives they can, being authentically them, I'm going to vote for the politicians that I believe are closest to achieving that goal. Does that mean that I'm always going to vote for the perfect candidate? No. I get a lot of flack from leftists on the internet because I voted for Kamala Harris and I defend that decision. Okay?
Yeah.
But what that does mean is that when I'm presented with two options, I'm going to look at their respective policy and I'm going to look at their respective characters, and I'm going to determine, based on their policy and character, if they were in office, who would be better for the flourishment and the excellent survival of human people. So in the last election, I'll just give you an example. I looked at Kamala Harris's policy. Tax cuts for the working class, expanded access to health care, better social safety nets for new mothers, new fathers, new families, new children. Okay? I look at Trump's policy. Taking purchasing power away from the middle class, illegally taxing them $92 billion through his tariffs, starting a new needless war overseas that's going to put us back in the same position that we were at before his first term under Obama, plus about a million other things too. Okay? I say that Kamala Harris's policy, that first candidate's policy, is what is going to drive the most freedom and flourishment for human people. People are going to have more money. They're going to be able to be better equipped to raise their children, give their children a better life, be more authentically them, you know, not going to get banned from the military because they're trans. That's a part of being authentically yourself. Not going to get maybe stigmatized by the administration for being gay. That's a part of a pressure that prevents you from being authentically yourself, so on and so forth. And that's why I voted for Kamala Harris. Now, your question was, can you help me out insofar as how to determine who I should vote for? Like I said, pick a goal and then evaluate the policy of a politician in contrast to your goal. And if they meet that goal, support them. If they don't meet that goal, don't support them. unless the person they're running against is even worse.
I have a question. Can we just agree that, like, Trump is a really shitty person when he makes shitty decisions sometimes?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, I just think, like, I don't know why. Like, I just want to be like, I was born, like, my parents are Republicans. Like, that's why, like, I don't really know what side to go to, if that makes sense. Like, I just kind of like follow my parents' footsteps, if that makes sense. Like,
I did that for a long time too. When I was like 15, I was a really big Trump supporter, not because I really knew anything, but rather just because my parents did.
Well, I'm not saying I know much either.
Right.
But, like,
and what I'd recommend is just get involved, stay up to date with what's going on, and make decisions for yourself. As much as you love your parents, they're not infallible. They can be wrong. And oftentimes, dude, people can be really intelligent in many aspects, but really stupid when it comes to politics, right? My dad, in fact, has said it the best. All right. You could have Republicans that like make great engineers. Okay. Because if they didn't, then our country would probably fall, because around 50% of our country's Republican, 49.9% of voters voted for Trump. If everybody who voted for Trump was idiotic in every way, then our country would just be doomed forever. Okay. Everything would fall. But for whatever reason, so many people just turn off their brains and stop critically thinking as soon as it's about politics, because of tribalism, because of media biases, because of misinformation, because of propaganda. So just because you love your parents, just because you maybe think your parents are intelligent, does not mean that your parents are right about politics.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Dean, for your time. I appreciate it, man. I seriously consider considering my like election and my whole like voting thing, and thank you.
Listen, that's what it means to be a man. What it means to be a man is to do service for others, not to take and steal. All right? And I think that the right has really changed what it means to be a man. The right says to be a man means to take and steal. Means to lash out, get angry, and act as if you're superior. Means to trust in the greater powers just because they're saying it's in your best interest, even though it's not. And even when it's taking from those with lesser than you, like Donald Trump taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, and killing little girls overseas. No, what it means to be a man is to be of the best duty and service to your family, your community, and your world. Okay, and that means making the best decisions in consideration of the best possible outcomes for the society which you live in, which is an obligation to care for your neighbor, right? To care for the world, to care for the country, which means voting in accordance with those interests. I hope you have a good day, and I appreciate you for coming up.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, take care. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be MAGA. All right. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA guys. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, if you want to ask a question or get a message across, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube, and the ads at the top of the phone screen, Dean Withers without the E. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, geez, why?
Well, why are you trying to put fear in that last guest? Can you not read that executive order?
I can read. I understand why you asked, though, because I bet a lot of your friends can't. MAGA circles and everything.
Yeah, but is that other guy even a lawyer, though? Because you guys are both trying to put fear
Yeah, so Law of the
that
Wild
guy over the executive order when it doesn't even apply to him.
Is a lawyer.
Okay, then can both of you not read then?
We could read.
Then what does it say on Section 3, subsection B?
Section 3, subsection B. The heads of all executive departments and agencies shall issue public guidance within 30 days of this date on this order regarding this order's implementation with respect to their operation and activities. That doesn't seem like too relevant to the question. Does the executive order apply to him?
Yeah, what does that mean? Why wouldn't it apply to him?
What?
You guys are putting fear into that guy, making him think, oh, his citizenship's going to be revoked.
Can you
But
explain to me
that's not the case, because read it.
Can you explain to me how the highlighted section 3, subsection B, means that the executive order doesn't apply to that last
what it
S?
means is 30 days after the executive order is that people born after that are the ones that would be affected, not him. So
All
what I'm
executive
trying to
departments
figure
and
out is
agencies
why
shall
you
issue
guys
public
are trying to
guidance
put
within-
fear into that guy on this when it doesn't even apply to him.
It seems like it's just saying that 30 days after the EOs pass, that they have to put out like public guidance for how they're going to hold by the regulations set forth by the executive order, not the starting date of the implementation of the executive order in the sense when they start qualifying undocumented immigrants, our citizens, as undocumented immigrants, but more so just when they have to put out public guidance for how the agencies under them or the employees under those agencies are supposed to act in accordance with the executive order.
No, it means that people born 30 days after the executive order, that's the ones that are going to be affected by the birthright citizenship.
Well,
You're trying to put fear into that guy.
I think that Law of the Wild actually brought this up. He said that in front of SCOTUS, because he listens to all the hearings, you know, he's a lawyer and whatnot. He said that they did argue in court that it wouldn't apply retroactively. However, per the terms and conditions of the executive order, they would have the legal authority to make it apply retroactively. So it'd be as easy as putting pen to paper to take that guy's citizenship away if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Plus, the whole point of this, at least I think, is that it is supposed to apply retroactively. Because if Donald Trump wants to do this mass deportation and get all of these undocumented immigrants out of the country, well, that's going to include, from his perspective, you know, millions of people who were born here to undocumented parents.
Well, that's literally not what the executive order says, right? It says that
I'm going to trust the lawyer over you.
It's even.
I'm going to trust the lawyer over you. What are your credentials?
Well, I can read, right? If you read the section 3, subsection B, and what does it say?
Did you go to like college?
Yeah.
What did you go to college for?
None of your business, but I can tell you that I can read, and apparently you can't because you're not reading that subsection correctly, and you're trying to put fear into that dude for no reason.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You're twisting it.
I don't think so.
Read what it says.
So once again, the section that you're pointing to says that within 30 days of the issuance of this order, all executive departments and agencies shall issue public guidance. Now, the thing is this is kind of like a section that's included within all EOs. Basically, any time a president signs an executive order into effect that changes the management and or operation of federal entities, the executive order requires a deadline date. And they're basically saying, by this date, right, you have to put out public guidance for how your agency is supposed to act in accordance with the EO. So we're all on the same page and we're all acting clearly with intention. So this would apply to EOs that are retroactive. Within 30 days, you have to put out public guidance guidelines for how you are going to implement this retroactively applying EO. And this would apply to EOs that are not retroactive. Within 30 days, you have to put out public guidance for how you're going to apply this new EO that is set forth and active of the date of signing in. Right? So you would see that same provision in the executive order if it was retroactive and if it wasn't retroactive. And this is where you leave.
It literally says on the order that it only applies to persons 30 days after the order. So
Okay.
I don't know what you're going to twist about it.
You said section 3, subsection B, right?
It's basically what it's saying. It's only going to apply to people born after February 2025, if they're born.
Okay,
from
so not section 3, subsection B. Let me look through the rest of it because maybe do you think that you could just be quoting me the wrong part of the EO? It's possible that you're quoting me the wrong part of the EO.
Possibly, but it's if you type it into Google, it'll tell you on there. It says subsection B from section 3. It says it only applies.
Found it. You actually are right. That's section 2, subsection B. So subsection B of section 2 says, subsection A of this section shall apply only to persons who are born within the United States of America after 30 days from the date of this order.
Okay, so then now you should
Good.
probably message that guy and tell him you're sorry for trying to put fear into him for no
Well,
reason.
this is what Law said. So Law said that the argument that they were making in court was that it would only apply to people 30 days after the EO is signed into effect, right? It's not going to be retroactive. That's what Law told him. But then Law went on to say that, well, it's still going to grant the legal ability to the administration to then revoke the citizenship of people who were born before the order was enacted. And it would just take a pen on paper, since the government can revoke naturalized citizenship. Now,
But
the thing
you don't
is,
know that's going to happen to you. So that's literally what the order says.
now,
It says it
now,
only applies
now the thing is, one moment.
after that date.
Now the thing is Law is absolutely right about that. Because the part of this EO that really matters is that it's changing the nature of the 14th Amendment to exclude undocumented immigrants, or more so their children born on American soil. So in accordance with this executive order,
Yeah, after February of
the
2025.
Trump administration would have the legal claim to revoke the naturalization from that last guy. But you're just merely repeating what Law said? But I am happy to see you. One second, I will thank you here.
Look at what the order says.
One second. What
does the order say?
One moment. One thing that I will thank you for here is, I guess, pointing out that is a provision explicitly enumerated within the executive order, because I bet that's going to give a lot more confidence to people like that last guess that they're not just going to lose their citizenship, because there's a big difference between explicit words on paper and legal arguments in court. So
Okay,
it
so then
seems
are
like
you
you're
going
just
to contact
repeating
that
what
guy
Law
and
said.
tell him you're sorry then, or what?
No, because it seems like you're just
Are you gonna
repeating what
message
Law
him?
said. You're literally just repeating what Law said.
Well, apparently you can't read and you only pick what you want to see out of it. But here
So,
I am telling you
my
that
friend,
you were wrong about it and you're conceding.
You're repeating what Law said.
No.
Yes.
Because he
So I brought Law up to make sure that I was correctly representing this executive order. And then Law's like, well, the one thing that you were kind of wrong about is the fact that they made the legal argument in court that this wouldn't be retroactive. And the reason why I brought Law up is because I wanted to make sure that I was giving that guest accurate information about their livelihood in respect to this
right,
executive
but he didn't
order.
even know about that part of it either.
So then Law went on to then correct me, which is why I had him up. And then he correctly informed that guest about what the nature of this EO is. So I don't understand why you're up here saying, Dean, are you going to go reach out to that last guest and tell him you're sorry for fear mongering, when I had a lawyer up before he left specifically to ensure that I was accurately representing the foundation of this executive order. And then that lawyer said the same exact thing that you are saying right now. So it seems like you're just piggybacking off of what Law said and then acting as if Law didn't say it to try to, in bad faith, get one over on me. Yeah, buddy.
No,
I had a lawyer up to
he was
clarify
trying to
exactly
twist
this.
it. Well, he was trying to twist it and make it sound like, well, they could take his citizenship, but he didn't say nothing about that section of it. Why
He did.
that?
He said that they argued in court, right, that this would only be applied to new immigrants.
Okay. But then he
That's
turned around and
verbatim,
still
word
tried to
for
steer
word,
him of it.
what Law said.
Okay, yeah, well, he didn't read that specific section, but
I would assume that he did because he's a lawyer. I mean, how else would he know it, right?
well, he didn't say that. He didn't say that word for
If
word
the
to
lawyer
guy.
is going to sit down and listen to all of the oral debates in front of the Supreme Court about the nature of this EO, I swear to you, he's also going to read the EO, right? But instead of saying that it says in the EO that it's only going to apply to new immigrants, he just said, well, they argued to the court that it's only going to apply to those to new immigrants. Those two statements are saying the same thing.
Okay, well, maybe I misheard him, but you're still the one that was trying to put fear into him for no reason, and you didn't read that section of it and didn't know
that's a
about
very
it.
bad faith claim. The reason why it's a bad faith claim that I was trying to put fear into him for no reason is the fact that I had a lawyer up to correct me if I was wrong about anything, and they did. So now apologize to me
literally after, okay, hold
for
on.
falsely
Literally after-
representing the conversation I had with that
No.
last guest of me trying to instill fear into people for no reason. I was
Yeah, but literally after he said that,
I
you
was
still-
so careful and meticulous in ensuring that I was purporting accurate information to that guest that I had a lawyer join the live stream and fact check me.
Yeah, but why did you still put fear into him after he fact checked you then? Like you're talking like he was still going to be affected.
Because as Law said, he
Because
still
you didn't
can
know
be
about that
affected.
section of it.
As Law said, he still can be affected. After this EO is passed, all that's required is another EO saying, never mind, we are hereby redacting subsection B of section 2 of Executive Order number 14160.
That's just an assumption. How do you know that would happen? The order literally says it only applies to persons born after February 2025.
It's not that we know it will happen. It's that it can happen. And the fact that it can happen is a very important thing. How do we know that? Yeah, the way that
you putting fear into people for no reason.
The way that we know that can happen is because subsection B of section 2 is not an enumerated protection in the Constitution saying that only immigrants born after this EO will lose their citizenship. No, it's just a provision set forth by the Trump administration that they could redact with another executive order, right? Like this is just a suggestion from the Trump administration through an EO saying we only want it to apply to new immigrants. But it can apply to other immigrants as well, because at the end of the day, if the court rules that immigrants are not subject to undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction thereof in accordance with the new interpretation of the nature of the 14th Amendment, okay, that last guess would not have birthright citizenship. If it wasn't for the provision of this executive order that says it shall only apply to new immigrants 30 days after the EO takes effect. Therefore, if they remove, it will only apply to new immigrants born 30 days after it takes effect, then it wouldn't. Then he wouldn't have birthright citizenship either.
That's just your assumption. You don't know that's going to happen.
I just gave you an argument
what the order
for
says,
that.
dude.
No, I just gave you an argument for that.
What does the order say?
The order says that the nature of the 14th Amendment has been misinterpreted by courts and by law since 1868. And that when it says that people who are born here, listen to what I'm saying here. Listen to what I'm saying here. And the EO says that people who are born here, all right, are only citizens if they're born to parents that are citizens themselves. And that because of that, we no longer want undocumented immigrants and their children, specifically their children, to have birthright citizenship in this country, given that they're born here 30 days after this bill takes effect. Now, think about it this way. The Supreme Court is contesting the claim made in this executive order that the children born to undocumented immigrants have a constitutional claim to birthright citizenship. So if the Supreme Court rules in the favor of the Trump administration, the Supreme Court is saying people like that last guess do not have a legitimate and constitutional claim to birthright citizenship. Now, the Trump administration is saying the only group of people who we will subjugate to the claim that they do not have a legitimate claim to birthright citizenship will be those born 30 days after the EO signed into effect. But that is only enforced by a provision of an executive order that is not protected by an enumerated constitutional right. So, if the Trump administration were to turn around and repeal that provision of that executive order, or sign a new EO into law saying, I apologize, never mind, then he loses his birthright citizenship too, per the ruling of SCOTUS, if SCOTUS sides with him.
That's still just your assumption. You don't know that's going to happen. I'm just going by literally what the order says. And you're
listen, I've already said this a handful of times. I'm not arguing that I know this will happen. I'm arguing, but once the EO rules, it can happen. And it's the can happen that every person who is born to undocumented immigrants as parents in this country needs to know. And it's not my assumption that it can happen if SCOTUS sides with Trump. I just gave you an argument that it can happen if SCOTUS sides with Trump. I just gave you evidence that it can happen if SCOTUS sides with Trump.
All right, let's say it doesn't happen and it follows the order like it says. then that guy is not going to lose his citizenship. Therefore, you're putting fear into him for no reason.
You're saying as if like there's like one moment in time where it either will or it won't happen. This isn't like a baseball game where, you know, the dude with the bat either is or isn't going to hit a ball and then move on with his day. They're like continually and progressively for like the rest of that last guest's life, his citizenship is hanging on the thread of an executive order from the Trump administration in 2025. That's what I'm saying. That if at any point that section of this EO is repealed and not replaced, or if and the Constitution is not reinterpreted by another SCOTUS ruling, or the Constitution is not amended, then that guy's citizenship will only be protected by the provision of an executive order. Okay? And your citizenship being protected by the provision of an executive order is a very scary thing. My citizenship is protected by the Constitution that cannot be infringed on. Your citizenship is protected by the Constitution that cannot be infringed on. If SCOTUS sides with Trump, his citizenship is protected by provision of an EO that wouldn't even take Congress to overturn it. Just pen on paper from a president.
Yeah, but if it applies after February 2025, so it wouldn't affect him because he was born before that.
You're not listening to me. I'm saying the section of the executive order that says it won't affect him.
Well, I get it. You're
is
making
the
this
only
this
protection
that
of his
something's gonna
citizenship.
happen, but why not?
No. Listen to me.
Why would the order say
listen,
that if that's not what he wants to do?
Listen to me. I'm saying that specific subsection of the executive order would be the only protection of his citizenship, right? And it's also the secondary threat is SCOTUS is endorsing POTUS's ability to regulate citizenship by executive orders. Presidents should not be able to regulate citizenship by executive orders. That is also a massive fundamental threat that if SCOTUS were to agree with Trump and presidents do have the ability to regulate citizenship by executive orders, should scare the hell out of anyone. And you continue to say that I'm arguing he will be deported. Now, after I got that correction from law, okay, what I'm saying is that it's a slippery slope that affects the caller's citizenship. Because now the president can regulate citizenship with executive orders, and really one of the only things that protects that guy's citizenship is the provision of an executive order.
Yeah, therefore it wouldn't affect him because that executive order says it's only going to apply to people born after, people born after the executive
let me
order.
find another way to try to describe this to you. I'm saying the scary thing.
I know
is
what you're
having,
trying to do. You're just trying. You're trying to just
let me
make an assumption of what would happen, but the executive order literally says that.
I think I got it now. The scary thing that I'm pointing out is that the protection for that last guest citizenship is moving from the Constitution to a provision of an executive order. That movement is what's scary. Does that make sense?
So if it changes the amendment and that executive order is applied, wouldn't that apply to the amendment too, changing it to where
no
persons born after that?
The debate that's unfolding in SCOTUS is if the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States of America. That's the debate. So if they rule in his favor, well, then the only protection for his citizenship is a subsection of an executive order saying technically this won't apply to him.
Okay, so then still the executive order says that. So it says that it would not affect him. So therefore, you're putting fear into him for no reason.
The scary part, once again, is that the protections of his citizenship move from the Constitution to an executive order. Do you know who can change executive orders?
Yeah.
The president.
Right.
Can the president change the Constitution?
Yeah, but you're just
No.
Why,
the president
why
can't
would you
listen.
think he would do that?
The president.
You're just
the
making
president.
like a weird
The
hypothetical.
president
like
can't
always.
change the Constitution. So once again, the
Yeah.
scary part is moving his citizenship from a realm that can't be changed by the president to a realm where it can be changed by the president. And then your follow-up question is, well, what makes you think he will do that? No, the scary thing isn't that he will do it. The scary thing is that he could do it. If SCOTUS
but why
agrees
are you
with
trying
Trump,
to put that fear into people when that literally isn't
because
what the
that
order
is
says?
scary. Because that is fearful.
Yeah,
If SCOTUS agrees with Trump, then the president
dude.
could take away their citizenship when that's not something that the president could do yesterday. Like, listen, think about it this way. All right? Let's say I know somebody that goes to the same gym I do, and we're not in really good terms. I don't like them, they don't like me. All right? But they couldn't hurt me. Then somebody else at that gym walks up to the guy that doesn't like me and puts a loaded gun in his hand. Should I be scared at the notion that this guy could shoot me, even if he doesn't?
You and your hypotheticals.
Can you answer my
man.
question, please?
Sure.
Okay,
Why not?
so I should be scared at the notion that this man could do something bad to me, even if he doesn't. All right, exactly. Just like we should all be scared at the notion that the president could take this guy's citizenship away, even if he doesn't. When yesterday, he couldn't take his citizenship away. That's the thing that matters. Executive orders can be written before the president has even had breakfast on any day of the week.
Okay, so let's just say that the executive order stands and it doesn't change. Okay, that guy's not going to be affected, nobody else. Would it really be that bad of a thing for that to be applied? Because
Yes.
people that come here undocumented,
Because then we are giving the president power
they pop babies out
over
just to
over people's
grant
citizenship.
birthright citizenship.
Then we are giving we're giving the president power over people's citizenship with one swipe of the pen. No president should have power over anybody's citizenship with the swipe of a pen.
But you're still just trying to make some weird fucking scenarios all the time.
No, this is reality.
So
there's nothing
no, the
weird
reality-
or
the
hypothetical
reality is
about the
reality
claim
is the
that if
amount
SCOTUS
of
agrees
undocumented
with Donald
immigrants that
Trump,
have
no, listen to
had
me.
babies
You're wrong.
here
You're
and
fundamentally
gave them
wrong.
birthright
Listen to me.
citizenship.
Listen to me. You are fundamentally incorrect. There's nothing hypothetical about this. If SCOTUS agrees with Trump, then it's actually true that the president could take away that guy's citizenship with a swipe of a pen before breakfast. Nothing hypothetical about that. That is a fact.
So people born after February 2025, what he wants to do with it is make it to where undocumented or illegal can stop birthing children and giving them automatic citizenship. Is that really that bad? So in the order it says that he only wants to apply it
the reason
from
why
people
that's
after
bad
that
is
date.
because it's
So all
unconstitutional.
those people that have previously
That's really
previously
bad
had
because
that
it's
happen
unconstitutional.
Are safe. They're not going to have.
The reason
they're
why
not gonna
that's
get
bad is
deported
because
or
it's
affected.
unconstitutional. The reason why that's bad is because it's unconstitutional.
I don't know, dude. I just think you should stop like putting fear into people over that for no reason.
Right. Is that what
You're-
you'd say to the 168 girls in Iran that Trump killed? Is that what you'd say to the 10 million low-income Americans who Trump took their health care away from? Is that what you'd say to the 3 million low-income Americans who Trump took their food stamps away from? Is that what you'd say to E. Jean Carroll, the woman Trump raped? Is that what you'd say to any of the people that Trump has unduly and unjustly hurt in his life?
The E. Jean Carroll is total lawfare.
Why? Give an argument for that.
Well, first off, New York, Democrat state, a jury of 9 that are all
Donald Trump's own attorneys argued that the jury was
based.
unbiased. You're
Yeah,
already
how
off
do
to
you
a
know
bad
that for
start
sure?
because it's in the court documents. So E. Jean Carroll's attorneys tried to reject juror number 47 or 77 because
They
juror number
specifically
77
changed
indicated.
the law and
No,
brought
listen to
up,
me.
the
Hey, listen to
Adult
me.
Survivors Act
Listen to me. Listen to
in
me.
a New
I'm-
York
listen,
Democrat state.
hey! Listen to me. I'm talking to you. You asked me a question. Let me answer it. You asked me, Dean, how do you know that Trump's attorneys thought that the jury wasn't biased? Okay, let me respond. It's because in unsealed court filings, E. Jean Carroll's legal representation tried to eject a juror that was on the right that told the attorneys during the jury selection process that they were a really big fan of Tim Pool. They watched them often, and they thought that Tim Pool was a very fair and balanced voice in the middle. That's only something somebody on the right would say. And then in response, Donald Trump's attorneys argued that, well, he doesn't have any political bias, but even if he did, that wouldn't be grounds for ejection from the jury. So you say that the jury was biased against Trump. Well, Trump and his legal representation said they were not biased against Trump.
It definitely looks that way.
So you think that you would be a better lawyer than the people who Donald Trump spent millions of dollars on? What law school did you go to?
Well, all the jury members were anonymous, so how do you know that they were? You don't know. So if you you look at
Yes,
it,
we
it's
do.
in a new.
Their
it's in a
names
New
are
York
anonymous.
Democrat state,
Their answers to
and
the
they
jury
specifically-
questionnaires are not anonymous. Those were a
They
part of the
specifically-
unsealed court filings.
They
Not to
specifically
mention
changed the law
that, of
and
course,
brought
Donald
up
Trump's
the Adult
attorneys knew
Survivors
that.
Act.
No, listen. I want you to. Now you're pivoting. You're pivoting to the Adult
to bring
Survivors
that up.
Act. Do you disagree with Trump's lawyers who argued that the jury was not biased against Trump?
Well, how do you know that that's what they said?
Because that's what court filings say.
That's what the court filing says?
Yes. All of this goes into court filings. When there's a motion to eject a juror, and then a motion from the opposing counsels, from the opposing counsel saying that we shouldn't eject this juror for reasons X, Y, and Z, that's all public. Those motions are a part of court filings that have been unsealed. So E. Jean Carroll's attorneys made a motion that was a part of the court filings to eject this juror because they thought that Tim Pool, an alt-right freak, was super balanced, fair in the middle. They watch him all the time. And then Donald Trump's lawyers were like, well, actually, no, he's not politically biased. But even if he was, it wouldn't matter. That's not grounds for ejection. That's all public information.
Yeah, but in all reality, though, how do you actually know that those jurors were not favored to the left, though?
Because of their answers to the jury questionnaires? Because of the jury selection involving Donald Trump's attorneys? Because of the public court filings that I just shared with you, where Donald Trump's legal representation rejected the claim that the jury was biased against Trump? Because he lost at appeals 3 times? That's a really big reason. Because he lost at appeals 3 times.
I don't know if I can. You don't know if the jury members, they're all anonymous. You know, they could have easily lied about their stance.
They could have easily lied about their stance.
Or nobody knows because all the jury members are anonymous.
Okay, the jury is not anonymous to the people who are doing the jury selection. And they account for that by asking them questions, asking them rounds of questions, ejecting people that they just kind of don't like.
So, for example,
but I just want to clarify, is it your
and
claim? I just want to clarify. It's
you
your
could have easily
claim.
lied about your stance.
Okay, so it's your claim that the juror who said that he liked Tim Pool was a liar. So, fake news, fake jurors, fake Biden DOJ, fake rape allegation, fake jury verdict, fake China-Russia collusion hoax, fake deal from Obama, the JCPOA, fake transgender reassignment surgeries for illegal alien invaders. Everything's so fake felonies, fake FBI agents in the J6 riots, fake election outcome, fake president, Mr. Biden. Everything is fake to you, you dense motherfucker. Name one piece of evidence. Name one piece of evidence in the Trump v. E. Jean Carroll court case that you reject.
Well, first off, it's a civil court, so that's different than criminal court.
Yeah, no fucking shit, Captain Obvious. Now name a piece of evidence you reject.
50.01%.
Name a piece of evidence that you reject. Name one piece of evidence. Outside of E. Jean Carroll's testimony, name one piece of evidence.
Well, the fact that she couldn't even remember the date that it happened or the...
You're not answering my question. Name one piece of evidence outside of E. Jean Carroll's testimony that the jury used to rule his guilt. Name it, you fucking moron.
Well, one of the pieces of evidence she used was the statement from her friends and herself, right? Okay. Is that what they used?
Yeah. So I ask you to name one piece of evidence outside of her testimony, then you say her testimony. Good going. Good God. You know, I think that one of the most convincing and compelling pieces of evidence in that court case was the fact that he has priors, that he's engaged in sexual violence before. And those who are most likely to recommit after leaving jail are those who were in jail because of sexual violence. He has boasted and taken pride in perpetuating sexual violence before. His ex-wife accused him of brutally raping her and pulling her hair out in their divorce filings in 1986. Of course he did it.
Well, why are you moving to that now? You're pivoting to something else?
Because if a man
about
has a lifetime of sexual violence behind him, history riddled with it, raping women here, sexually exploiting women and girls here. Yeah, it definitely makes it more likely to be true that a court that determined they raped another woman was telling the truth.
Just looks suspicious. With it happened in New York State. They specifically brought the
because that's where the rape
Survivors
happened.
Act law up just to bring the case about.
No, that's not true. That was for survivors of sexual abuse at the hands of church fathers. Thousands of people sued because of the newly extended statute of limitations from the Adult Survivors Act. Thousands of people.
What all evidence from her side do you think is credible? Probably
yeah, the
all
fact
of it.
that she's been holding the same consistent testimony for 30 years straight, the fact that a psychotherapist said under penalty of perjury that the presentation of trauma in her testimony was accurate and in alignment with the presentation of trauma in the testimony of rape victims typically. The fact that she submitted to court to the address to the court, she said it had Trump's DNA in it from the day he raped her. They took it, they tested it, they found male DNA in it. They asked Trump for his and he said no, that's not something an innocent man would do. The fact that Donald Trump lied about never meeting her, the fact that Donald Trump lied about her not being his type, and the fact that Donald Trump has engaged in proven sexual violence at many points in his past. Remember when he boasted about barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls?
Well, you said something about he didn't want to give up his DNA. Well, that's because he wanted to protect himself from possible tampering because, you know, the dress, you don't know what could have happened to the dress for that long, 20 plus years. So why would he give up his DNA for that? That could have easily been tampered and, you know, got him with that.
Because he claimed he never met her. If he claimed he never met her, then there's no way his DNA could be on the dress. Idiot. Now, what about everything else that I said?
I don't know. I mainly wanted to come up and talk to you about that executive order, but
how many
somehow
amendments
we
are there in the
moved on to this.
Constitution?
27. How many articles of the Constitution is there?
7 plus the preamble. I'm surprised you knew that. Rosemary, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you. Sophia, thank you so much for the $1. Adam, thank you so much for the $13 donation on Venmo. Let's get 100 Adam W's down below in that chat. Adam with the $13 says, I'm a big fan. Dean, please answer my question. My friend supports Trump by reposting cherry-picked quote-unquote good things that he's done and goes on to say stuff like, and liberals call him racist. I have no experience with debate. How should I learn to debate and argue? Continue to tune into the live streams. There's a bunch of really convincing reasons why he's super racist. Or you could just tell her to debate me. Samantha, thank you for the $5. Terrell, thank you for the 5. I appreciate y'all. Very, very kind. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. But over on PayPal, thank you so much, William, for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, William. You're awesome. Folks, I really need to go pee, and we've been live for 4.5 hours, so I'm going to go out and hop off at this point. If you haven't already, you should hit that follow button on TikTok. Drop us up on YouTube. I think that we broke some ground today. It was a decent stream. A lot of really annoying people, though. So I'm really tired. For that reason, I'm going to hop off, folks. You should, like I said, hit that follow button. Drop a sub. Totally free to do. I come on here every single day, and I'll see you all tomorrow. I wish you all great nights. Peace, love. Good night, and goodbye. Oh, can't end my YouTube stream because it crashed. There it goes. Bye, guys. Still not over. What's going on?